There have been many strange rumors among the people since ancient times, and I grew up step by step with these strange experiences. My name is Lin Tingy. My grandfather said that it was a sunny day when I was born. It was noon when I was born. After my mother gave birth to me, it rained heavily for a week, and then it was sunny for a month. It was around the Qingming festival at that time, so it was not strange to have heavy rain and sunny days. Even if it rains, it takes time. It is impossible for it to rain heavily and be sunny all the time. At the same time, a big man who was once a big shot in the world was resurrected in a certain area of the world. During that period, supernatural events occurred frequently nearby. Fortunately, the internet information was not developed at that time, and it didn't take much effort to suppress it. Even in our mountain village, there was a wild ghost wandering aimlessly on the mountain, scaring the villagers who had only a few households and dared not go out at night. Within a week, several families in the village came to ask my grandfather to drive it away. Otherwise, they would be worried even about feeding chickens and ducks at night. Grandpa, an old-fashioned man, must fool these old neighbors. I'm also worried about this. If I preside over a funeral or find a place for burial and check the auspicious day, I can barely handle it. Ghosts are not so easy to deal with. Grandpa said. Grandpa is a half-baked feng shui master on the surface, but this old man is very hidden. God knows what his current strength is. Old Lin, we have been neighbors for so long, and I have never asked you for anything. This time we really beg you. Look how scared we old guys are. Even my Wonkai has become thinner. Zhang Wulin begged. The big yellow dog next to him whispered woof woof, as if agreeing. Yes, old Lin, we can only rely on you. If it doesn't work, I will give you the big rooster at home. Kong Lanhua said. Yes, I'll give you the big goose. They'll give you the big sausage. They'll give you my newly born calf. Okay, don't do this. Everyone has given a lot of gifts for my grandson's birth, so I won't make it difficult for you. They'll let my old man do his best, and everyone can go back and wait for news. Grandma advised. After the villagers left one after another, Grandma said to Grandpa, You old man are really something. We have lived together for decades. Don't you know how to be more conscious? Hey, old woman, you don't say that. If I don't do this, do you think our family can be passed down for so many generations? My family's ancestral precepts are. Okay, I've heard your ancestral precepts so many times that my ears are calloused. Magic can only be passed down from generation to generation. Don't be too ostentatious. But shouldn't it be changed in this peaceful era now? That depends on whether our grandson is that kind of material. If he can become one of the top practitioners, it's not impossible to change it. Grandpa said, stroking his beard. Otherwise, our family won't survive until 27. Grandpa didn't finish his words. Okay, take a few minutes tonight to solve it. It's just a lost ghost, my grandmother said, and then prepared some supplements to go to the city hospital to visit her daughter-in-law and grandson. Although my family's magic is passed down from generation to generation, the generation that is passed on the magic can also pass it on to his wife, so my grandmother's current cultivation is not low. Grandpa immediately made an okay gesture. They'll go and take a look later. I can finally show my skills. The light was slowly swallowed by the darkness. Grandpa had already seen the ghost wandering around the mountain. Immediately, Grandpa flashed behind the ghost and hit the ghost on the head, scaring the ghost. When the ghost turned around and wanted to fight back, he was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he saw a man with a smile on his face and holding a ghost-killing knife looking at him. The ghost knelt down immediately and said without hesitation, Master, spare my life. I have never killed anyone. I just wandered around at night when I had nothing to do. I didn't say I would kill you. Don't be afraid. Grandpa said meanly. The little ghost thought, if I had harmed someone, would I still be alive? My life is miserable. I just came out of that shitty cave and I met this plague god. They'll ask you a few questions. If you answer well, they'll let you go. Grandpa said, Okay, Taoist, tell me. Where did you run from? I came out of the cave over there. How did you die? I died a long time ago. I was born in the 16th year of Guangxu. In the 34th year of Guangxu, I went to this mountain to collect herbs and fell to my death. The little ghost was afraid that I was afraid that my grandfather would not believe it. So he showed the ghost image before death. Okay, change back quickly, what a ghost. My grandfather said with disgust. Okay, Taoist. The little ghost changed back instantly. Then didn't the ghost take you back to the underworld in the past 100 years since you died? No, I can't get out by myself. I don't know what's going on here. I've been in there for a long time and am familiar with it, but I can't find the hole I fell from. But a few days ago, I floated out of the hole normally. That's really strange. You, a little ghost, haven't had any resentment for so long, and you haven't died. It's not bad to be the guardian ghost of my grandson. My grandfather muttered. What did you say, Taoist? Do you still want to reincarnate? Reincarnation? Forget it. I didn't even have enough food to eat when I was alive, and I was always exploited by the landlord. In the end, I fell to my death. The little ghost looked decadent. What's your name? Little devil. My name is Fong San. Then I'll make the decision for you. Come with me. He'll take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Let me give you a gift first. He'll burn a nice piece of clothing for you. Then Grandpa took out a paper man from the cloth bag, took off the clothes and carved his name on them, put the clothes on the ground and waved them casually, and the clothes began to burn. But after a while, Fong San's body showed the gold clothes of the paper man, and it could be seen that Fong San likes it very much. He'll give you some more food. Then Grandpa inserted 3 incense sticks on the ground. And after Fong San finished smoking, my grandfather asked him to lead the way to his corpse. This is it, Taoist. I really don't want to go in this ghost place. I've been trapped for so long. Don't call me Taoist, just call me Master Lin. Fong San thought, is there any difference? Grandpa suddenly took out a paper man and said, come in. Before Fong San could react, he was sucked in. Let me see what treasures there are in this place that can nourish ghosts. Looking down, it was pitch black. My grandfather threw down a big stone, and after a few seconds, he heard a slight sound. Yeah, this place really has some stories. Go home and get some tools to continue to look. An hour later, Grandpa returned to the cave entrance with full equipment, hooked, and lowered the rope. The vegetation became more and more dense along the rope, which made Grandpa mutter in his heart. It's strange. Why are there so many flowers and plants here? Are there any natural treasures of water and wood? 150 meters of rope is not long enough. Grandpa looked at the ground with more than 10 meters left and jumped down and grabbed the thick tree trunk. Standing on the tree trunk, he used a super bright flashlight bought online to shine around. This is really a feng shui treasure land, except for the vase clothes and some white bones on the ground. My grandfather exclaimed. Suddenly, there were strange noises coming from the cave, and my grandfather immediately took a look. This is Jumei. What the hell? No wonder there are vegetation all around here. It's not right. How could such a god hide under this cave? In the blink of an eye, my grandfather held his breath and tried to slowly approach Jumeng. As my grandfather got closer and closer to Jumeng, the pressure increased. When my grandfather reached out to touch it, his hand went straight through Jumeng's body. Oh, that's it. It's probably the residual image of Jumeng, who lived here for a period of time. Grandpa was shocked. Immediately, my grandfather walked forward and saw something that looked like the tentacles of Jumeng's mouth. When he picked it up, it was indeed a tentacles, but seemed to have fallen off freely. After my grandfather searched the surroundings, he picked up another tentacle and some scales. This was a big bargain for my grandfather, picking up treasures without any effort. After grandfather returned home, he immediately secured the premises, meticulously examining the scaled horn he had discovered in the cavern. This is truly a sight to behold. Grandfather exclaimed with fervor, a dragonkin's horn is an exceedingly rare treasure. Without delay, grandfather initiated a concealed enchantment to integrate the horn into the bracelet, fortifying the concealment with ancestral penance. He chanted incantations, his fingers weaving intricate patterns, and as anticipated, the surge of spiritual energy exceeded his expectations. But the augmented warding held firm. The bracelet levitated as the dragon horn's essence gradually dissipated until it vanished altogether. 3 hours later, grandfather, drenched in perspiration, sighed. Refining such a divine artifact is an arduous task. I shall visit my daughter-in-law and grandson this afternoon. Within the hospital's maternal ward, my mother's health had surpassed her premarital state, thanks to grandfather's infusion of the dragon horn's power through the bracelet, a portion of which also benefited me as an infant, granting me a physique comparable to that of a 2-year-old. My maternal grandfather remarked, "Hey, Lin, why didn't you bring out your ancestral Qigong bracelet sooner?" My maternal grandmother chimed in, "Xinglu, what do you know? The Lin family's Taoist arts have been passed down for generations. They have their own reasons. Perhaps today's timing is particularly auspicious." Grandfather, barely suppressing his elation, responded with a chuckle, "Not quite. Take a guess." My grandmother ventured. "Did you send the imp back to the netherworld and receive a gift in return?" "Nay," he replied. "Then what is it?" she inquired, perplexed. "Tell us quickly, Lin." "You're killing me," urged my maternal grandfather. Grandfather then recounted the previous day's events, embellishing the narrative for dramatic effect. "Did you handle the neighbors?" my paternal grandmother asked. "Assuredly," he replied. "They came knocking this morning, inquiring about the banished ghost. I informed them that I had vanquished the specter, albeit at the cost of my vitality, requiring a month or 2 for recovery. My disheveled appearance and feeble tone convinced them of my sincerity. They even offered to stew their decade-old rooster or roast bull kidneys for my recuperation, which I politely declined until they eventually departed, hailing me as a veritable sage. Grandfather chuckled mischievously. Only you, Lin, my grandmother remarked, giving him a thumbs up. What? Jumong once dwelled near Daeshan. My father exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Jumong? The ancient deity? My maternal grandfather inquired, intrigued. Indeed, grandfather affirmed with pride. What is Jumong? My mother asked. The god of spring and the flourishing of all life. My father replied. Precisely, grandfather affirmed. I am overjoyed, for with such a momentous opportunity, the achievements of this generation are bound to be significant. Oldly, why don't you prepare your grandson's future weapon? Ha ha, very well. This old frame of mine is rejuvenated. At that moment, I, a mere 13 days old, smiled. My eyes crinkling as I observed the adults reveling in laughter. Years passed swiftly. By the age of 5, I immersed myself in both daytime schooling and nocturnal cultivation, flourishing as a natural-born prodigy. However, my grandfather's peculiar practice of enrolling me in a different school each semester perplexed me. Fortunately, my father's thriving business afforded us such flexibility. Consequently, I had few childhood companions. Later, I discerned that grandfather sought to broaden my horizons and provide me with a premature understanding of society. I attended rural elementary schools and opulent private academies, witnessing the stark contrast between families sacrificing everything for tuition and others spending a year's wages in a single day, which revealed the vast chasm between individuals. At 15, grandfather suggested curtailing my cultivation regimen to prepare for the junior high school entrance examination. During the ensuing summer, he initiated my apprenticeship, setting up a stall near a pedestrian bridge. After a full day of inactivity, I questioned, Grandfather, will anyone approach us? You know nothing, child. He retorted. I supported your father this way. Father supports you now, I muttered. What was that? He inquired. Nothing. I was wondering what we'll have for dinner. Patience. A customer approaches. Before I could respond, a man with a pallid complexion approached us urgently. Can you truly exorcise evil spirits? Young man, restrain your impatience, grandfather replied. I discern an ominous aura within your household, likely caused by a malevolent entity that has afflicted you and your family for over a week, correct? Master. You are a true master. I implore you to save me, the man pleaded, bowing deeply. Grandfather promptly assisted him, stating, dealing with such an entity requires preparation. And we haven't dined yet. My apologies, master. I was so preoccupied. I shall treat you to a meal. Please, follow me to my vehicle. I inquired. How did you know he would seek us out and trust us implicitly? I scouted this location before your examination, he explained. I observed this man desperately seeking someone to exorcise evil spirits. He is desperate, and while the entity hasn't claimed his or his family's lives, it soon will. The previous exorcists failed because they were frauds. This man is a successful entrepreneur with extensive connections, making it difficult for charlatans to deceive him. Not bad. My physiognomy lessons were not in vain. Lessons that involved bamboo, whips, and starvation, I thought to myself. As we approached an expensive vehicle, the man said, Please, hurry, masters. Time is of the essence. What is your name? Grandfather asked. Li Guofu. A fitting name, grandfather remarked. Merely a small business, Li Guofu replied modestly. His eyebrows were dense and did not overshadow his eyes. His nose was straight, and his chin and cheeks were full. He maintained direct eye contact with grandfather, conveying sincerity. These features indicate a kind, upright, and prosperous individual. Chapter 3. The rat spirit. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Li Guofu urged us to indulge ourselves. For it was his own establishment. I observed that it indeed exuded an air of sophistication, which was to be expected of a major city. Shortly thereafter, the lobby manager escorted us to a VIP room. Once inside, Li Guofu turned to my grandfather and inquired, Master, do you have the confidence to eliminate the malevolent entity plaguing my household? My grandfather replied, I must first assess the situation at your residence before making any promises. Until I witness this entity, I cannot guarantee anything. The old man was far too composed, radiating an air of confidence. Please, briefly describe the circumstances at home, he urged. Li Guofu recounted, a week ago, inexplicable strange noises began to disturb our nights. Initially, I thought I was merely overworked and mishearing things. However, the disturbances persisted for several days, culminating 4 nights ago when my daughter encountered a swarm of rats in the living room while going to the bathroom. This alone would have been manageable, but suddenly, a rat nearly 2 meters tall materialized before her, grinning menacingly. My daughter screamed and fainted, awakening my wife and me. We rushed to the living room only to hear the enormous rat declare, You have caused the death of my great-grandson. I demand your family pay for it. Prepare for a slow and torturous demise. Terrified, our family vacated to a hotel the following day, but they found us after just 1 night. Wait a moment. How did you end up killing that rat's great-grandson? My grandfather asked. How could I possibly know it was its great-grandson? Li Guofu lamented. That night, my wife and I were taking a stroll when a rat suddenly leapt onto her head. She felt something land on her and asked what it was. I glanced up and exclaimed, There's a rat on your head. My wife immediately began flailing her head like a tambourine. The rat was dislodged, and in a split second, My right foot landed on its head, followed closely by my left. I waited a few minutes until I felt it cease moving before lifting my foot. My wife then kicked it onto the road, watching as it was crushed. Your wife is quite formidable. Most people would have been too stunned to react, my grandfather remarked, giving Li Guofu a thumbs up. However, what should I do now, master? My family is on the brink of madness from this torment, Li Guofu fretted. Fear not. For this is a simple matter to resolve, my grandfather reassured him. Are you prepared for your first business venture? He inquired. Me? I replied, puzzled. Who else could it be? After over a decade of training in the arts, it's time for you to take action, my grandfather asserted, his expression one of expectation. Look, I cannot ascertain the capabilities of that rat spirit. A young person must embrace their vigor. Do not speak so humbly. If I cannot defeat it, will you assist me? I queried. That is not permissible. You must rely on your own abilities. Master, is it appropriate for your grandson to engage in this? I fear. Li Guofu expressed doubt. Rest assured, Mr. Li, my grandson's prowess will astound you. He is a once-in-a-century talent and has been nourished by the Qi Xiang bracelet. He is quite capable, my grandfather remarked, a hint of pride in his smile. Go fetch your wife and daughter. We shall wait for them at your home. My grandfather suddenly instructed Li Guofu. Is it safe for all of us to go together? Li Guofu questioned, concern etched on his face. It is more dangerous for you to be apart. Who will protect your wife and daughter if you are not by their side? Indeed, I will contact my wife. These rodents are alarmingly adept at finding people. At the hotel entrance, we spotted a lovely woman and an adorable little girl waiting outside, though both appeared somewhat haggard. Likely from fear-induced insomnia. As Li Guofu exited the vehicle, his daughter rushed towards him, embracing him tightly. Darling, who are these two in the car? His wife inquired. These are the masters I have invited to help us with our predicament. Are they trustworthy? I hope they are not like the previous charlatans who did us no good and only caused us more trouble, his wife whispered to him. I have sought out renowned individuals from the surrounding area. This one seems to possess some genuine skill, so I decided to take a chance, Li Guofu replied, his tone weary. My grandfather and I overheard their conversation entirely. After years of cultivation, our senses far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. We exchanged a glance, but remained silent. Lin, this is my wife and daughter. My wife's name is Lei Jing, and my daughter's name is Li Lingyun. As we remained in the car, my grandfather had already informed me of their names. Greetings, Master Lin. Greetings, young Master Lin. Lei Jing welcomed us. As my grandfather and I nodded in acknowledgement, Li Lingyun enthusiastically greeted us. Hello, Lingyun. Your daughter is quite charming, my grandfather remarked with a smile. Master Lin is joking. My daughter has always been this way. Li Guofu chuckled in response. Enough chit-chat. Let us resolve this issue so you can enjoy a restful night's sleep. Understood, Master Lin. We shall depart now. Upon arriving at Li Guofu's residence, my grandfather remarked, this villa is quite impressive, though the faint black mist above is somewhat unseemly. Indeed, from this faint black mist, it appears the rat spirit's abilities are likely under 200 years. Dealing with it should not be overly difficult, I stated confidently. Master Lin, do you require any additional preparations? Li Guofu inquired. None at all, simply sleep as you normally would, my grandfather replied. It is your turn to showcase your talents, Tingy. Very well. We shall wait in the room closest to you. Do not be overly anxious. Once this is resolved, perhaps you could assist us in promoting our efforts. My grandfather added, reminding Li Guofu to spread the word about our services. Please, go inside. I will set up the necessary arrangements outside and join you shortly. Be cautious. Shaolin, Li Guofu said, his worry evident. Do not fret. My grandson's capabilities are quite commendable, my grandfather assured him. Then, with a swift motion, my grandfather tossed a jade ring to me, which I caught deftly. What about the Qi Xiang bracelet? His assistance is sufficient. Let us proceed, Mr. Li. Very well. Master Lin, let us go, dear wife and daughter. TCH, I have yet to utilize such a fine item. This old man is truly stingy, I grumbled. Third brother has emerged to work. It seems we will be busy tonight. Finally, Shaolin, I've been itching to do something. Fong San exclaimed cheerfully. How many times must I tell you not to call me Shaolin? I am not that old man. All right, Shaolin. I felt a wave of exasperation wash over me. Enough of this. Fong San, help me place these items at the Formation S Center. I intend to set up a ceiling array. Fong San promptly began arranging the focal points. Suddenly, I sensed something watching me. In an instant, I drew the small gun from my waist and flung it. A cry of distress echoed, and I swiftly appeared at the source of the sound to find a small rat pinned by my gun, its hind leg pierced. It seemed the rat spirit had stationed a lookout near their residence. No wonder it was able to locate us with such alarming speed. With its keen sense of smell and the vast number of its offspring, tracking us was indeed a simple task. Chapter 4. Mediation. Can the little mouse speak? I mused, pressing my forehead in disbelief. How could I entertain such a thought? This rodent was merely larger than the ordinary mouse. It had yet to attain sentience. Nevertheless, I decided to keep it. Perhaps it would prove useful. Cease your squeaking, or I shall have no choice but to chop you up. Do you believe me? The little mouse immediately quieted, revealing that it could indeed comprehend human speech. It had developed a modicum of intelligence, yet not fully. I crouched down and administered a dose of tranquilizer to the mouse, which soon succumbed to slumber. I casually tucked it into my messenger bag, and before long, Fong Sen returned. Shaolin has completed the task. The concealed spell array in the room has been set up, he reported. The stage was set. Now we merely awaited the unfolding of events. Upon entering the room, I found my grandfather engrossed in TikTok. You seem rather relaxed. Meanwhile, a family of 3 is on the verge of being terrified to death, I remarked. You little rascal, teaching me a lesson, are you? This is for your growth. How can one truly know their worth without practical experience? My grandfather replied nonchalantly. Grandfather, I still lack confidence. Please let me use the bracelet. It is a family heirloom destined for me eventually. Why not allow me to use it now? I pleaded. Why the impatience? When the time is right, you shall have your turn. Besides, this mouse demon is easily dealt with. No extra assistance is necessary, he retorted, his tone dismissive. How stingy. 3 hours passed in a daze when suddenly I sensed a surge of demonic energy. Finally, the moment had arrived. The performance was about to commence. We may now activate the Villa spell array, my grandfather announced. I immediately recited the incantation and performed the necessary gestures. In an instant, a wave of energy enveloped the surroundings, and chaos erupted in the villa's courtyard. Come forth to meet your demise. I shall rend you into pieces today, I declared, appearing 10 meters from the mouse demon. You, rodent spirit, cease your wailing. It disturbs me. You've grown increasingly pathetic, sending a mere child to his doom. The previous old men have enraged me deeply, and now I shall eradicate you. Do not be so cocky, foul rodent. The outcome is far from certain, I retorted. Just then, the mouse demon lunged toward me, claws bared. I deftly dodged and taunted. You are rather ineffective, old demon. Do not celebrate too soon. I have practiced for over 2 centuries. I have encountered whelps like you far too often. The mouse demon countered, brandishing a hefty blade. In response, I swiftly drew my thunder gun to parry the attack. The weapon enlarged, yet the force still forced me back 2 steps. The demon, surprised by my resilience, unleashed a wave of blade energy. I quickly retrieved a lightning talisman from my bag and launched it at the oncoming attack. The collision produced arcs of electricity, and upon contact with the demon's skin, it emitted a low groan. Is a mouse demon with 2 centuries of cultivation truly so weak? I pondered. The demon pressed its assault, swinging the blade while attempting to ensnare me with its tail. Unyielding, I swiftly executed a spell and chanted an incantation. By command, instantly, the thunder gun soared toward the mouse demon, while I continued to weave my spell. Heaven and earth, the profound origin, cultivate through myriad epochs. Golden light. Swiftly manifest, shield the true practitioner. I beseech the supreme old lord, swift as the law commands. In an instant, golden light enveloped my entire being. I then formed the mountain-toppling seal and directed it at the mouse demon. The thunder gun struck the blade, unleashing a surge of electricity that coursed through the demon. It was immediately paralyzed, and as my mountain-toppling seal connected, the demon was propelled against the courtyard wall, causing a collapse at the point of impact. The mouse demon attempted to cleave through the spell array with its blade, but the array remained unyielding. Fearing the demon might self-destruct and take someone down with it, I swiftly retrieved a spirit-dispersing needle from my bag and hurled it at the demon. Struck by the needle, the demon collapsed onto the ground, lamenting. I never expected to fall to a mere child. Such is fate. I accept my demise, to kill or to maim. Do as you wish. Who said I intend to kill you? I merely wish to pose a few questions, and if you answer truthfully, I shall let you go. Go ahead. I am in no position to fear you now. At worst, I shall die, the mouse demon replied weakly. Why are you so furious about your mouse offspring's demise? Because he was the most gifted of my 4th-generation descendants. I intended to groom him as my successor, yet this group of humans has caused his death. To have him perish is one thing, but to leave his body unaccounted for is a bitter pill to swallow, the demon expressed, its claws striking the ground in frustration. And what of this one? I inquired, retrieving the injured mouse from my bag. Why did Mousekin fail to report to me? Apparently, you captured him. He is a 3rd-generation member with some talent. Otherwise, I would not have stationed him here, the demon explained. No wonder he comprehends human speech. I called the family down, declaring, the matter is in your hands now. I raised my voice. Everyone, come down. There is no danger. Shortly, my grandfather and the family appeared before me and the mouse demon. I recounted the events to my grandfather, who nodded in understanding. The family gasped upon seeing a mouse weighing nearly 200 pounds, with Li Kanjie trembling in fright behind Li Guofu. You foul rodent. Is it truly necessary to place our entire family in peril over the death of a single mouse offspring? Lei Jing exclaimed indignantly. While it was indeed wrong to kill your grandson, your response is excessive, Li Guofu stammered. The mouse demon, suddenly shrinking back, appeared taken aback. Seeing as you have not harmed anyone, allow me to mediate, my grandfather offered calmly. While the death of your grandson is their fault, they are ordinary people, and a direct killing would be considered normal. I present you with 2 solutions. First, I can spare your life, but should you seek revenge, I shall annihilate your entire clan next time. Second, they shall honor you for a century, allowing you to absorb their offerings. But you must protect them in times of danger. After contemplating, the mouse demon sighed. Very well, let my grandson's death be. I can still continue to live. I accept the second condition. What say you, Li Guofu? That sounds acceptable, Master Lin. As long as the crisis is averted, any terms can be negotiated, Li Guofu replied, his demeanor shifting to one of relief. What is your name, Mouse Demon? I am called Shu Cooling. Li Guofu. Arrange for a statue of Shu Cooling to be crafted for their offerings. Understood, Master Lin. I will make the arrangements and ensure it is delivered by tomorrow. I flicked the little mouse in my hand and asked, may this little one accompany me? I wish for it to join my side. Of course, young sir. I am sure Mousekin would be delighted, the demon replied. Thus, Mousekin inexplicably became my second subordinate, marking the beginning of my rise as the evil lord, while also laying the foundation for Mousekin's future ascension as the Mouse King. Chapter 5. A new business venture after concluding the matter. Li Guofu approached us and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much, Master Lin and young brother Lin. Without your assistance, my family would surely have faced tragic misfortune. He then handed over a bank card along with a black and gold card, stating, this bank card contains 1 million yuan, and this black card is the highest tier card for all my enterprises. With this black card, all expenses at my establishments are complimentary, and it entitles you to the most esteemed treatment. I hope Master Lin will graciously accept it. Upon hearing that the card contained 1 million, I felt a sudden tightening in my chest. I realized why my grandfather had mentioned that such things could generate wealth swiftly. It was not merely swift. It was akin to legalized robbery. The only distinction was that this was not against the law. My grandfather took the 1 million bank card, but declined the black card. I shall only accept the remuneration, the additional gifts, Mr. Li. You may keep. He replied nonchalantly. But this is also part of the compensation, Master Lin. I initially only sought your help to expel that rat demon, yet you have bestowed upon me such great fortune. How could I let you go unrewarded? Li Guofu insisted fervently. Indeed, Master, you should accept it. This is a token of our appreciation, Lei Jing added in support. After a moment of polite refusal, my grandfather acquiesced, stating, very well, I shall not be impolite then, Mr. Li and Mrs. Li. His expression remained calm as he accepted the card. I was aware that the old man had certainly outsmarted them. He was quite cunning. Such words, meeting you both at the last moment has truly saved our family. Li Guofu remarked with emotion. It is indeed remarkable that a young man like you, Master Lin, possesses such capabilities. He turned to me with admiration. All thanks to my grandfather's teachings, I responded obediently. My grandfather nodded. It is true that my guidance played a role, but you, Tingyi, have also worked diligently. We were clearly engaging in mutual praise. Well, it is getting late. You should rest early. My grandson and I must return home, my grandfather concluded. I will see you off, Master, Li Guofu offered eagerly. No need for that. You should stay home with your wife and children. You have just resolved a considerable problem and need time to recover, my grandfather replied. Understood, Master. Please be safe on your journey. Li Guofu said as we exited the villa and made our way home. I inquired, why do you not seem particularly pleased, grandfather? Was my resolution not swift enough? On the contrary, you resolved it too swiftly, he replied. Why is that? I asked, puzzled. Because you resolved it so quickly that I found it difficult to increase my offer, he answered, leaving me speechless. Considering how much money we earn today, you should at least share some with me, I grumbled, knowing my grandfather was usually quite frugal. He would rarely give me money, and when he did, it was merely a few yuan for a snack. To my surprise, I saw him pull out a stack of red bills. I thought perhaps he was finally being generous and I could enjoy a lavish meal. However, as he counted, he handed me a single purple bill. Here you go. 5 yuan? I just earned 1 million, and you give me 5. I exclaimed in frustration. Do you want it, or not? If not, I shall take it back. He said playfully. Give it here. I snatched it from him, realizing that something was better than nothing. The old man was quite the miser, and I felt a pang of bitterness. Why the long face after receiving money? My grandfather asked with feigned ignorance. I don't feel like talking to you. I sulked silently. After a short while, we hailed a taxi home. I took out the rat demon's remains to bandage it. The injury was not severe and should heal in a few days. At 6 in the morning, I concluded my meditation. Shortly after, I heard my grandfather calling me to wash up and prepare to set up a stall on Homing Street. Can't we take a few days off? We just earned 1 million yesterday, I complained. Hey, you little rascal, do you think 1 million is a lot? Wait until you go out and need to purchase items for your practice. Then you'll understand, he chided. The morning on Homing Street was quiet, with only a few scattered individuals buying breakfast. Around 10 o'clock, a group of men in black suddenly approached our stall. One among them, dressed in a striking red suit with dyed red hair, spoke up. Are you Master Lin and young brother Lin? And you are? My grandfather stood up to respond. We were sent by Mr. Li. Due to some extraordinary occurrences, it is not appropriate to discuss here. Let's talk in the car, the red-haired man replied. After packing up our stall, my grandfather and I followed them to a vehicle. Once inside, the red-haired man introduced himself. I am Wang Duofan, and I represent my boss who has invited you here. He continued, about 20 days ago, while workers were busy at a construction site, a heavy thud was heard. Upon investigating the source, they were met with a horrifying sight. A man, torn to pieces, lay scattered on the ground. This shocking scene left them paralyzed with fear. But eventually, someone called the police. The deceased was identified as Duan Xian. The police conducted a thorough investigation into his relationships and lifestyle, uncovering nothing unusual. They discovered he had two close co-workers who frequently dined together after work. Upon investigation, both provided solid alibis for the time of the incident. One was named Xiao Jane. The other Huang Typhoon. Xiao was busy bricklaying in another building while Huang was doing plastering. Before long, the police concluded it was an accidental fall. However, strange events began to plague the construction site last week. Workers reported seeing the deceased Duan Xian reappear at night, clad in work attire, carrying cement as if he were working. Security personnel felt an inexplicable chill on their backs, only to turn and see nothing but shadows, prompting them to flee without collecting their wages. Such occurrences became frequent, severely impacting the progress of the project. Thus, when Mr. Li introduced Master Lin to us, we were eager to invite you to investigate. My grandfather listened attentively and then stated, "We need to visit the scene to investigate. We cannot speculate on the cause without proper examination." "Of course, Master Lin," Wang Duofan replied. Upon arriving at the site, I immediately sensed a heavy aura of negativity. My grandfather and I exchanged knowing glances, confirming our suspicions that something sinister lay beneath the surface, yet to be unearthed. The soil here was finely textured, neither too dry nor too wet, ideal for burial. It seemed there were still areas that required development but had not yet been completed. "Indeed, Master. We are preparing to build a villa district over there," Wang confirmed. "Pause the plans for now. Take me to that area to inspect," my grandfather instructed. Upon arriving at the half-constructed villa area with Wang Duofan, I immediately discerned the source of the encroaching yin energy. My grandfather concurred, suggesting we summon the proprietor, who was expected to return from provincial business by afternoon. We agreed to reconvene then. Wang Duofan dismissed the workers with pay. After a luncheon at a grand hotel, Wang Duofan received a call from his boss, summoning us back to the site. There, a man, presumably around 50 years old, of stout build and moderate height, paced anxiously. His countenance, akin to Boss Li's, suggested a sentimental and prosperous nature. Wang Duofan introduced me and my grandfather to his boss, Yang Xinxing, who greeted us warmly and ushered us into a well-appointed building. He dismissed Wang Duofan and inquired if I needed rest. My grandfather deferred to me. Despite his knowledge of the previous day's events, Yang Xinxing harbored doubts about my ability to resolve the matter, questioning if I was coerced into participating. I reassured him of my capabilities, broaching the topic of remuneration, suggesting a split due to my grandfather's frugality and requesting assistance with banking arrangements. Amused by my candor, Yang Xinxing acquiesced, albeit with lingering skepticism. I affirmed my confidence. He inquired about my timeline, to which I proposed an evening resolution, citing the nocturnal habits of malevolent entities. Yang Xinxing secured me a vantage point near the villa area, where I ascended to the rooftop to observe the yin energy. As twilight descended, the spectral energy intensified. A shadowy figure on the rooftop mused about the presence of a formidable adversary. I sensed an unsettling augmentation of the yin energy, suggesting a formidable entity. I dispatched Fong San to scout for multiple sources of yin energy. 20 minutes later, Fong San returned hastily, reporting 4 distinct emanations of yin energy from the corners of the property, each seemingly surpassing his level. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, I recalled Fong San. This venture posed a significantly greater challenge than the previous one. I located my grandfather, who was leisurely watching videos. I jested about his reluctance to lend me the bracelet. Despite his awareness of the situation, he relented, imparting a technique to amplify my abilities for battle. Eager to commence, I hastened back to the rooftop to strategize against the 4 entities. Dealing with 1 or 2 was manageable, with Fong San potentially holding off another. But the possibility of a puppeteer loomed. Suddenly, the estate was enveloped in yin energy, signaling an ominous development. The mastermind was orchestrating a formation against me. I immediately released Fong San, tasking him with identifying the weakest point in the perimeter. He pointed to the southern and western sides. We swiftly moved southward, encountering a mid-level ghost general. Fong San pinpointed the entity to a wooden sculpture. My enhanced senses allowed me to perceive objects at a distance, concealing our presence. We deployed Shukin to investigate the sculpture. The creature resisted, but I reminded him of his ancestors' pledge. Shukin approached the sculpture and bit it. A surge of yin energy erupted, targeting Shukin. I intercepted the energy with a fire spell, which obliterated the spectral projectile and struck the sculpture. The sculpture manifested into a humanoid form, completing its transformation within moments. Shukin retreated, shaken. I approached within 50 meters. The specter warned me against interference. I retorted, "Only by trying will we know." I hurled a lightning spear, grazing the entity's arm, causing partial disintegration. The specter shrieked and retaliated. I engaged in combat. P.S. Hierarchy of ghostly entities: wandering souls, minor ghosts, vengeful ghosts, ghost soldiers, ghost generals, ghost brigands, ghost kings, marshals, ghost immortals, judges, Yama kings, Xidigarba. Chapter 7. The fiery battle in the blink of an eye. A layer of black ghostly armor materialized upon the specter. When I thrust my lightning spear towards him again, he crossed his arms in defense. The ghostly armor rippled but showed no signs of dissipating. Quite the trickster, I thought, as I urged the spear. its three dragon-headed tips glowing, electric currents crackling around it. As I lunged at him, he conjured a knife of sinister energy and swung it towards me. I adeptly parried with my spear and delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending the specter flying over 10 meters. Before he could rise, I was beside him, my spear crackling with electricity aimed at his head. In an instant, I formed a hand sign and recited an incantation, lightning scatter, bind. The currents from the spear dispersed into the specter's forehead, palms, chest, and legs, and he struggled violently, but to no avail. Speak. What are you lurking here for? I commanded. You think you have the right to know? Do as you please, the specter replied defiantly, as if indifferent to his fate. I smirked wickedly. Oh, Brother San. Come forth. Coming, came a squeaky response. At that moment, the three of us surrounded the specter, grinning mischievously. Brother San, absorb his ghostly energy, starting from his head. Little Can, come here. I'll place a transformation talisman on your back, and you'll bite him starting from his hands. Soon. The wretched cries of the specter resonated like a delightful symphony, filling the air with an unsettling joy. After several minutes of torment, even his cries diminished significantly. I'll talk. Please, let them stop. He pleaded, appearing utterly drained of strength and resolve. His form was now but a shadow of its former self. Still pretending in front of me? Speak. I demanded. I'm Ghost 4. My master commanded me to guard this location as a focal point. And what is your master's name? What about the other three specters? What are their strengths? And what is the purpose of this formation? I pressed on. He told me to call him Lord Ren, but I do not know his full name. The other three are Ghost Big, Ghost 2, and Ghost 3. Ghost Big's strength is unclear to me, but he seems to be at a high level of Ghost General, while Ghost 2 is at about 8/10 of that level. Ghost 3 is slightly stronger than I am. The formation's name was not disclosed to me. Lord Ren merely instructed me to guard diligently, claiming that I would gain an influx of ghostly energy here to enhance my cultivation. So, it's a gathering formation meant to turn this place into a dead zone, allowing the district to collapse. I mused. How long have you been with this Lord Ren? Would you be interested in joining me? Ghost 4 hesitated before responding. I have been with Lord Rune for over 5 years. My cultivation has rapidly advanced during this time, and I am now at 5/10 of Ghost General. Could you help me enhance my cultivation? Is it possible that you were once at 5/10 of Ghost General? Do you remember anything from before? Suddenly, Ghost 4 trembled violently. As if on the verge of losing his soul, I swiftly retrieved a ghost drawing talisman from my bag and absorbed Ghost 4 into it. It appeared that Lord Ren had stripped him of his memories, and his previous cultivation had likely been devoured by the so-called Ghost Big and Ghost 2. I didn't take Ghost 3 because their strengths were comparable, rendering it unnecessary. Fongson nodded slightly. I sensed some loosening in the realm I absorbed. What a robust constitution. It became evident that being drained of cultivation and then recultivated for 5 years rendered him weaker than before. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Mousekin was chattering beside me. When I glanced over, I noticed that Mousekin's teeth had regrown, appearing as if enchanted, a striking black and white pattern. Happy now? I told you that following me would not lead to your downfall. Aren't your new teeth much better than the old ones? Mousekin squeaked enthusiastically, clearly overjoyed. No time for chatter. Let us head to Ghost 3. I returned Mousekin to my bag and instructed Fong San to lead the way. Upon arriving at Ghost 3's location, I discovered that both Ghost 3 and Ghost 4 bore similar forms, resembling wooden sculptures rooted in place. Without further ado, I gathered my strength and unleashed a powerful strike, causing the wooden figure to shatter into pieces. As Ghost 3 materialized, her ghostly energy was unstable. I would not grant her the opportunity. In the blink of an eye, the binding talisman surged towards her. Ghost 3 attempted to evade, but Fongson executed a technique from behind, piercing through her chest. The binding talisman landed firmly atop her head, and I unleashed the ghost drawing talisman to absorb her. You little brat, stop. Before he could finish his sentence, a surge of ghostly energy struck me. I swiftly dodged aside as the energy exploded, creating a 1-meter-wide crater. Hey, young man, resorting to sneak attacks? How uncouth of you. I retorted mockingly. You dare call me a little brat? Return my 2 ghosts and kneel to apologize. And I shall pretend this never happened, he fumed. This individual, with a somewhat unimpressive appearance, stood about 170 centimeters tall, neither fat nor thin. They're in my possession. Come and take them, I taunted, while gauging his cultivation level, which seemed to be around 2/10 of Taoist. Compared to my own cultivation, he was significantly inferior, though the 2 specters beside him were formidable. Considering my 7/10 of Taoist cultivation, I was confident. Ghost Big likely had just entered the realm of Ghost Thief, while Ghost 2 appeared to be at 9/10 of Ghost General. Upon reaching the realm of transformation, one's essence returns to its primal state, allowing for the sensation of unique capabilities within flora and fauna, such as learning the process of photosynthesis. Practitioners who reach this state after absorbing sunlight experience profound advancements. The higher the realm, the deeper the comprehension. Tales of the hidden essence realm suggest that one can perceive the essence of all things in nature. Even a droplet of water or a gust of wind could inspire entirely new and powerful techniques. However, it has been ages since anyone reached such heights. As I concluded my thoughts, the 2 specters and the man charged towards me. In an instant, they formed a triangular formation, as if enacting a deadly array. At that moment, the distance between us was merely a mere 10 feet. They commenced a frenzied assault, their combined attack frequency leaving afterimages in the wake of my spear. Having endured countless battles, their coordination was impeccable, leaving me overwhelmed. Thus, I activated the Qi bracelet, instantly elevating my cultivation to the realm of true person. Multi seal. Secure, I declared, releasing Fong San to distract Lord Rin. Once they were immobilized for 3 breaths, I seized the moment to thrust my spear into Ghost 2's chest, propelling him over 10 meters away. Just as I completed this, they charged at me once more. However, Fong San held off Lord Rin while I faced Ghost Big. Vast Ghost Invasion. Lord Rin unleashed his technique, summoning a horde of wandering souls toward Fong San. Is that all you can do? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Ghost Mouth, devour. Fong San found himself overwhelmed, realizing that the more he consumed, the more spirits emerged. Where are all these ghosts coming from? He wondered. Simultaneously, my battle with Ghost Big and Ghost 2 unfolded with equal intensity. Ghost Big wielded a rusty metal sword, while Ghost 2 brandished a family heirloom ghostly hand, swinging it with ferocity. Why do they seem to grow stronger as we fight? This makes no sense, I exclaimed. 5 elements fire technique. Go. A massive conflagration surged towards Ghost Big. P.S. Cultivation realms. Entering Qi, practitioner, mage, Taoist, true person, true Qi, purple Qi, golden Qi, hidden Qi. Chapter 8. Ghost Gate technique. A fireball propelled the ghoul Dai several meters away. I needed to create an opening, and that opening was the ghoul air. While Dai was still recovering, I unleashed a spear technique, Thunder Strike. A small ball of lightning coalesced on the spearhead and launched toward air. Air crossed his arms to block, but to no avail. The lightning sphere pierced his hands and chest, leaving him slumped against the wall. Silver lightning tendrils spread across his body, rendering him seemingly incapacitated. I then released Rat Ginseng to feast upon him. The creature darted toward air as if a glutton were presented with a banquet after days of starvation. Dai, witnessing air's swift incapacitation, grew wary but continued his advance. Thrusting the rusted iron sword toward me, I parried with the Thunder Flash spear. How about we chat while we fight? Interested in joining me? I'll treat you to the finest delicacies. Enough prattle. Dai's grip on the sword tightened, as if avenging his brethren. Evading and weaving, I continued my verbal barrage. Don't be so agitated. Is that so-called Lord Rin your father? No need to defend him so fiercely. What's so great about that old codger? Silence your foul mouth. You are unworthy to speak of him. Dai's eyes turned blood red in fury. Dai's attack forced me back. Ghoul Blade. Sever. Several streams of ghostly energy hurtled toward me. Lin family ancestral technique. Qi reversal. I plunged the Thunder Flash spear into the ground, reversing the flow of Qi throughout my body, my face flushed crimson. The incoming ghostly energy struck me, eliciting a grunt. Qi Blade. Return. The dark ghoul blades transformed into pale white energy blades and struck Dai. Dai attempted to block with the sword, but it was futile. With a clang, the ghostly iron sword shattered, and Dai's upper body was vertically cleaved, leaving only one eye on his head. Dai emitted a mournful wail as he was cut down, echoing through the surroundings. Lord Rin, hearing Dai's cry and witnessing the grievous injuries of both ghouls, could no longer contain his emotions. His face contorted with bulging veins, and his eyes turned bloodshot as he erupted in impotent rage. Beasts, stop! He lunged forward, but Fong San intercepted him. Fong San was also wounded, with ghostly energy leaking from him, but Rin was in no better condition. Rin's cultivation was not particularly high, likely due to his exclusive focus on raising ghouls, allowing Fong San to hold his own. Meanwhile, I was not idle. I used Thunder Dispersion to restrain the incapacitated air and teleported to assist Fong San. Can you hold on, Brother San? If so, let's finish this quickly. I can manage, little Lin. 5 elements earth technique. Numerous tiny particles of soil levitated into the air, gathering momentum. Go. Explode. The clods of earth detonated a meter away from Rin, showering him in dirt and obscuring his vision. Before Rin could react, I delivered a flying kick, sending him hurtling several meters away. Rin landed with a mouthful of blood, seemingly unable to retaliate. Thunder Dispersion bind. I restrained him to prevent any further tricks. Now, can we talk? I asked weakly, realizing that Qi reversal should be used sparingly. I concede defeat. I never imagined that after decades of seclusion, I would be bested by a greenhorn like you. Rin's face was filled with despair. You are strong, but my thunder techniques are your ghoul's bane. Your defeat is not unjust. I asked, who sent you? And what is your name? Those in my profession value integrity. You think I'll just tell you? My ghouls are ruined, and I can no longer pursue this trade. I won't speak. Oh, really? I smirked. Little Ginseng. Come here and let him experience your power. Rat Ginseng began to bite him, eliciting agonizing screams. After 5 minutes of torment, Rin begged for it to stop. But I continued for another 10 minutes before finally calling Rat Ginseng off. See? That wasn't so hard. Why did you resist? You little brat, you're cunning beyond your years. Rin said weakly. I was hired by Wang Jianguang. He's jealous of Yang Xinghong's successful investment in this land and wants to ruin it so that no one can compete with him as the real estate tycoon of Qing City. Did you kill the worker who died a few days ago? No, I didn't kill anyone. I merely used a little magic to let him get some fresh air so that I could better arrange the gathering array. All right, since you didn't kill anyone, I don't want to commit unnecessary violence. Return my ghouls. I raised them with great effort. You really are like a father to them. No wonder Dai got angry when I badmouthed you. I thought. So, how did that worker die? I need to investigate further, but that's not my concern. What's your name? Your ghost raising techniques are impressive. Who is your master? I asked, intrigued. My name is Chen Fan. My master taught me the ghost raising techniques, but he has already passed away. Chen Fan looked sorrowful. What was your master's name? I asked curiously. His surname was Run, but I won't reveal his given name. I understood. No wonder the ghouls called him Lord Rin. My name is Lin Tingyi. I introduced myself. How did you subdue and nurture these ghouls so well? Those are personal matters. Forgive me for not elaborating. Then, how much did Wang Jianguang pay you? 5 million. What? I was shocked. Is that a lot? My master charged much more when he was alive. What was your master's cultivation level? Surely these ghouls weren't left to you by your master. My master was at the Purple Zenith realm. No, I captured these myself. My master's ghouls have returned to the underworld and have been assigned positions. They must be well connected. I need to foster a good relationship. I decided to give him a red talisman. Chen Fan was astonished when he saw the red talisman. This. Did your sect give this to you? No, I made it myself. I can only make red talismans for now. Just make do with this. My master could only make dark red talismans. You can make red talismans at such a young age. A true prodigy. Chen Fan gave me a thumbs up. It's different. Your master cultivated ghost techniques, so his mastery of talismans wouldn't be as advanced. But your master's cultivation was high. I said, how about it? Interested in joining me in the future? I asked cheekily. Chen Fan and Appos, eyes darted around. I and Appos, LL consider it. I and Appos, LL await your reply. I only have a QQ number. You can add me. I had him write it down in his phone's memo. P.S. Talisman levels are yellow talisman, blue talisman, red talisman, black talisman, purple talisman, gold talisman. Chapter 9. Scheming. Having discerned the reasons behind the events, I decided it was time to return. I waved my hand as I turned back. Master, you were right. The world is not devoid of talent, and diligent cultivation is of utmost importance. Chen Fan mumbled to himself. Boss Wang, I am returning the entirety of the remuneration you provided. Please seek assistance from someone else. Additionally, refrain from contacting me in the future. Don't, Master Chen. We can discuss this. Before Wang Jingguang could finish his sentence, Chen Fan hung up the phone. That scoundrel. I spent so much money hiring you. And you failed to accomplish the task, tarnishing my master's good name. Wang Jingguang kicked a vase standing in the corner, shattering it. I need to resort to some unconventional methods, he muttered as he dialed a mysterious phone number. Are you available? Your reward will not be lacking. Wang Jingguang said with a slight smirk. Upon returning to where my grandfather was resting, he observed my fatigue and remarked, did you use the qi machine to reverse it? You look so weak. How did the situation resolve? It was perfectly resolved. The commotion was caused by someone practicing ghostly arts. But he was not the one who committed the murder. It was Wang Jingguang, who was involved in real estate, that hired him. Let me rest for a moment. I am utterly exhausted after confronting 4 ghosts in one night, and my qi has been completely depleted. I slumped in the chair beside my grandfather, adopting a relaxed posture. Why didn't you use the Qi Xiong bracelet to recover? Then why didn't you teach me how to use it? You only taught me the methods to enhance my cultivation. I replied, utterly speechless. My grandfather scratched his head and chuckled. Oh, I forgot. It's not too late to teach you now. Before long, the bracelet gradually expanded, settling above my head at a height of 10 centimeters and emanating a soft green light. The green radiance circulated from my head down to my legs. And I felt an immense sense of comfort as the ghostly energy in my chest gradually dissipated. I felt particularly rejuvenated. This thing is so useful. Why didn't you teach me earlier, grandfather? It would be so pleasant to use this after practicing my techniques instead of having to soak in medicinal baths. I complained while indulging in the sensation. Humph. You little rascal, what do you know? At your young age, you should be soaking in medicinal baths to strengthen your veins and bones. It is greatly beneficial for your health. The Qi Xiong bracelet only serves the purpose of recovery. It has no other functions. Did you not notice how much more agile your techniques became after every medicinal bath? That seems true. Hiki. Let us give it to Sangu as well. Sangu, come out. After I spoke, Fong San emerged from the ring. What is it, young Master Lin? Go. The bracelet flew above Fong San's head, emitting a faint black mist. What is this? It feels so good. I can feel my previous injuries gradually healing. This is for your recovery. You've worked hard, Sangu, I said. Young Master Lin, we share the best bond. Fong San replied joyfully. Ha ha ha, indeed, Sangu. I responded with a grin. Grandfather, I am quite hungry now. I wish to have some barbecue. Go. You and Appos, VE worked hard today. Let, and Appos, let's indulge in something delicious. But first, we should inform Boss Yang. With that, my grandfather called Yang Xinxing, asking him to come over. We need to have Boss Yang check on that worker's matter. If it cannot be resolved, we may have to summon the souls ourselves. You're right. You learn quickly, young man. From now on, you can handle the stall by yourself. I will return home for a while and be back before you start school. What about the money? You must leave me some, otherwise I will starve, I exclaimed, nearly tumbling from my chair. And buy me a phone and get a card. Otherwise, how will I contact you? Calm down. I will take you shopping tomorrow. Just then, Yang Xingxing arrived in front of us. Master Lin, young Master Lin, thank you. If this place fails, I will have wasted a significant portion of my life. I have invested nearly all my wealth here. Rest assured, we will handle things for you. If any further issues arise, feel free to reach out to us. My grandfather replied. We will return tomorrow at noon to set up a wealth-attracting formation. However, remember that results depend on effort. Do not rely solely on the formation to achieve wealth. It serves more as an auxiliary function. Understood, Master Lin. Are you heading back now? Allow me to escort you. My grandson is hungry. I will accompany him to eat something first. Oh dear, I forgot to bring your grandson when we were eating, Yang Xingxing exclaimed, slapping his forehead. What? Grandfather, you forgot to call me for dinner? I questioned him. Kiki, that was to prevent you from getting distracted. Enough talk, let's head for barbecue right away. My grandfather urged me while giving Yang Xingxing a knowing glance. Yang Xingxing understood my grandfather's intent and promptly arranged for a vehicle to take us to a barbecue stall. Upon arrival, I ordered several hundred yuan worth of barbecue. Individuals engaged in cultivation often have hearty appetites. And I needed to ensure that the mouse spirit also received its share. Before long, the barbecue began to arrive at the table. I feasted, while the mouse spirit dined beneath the table. Since we were outdoors, the lighting was dim, making it difficult to see the large mouse below. Not long after, I wiped my mouth and stretched my arms, letting out a satisfied burp, only to notice the mouse spirit below, its belly round and full. Let us head home, grandfather. I am stuffed. I patted my belly, rose, and tucked the mouse spirit into my bag. Yang Xingxing settled the bill and addressed us. Let us go, Master Lin. Young Master Lin. Just call me Tingy. That sounds a bit odd. All right. Thank you, Boss Yang. Master Lin, you are being too polite. On the way back, Yang Xingxing began chatting with us. Wang Jingguang is not a good person. He controls a significant portion of the city's entertainment venues and engages in underground activities, so it's best for you to avoid any contact with him. Does he have a criminal record? My grandfather inquired. Quite a few, actually. According to my informants, he has forcibly taken the wives of employees no less than 5 times and has a long history of withholding wages. It's not uncommon for him to force people into underground boxing matches, Yang Xingxing replied, shaking his head. Is there no one to apprehend him? How can he continue to evade capture? I questioned, perplexed. It's not that easy to catch him. His cousin is the top official in the city, making him untouchable. Yang Xingxing lamented. This is troublesome. There is no telling if more formidable opponents will come to pressure you in the future, Boss Yang, my grandfather responded. If we can gather evidence of their criminal activities, could we not bring them down? I felt a surge of excitement at the thought of such fun possibilities. Indeed. If this can be accomplished, it would be a great act of virtue for the entire Qing city, my grandfather concurred. Tingy, it seems you have a plan to tackle this, don't you? You must have a lead, my grandfather added, though I humbly replied, I cannot be certain of success. You little rascal, can you manage this alone? If not, I want to return home, my grandfather expressed his concern. After all, it's not as if I am the one committing theft. You need not worry. Just entrust the bracelet and appos as techniques to me, and it will not be a significant issue. Very well. You are indeed my grandson, inheriting my spirit, my grandfather chuckled heartily. Is this truly happening? It sounds rather thrilling, Yang Xingxing remarked, feeling a shiver run down his spine. See? Perhaps we will become the great heroes who saved Qing City. Chapter 10. The nouveau riche. As we approached the entrance of the community, I said, all right, Tingy, let's get out. Master Lin, see you tomorrow, Tingy. My grandfather gestured for Yang Xingxing to head home. Are you truly confident? Do not plunge yourself into the jaws of danger, my grandfather expressed his concern. Rest assured, Grandpa. I am steady, I reassured him. Here is the deal. I will impart all the techniques for the Qixing bracelet to you, along with the ancestral feng shui compass and 5 flags for your protection. Grandpa, you are so kind to me. Could you spare a bit more money? I grinned at him. Sure. I can leave you 500 yuan. That should suffice. Let us settle on that. What? That is hardly enough. I need to survive for another 2 months. I felt utterly deflated. At that moment, I felt as though I could win an Oscar for my performance. Earlier, while enjoying barbecue, Yang Xingxing had discreetly slipped a card to me. My grandfather was distracted, teasing the mouse, so he surely didn't notice our little exchange. Yet, I was left wondering how much was on that card. Earn it yourself. That will suffice, my grandfather said, before I could utter another word. He pulled me home to teach me the techniques. By dawn, I had memorized all the methods for these artifacts. Remember, don't forget to assist Boss Yang with the array tomorrow. Got it. I'm a bit tired today. I'll head to my room for a while. When I awoke, the sun was high, and my grandfather had already left. My phone lay quietly on the table beside 500 yuan in cash. There was still some time before noon. I quickly freshened up and went downstairs for breakfast. While munching on steamed buns, I found myself pondering the cause of that worker's death. Although it was an unnatural demise, surely he wouldn't linger at the sight of his passing. There must be some hidden truth behind it. Well, I do wait for Yang Xinxing's intel, after all. He must have his ways after so many years in Qing City. First, I should check how much Boss Yang had allocated for me. Having attended a semester of classes here, I could locate the bank without difficulty. I approached the ATM, inserted the card, and was astounded to find 100,000 yuan. The shock to a 15-year-old boy, who usually had only 20 yuan to his name, was monumental. Haha, I've struck it rich. The bank staff noticed a small child jumping with joy in front of the ATM and approached me. Is there anything I can assist you with, young lad? You seem quite excited. Hee hee, sorry to bother you, but I'm all good. I'll be on my way. My elation was impossible to suppress as I quietly removed my card and headed home. Is he really all right? The staff murmured as they watched my departing figure. Once home, I shut the door and rolled around the living room in sheer delight, tumbling left and right repeatedly before finally calming down. Glancing at the clock on the wall, which neared 11 o'clock, I realized it was time to go to Boss Yang's. Upon reaching the street, I hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take me to Guangxing Mansion. Young man, that place is not advisable at the moment. I've heard it's quite sinister these days, the driver advised earnestly. What has happened there, driver? I feigned ignorance. It's normal for children not to know. We taxi drivers are well informed. That place, it's haunted, he whispered the last words, lowering his voice. Oh, come on, uncle. There's no such thing as ghosts nowadays, it's all superstition. My uncle works there and has never mentioned anything like that. Well, I can't discuss it with you youngsters, but just be careful. As the driver spoke, I noticed a faint trace of blood energy around his eyes, suggesting he might be in some danger today. Feeling sympathetic, I slipped one of my grandfather's protective talismans into his coat pocket when he was tea-looking. Before long, I stood before Guangxing Mansion, walking towards the place where Yang Xinxing had been working yesterday. Upon entering, I found him sifting through documents. I raised my hand in greeting. Uncle Yang, I'm here. Ah, Tingy, you're here. Haven't tea eaten yet. Let us grab a bite first. Not yet, uncle. Let us set up the dispelling array first, I insisted, gesturing for him to follow. The weather was splendid, perfect for arranging the array. Little mouse, come out. Squeak, squeak. It seemed to say, feel free to command me. Do you remember where we battled Ghost 4 yesterday, the spot marked by lightning stars? You can plant the flags there. Right? Squeak, squeak. The little mouse chirped excitedly, as if assuring me it would accomplish the task. All right, then this daunting task is entrusted to you, my little friend. The mouse wiggled its head, seemingly puzzled by the term little friend, yet it still scampered off with the flag. Can this mouse really understand you? How clever. Yang Xinxing exclaimed, incredulous. Of course, it's my spirit companion. Impressive. Yang Xinxing wiped his forehead. I won't chat any longer, uncle. I've got work to do. In a flash, I disappeared from sight. Yang Xinxing marveled at the heroism of youth. Before long, the little mouse and I had positioned all the flags in the array. Array established. The residual energy in the area gradually dissipated. By evening, we should be finished. After completing the setup, I returned to Yang Xinxing. Uncle Yang, how is the investigation into the worker's incident going? I employed some special methods and discovered that the worker's death led to your involvement. It turns out one of the two co-workers envied the deceased, who had a better life, and secretly sought out dark means. He procured a ghostly talisman and had Huang Taifeng folded into a hexagram, which he then placed in the deceased's pocket. When the ghostly talisman heated up in the evening, the deceased discovered it and took it out, revealing a terrifying ghostly visage. The deceased was so frightened that he fell from the scaffolding. How tragic. He only sought to live better and ended up dead. Indeed, Tingy. You must be cautious in the future, lest you fall victim to ill-intentioned individuals. Don't worry, if anyone dares to harm me. My grandfather let them off easily. Uncle, how did you uncover the truth so swiftly? A secret. I have my methods, Yang Xinxing replied with a light chuckle. If you're not willing to share, that's fine. I'm off to grab some fast food. Are you coming? Let us go. My stomach is growling, he replied. And as we spoke, he led me to the car. On the way, I asked, Uncle Yang, do you mind if I eat what I bought? Why would I? I'm young too. He laughed. All right, today it's my treat, I exclaimed, embodying the spirit of a nouveau riche. Chapter 11. Squandering my fortune? Absolutely not. You've been a tremendous help. It's my treat, Yang Xinxing insisted, a look of refusal etched on his face. I've already said it's on me, Uncle Yang, I countered. And after some persuasion, Yang Xinxing finally relented. The car glided along the thoroughfare, soon arriving at the venerable establishment. I alighted first, while Yang Xinxing sought a parking space. Presently, Yang Xinxing joined me. Let's go, Uncle Yang. At the counter, the menu unveiled a plethora of set meals. However, today I would eschew such frugality, opting for individual items to flaunt my newfound affluence. 6 burgers, a cola, fries, and 2 chicken fillets, I declared. Young man, the set meals offer discounts, the clerk inquired. A hint of perplexity in their tone. Are you certain you wouldn't prefer one? No, thank you. I shall order as I please, I retorted, my nose practically reaching the ceiling. Yang Xinxing, in contrast, ordered a modest set meal, undoubtedly sufficient for one. We proceeded to an unoccupied table and awaited our repast. Uncle Yang, I began, I must express my gratitude for entrusting me with your card yesterday. with only a few hundred yuan from my grandfather. I wouldn't have dared to spend so lavishly. A trifle, he dismissed. You resolved a significant matter for me. It's the least I could do. But how is it that you possess such extraordinary abilities at such a tender age? In Qing City, one would be hard-pressed to find a master of comparable skill, let alone someone of your years. Initially, I believed Guofu was jesting when he claimed a mere youth of 15 or 16 could vanquish a rat spirit weighing several hundred pounds. But alas, you truly possess such prowess. I heard the harrowing cries last night, a relentless cacophony. Fearing you might be overwhelmed, I sought out your grandfather. But Master Lin assured me you were capable and urged me to have faith. Despite Master Lin's assurances, I remained apprehensive. However, upon your return, I sensed that both you and Master Lin were individuals of considerable depth. Master Lin, in particular, exuded an air of serene composure, as though he had no concern for your well-being. Yang Xingxing paused, sighing. My grandfather is invariably like that, a creature of habit, as though everything is within his grasp. I replied. As we conversed, our comestibles arrived in their entirety. I furtively secreted a burger into my satchel. Soon, a veritable whirlwind of consumption ensued, leaving only wrappers and remnants upon the table. Ah, satiety, I exclaimed, patting my distended abdomen. Youth is indeed a blessing. With such a robust appetite, Yang Xingxing lamented. I, in my senescence, merely seek sustenance. Alas, Uncle Yang, you are deprived, I asserted. One should indulge in delectable cuisine throughout life, lest one's sojourn on this earth be in vain. Alas, one cannot defy the ravages of time, he sighed. But I find it curious that your grandfather differs so greatly from myself. He even indulges in surreptitious spicy snacks behind my back. Indeed, I exclaimed, hence my bewilderment. Perhaps Master Lin possesses a youthful spirit, and thus remains youthful in vigor, Yang Xingxing mused, a look of astonishment on his countenance. Having settled the bill, I bid Yang Xingxing farewell, assuring him that I could manage on my own, freeing him to attend to his affairs. As I ambled along, I mused. A mere few hundred yuan spent, with 100,000 remaining in the account. How shall I disperse it? Should I resume my street vending endeavors? A conundrum of considerable magnitude. Regardless, let us first expend some funds, I resolved. My grandfather's antiquated mobile device is woefully inadequate. I shall acquire a smartphone for my personal amusement. Thus, I meandered along, finally arriving at Digital Street. The plethora of establishments purveying electronic wares proved overwhelming. My middle school classmates aver that one cannot err with the holy trinity of mobile devices, I mused. But which brands comprise this triumvirate? I snapped my fingers. Ah, yes, Huawei, Apple, and Samsung. Thus, I directed my steps toward the Huawei flagship store directly ahead. Upon entering, my gaze immediately alighted upon the most opulent Porsche co-branded model, eliciting stars in my eyes. Magnificent. The remaining devices paled in comparison. A clerk, noting my intense interest in the aforementioned device, approached me. Young man, are you merely here to sample the device? Nay, I intend to purchase it, I declared, pointing to the Mate 20 Porsche on display. The clerk's lips curled into a subtle smile. Young man, you jest. It costs over 10,000 yuan, an amount beyond the reach of many adults. Perhaps you should return when you have earned the necessary funds. Sir, you are mistaken, I retorted. I possess the requisite funds. I brandished my bank card. Indeed? You haven't pilfered your family's card, have you? The clerk inquired, his skepticism palpable. Nay, I assure you, these are my own funds, I exclaimed, growing increasingly agitated. Does one's youth preclude the possession of wealth? Very well, the clerk conceded. However, be forewarned that we shall not accept returns initiated by your guardians. Agreed. I affirmed, patting my chest with assurance. They shall not seek a refund. Thus, I acquired my inaugural smartphone with a touch-sensitive display. The clerk retrieved a sizable box from the storeroom, instructing me to unseal and activate the device. I proceeded to dismantle the packaging, revealing the contents within, each item more captivating than the last. Astonishing. Having completed the necessary procedures, I exited the establishment. The experiences at the Apple and Samsung stores proved similar. A veritable cornucopia of inconvenience. Why must they be so solicitous? Would it not suffice to complete the transaction and allow me to depart? Their dilly-dallying has prolonged the day until nightfall. This excursion has cost me nearly 40,000 yuan, a sum that stings. I shall not spend so profligately in the future. En route home, I sensed that I was being followed. My decade-plus of training has not been in vain, I mused. Do they seek to rob me? Perhaps a diversion is in order. Thus, I embarked on a circuitous route, darting into a narrow alleyway within the urban village and concealing myself. 3 burly ruffians, realizing they had lost their quarry, gathered together. Where did he go? How could we have lost him? I know not, another replied. We were following him closely. Yet he vanished in the blink of an eye. As they spoke, the ambient temperature plummeted. Why has it grown so cold? One inquired. Do you feel it? Indeed. Another replied, shivering. What is transpiring? Return my life. Fong San materialized and vanished. What was that? One stammered, terror gripping his heart. A ghost? The spectral form of Fong San circled them, driving them to the brink of madness. The 3 spun in circles, shrieking in unison. I observed their antics with amusement. Having toyed with them for a time, I departed, leaving them to their frenzied gyrations. Presently, a street sweeper happened upon the scene. The elderly man, witnessing the three men spinning in circles and screaming about a ghost, burst into laughter. He retrieved his mobile device and recorded their antics for a full 10 minutes before using his broom to trip them. The three tumbled to the ground in succession. As they scrambled to their feet, continuing to shriek about ghosts, they were confronted by the elderly man. "What are you three doing?" he inquired. "There's a ghost, old man." "Flee," they cried, before fleeing in terror. "Young people today are so peculiar," the old man muttered. "Regardless, I shall share this with my family group for their amusement." Chapter 12. An unexpected encounter. At this moment, I have returned home, playing with 3 mobile phones. Who was the ingenious mind that invented such a marvelous device? A friend request pops up on my Huazzi phone and Oppo's SQQ. Lonely Wolf requests to add you. The name Chen Fan is quite unique. It befits a mature man. I give him a thumbs up. I accept the friend request and send a message. "Brother Chen, why did you add me only now?" After a few minutes, Chen Fan replies, "Don't mention it. I was using a keypad phone and couldn't find QQ at all, so I went to a mobile store to buy a smartphone and had the staff set it up for me. The features are so flashy that I can hardly comprehend them. It is evident that typing these words is quite laborious for him, which explains the delay in his response. Brother Chun, you can use voice input, I suggest, recording a short video and sending it to him. This time, the wait is even longer. It is not until over 10 minutes later that Chen Fan finally responds, "Tingyi. The signal here is rather poor. I'll call you tomorrow when I go to the city." "All right, let's touch base in a few days." We conclude our conversation rather abruptly. Glancing at my QQ, I see a plethora of spam messages, public accounts, and junk assistants. What purpose do they serve? My QQ account is still the one I secretly registered during middle school for my college entrance exam aspirations. Hence, Chen Fan is my sole friend. Noticing the time, I realize it is already 10 o'clock. A shower and some training are essential rituals of my daily routine. My grandfather often said that training is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, they inevitably regress. Although I am not particularly fond of training, recent battles have enamored me with the sweet taste of victory. It feels as if a son has finally earned his father's approval, a sensation that is ineffable and can only be understood intuitively. The night passes without incident. At 6 a.m., I awaken from my training, stretching lazily. Upon picking up my phone, a barrage of junk messages greets me. However, one news item catches my attention. A car accident has occurred in the Qing City Unit District. A large truck suffered brake failure and collided with a taxi. Fortunately, the experienced taxi driver managed to steer away just in time, narrowly avoiding another truck laden with cargo. Despite his efforts, he could not escape the impending collision, as a truck filled with mud subsequently crashed into the taxi. The nearly wrecked taxi lies across the road, while the majority of bystanders quietly mourn for those inside. A compassionate individual dials emergency services and the fire department. Shortly, the sound of sirens grows closer. When the firefighters manage to pry open the mangled door, they are astonished to find the taxi driver only mildly injured. The driver himself trembles in fear, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. He is swiftly taken to the hospital for treatment. Watching the news fills me with trepidation. Thankfully, I had discreetly given him a talisman for protection. Otherwise, a pillar of his family would have been lost. Collecting my thoughts, I prepare to embark on my training regimen. After freshening up, I set out with a 50-kilogram load to run 10 kilometers. My grandfather established the rule of at least 2 heavy runs a week, and I have gradually adapted to it. Half an hour later, drenched in sweat, I complete my task and stroll leisurely by the roadside. It seems I need to increase the intensity. At the beginning of my run, I was panting heavily, but now I only feel a slight soreness in my legs. Devoid of that parched throat feeling, I mutter to myself. Returning home to change clothes and gather my gear, I prepare to set up my stall. Arriving at Aunt Lee's bun shop in the neighborhood, I greet her. "Good morning, Aunt Lee. I'd like 4 buns and 2 eggs. "Sure thing, Xiaolin. You continue to have quite the appetite, unlike my foolish son, who is all skin and bones and refuses to eat more," Aunt Lee complains. Actually, Fan Mo isn't that thin. He's taller than me by half a head, standing at 185 centimeters and weighing nearly 200 pounds. "Your breakfast is ready. Here you go." I take the breakfast and hand over the money to Aunt Lee. "Why are you here alone today? Where's your grandfather?" "I don't know. Something must have come up at home, so he returned. I'm left here by myself." "Who has taken care of you? A child cannot manage on their own," Aunt Lee exclaims, concerned. "It's fine, Aunt Lee. Sometimes my grandfather goes home for a bit, and I can manage quite well on my own." "Oh, how wonderful it would be if you were my son. What a remarkable child you are." Aunt Lee beams at me. "I won't disturb you any longer, Aunt Lee. I'll be on my way. Her bun shop is bustling with customers this morning." "All right, be careful on your way out," Aunt Lee replies kindly, with a gentle disposition. Aunt Lee is the kind of person who, regardless of age, sails through life without tumult, living a steady existence. In the next scene, I find myself at the familiar homing street, setting up a rather unconventional stall. Fortune-telling and divination, I dabble in both. Exorcising demons is also within my skill set. Reads my banner. I know a little about everything. This is the result of a night's contemplation. Is it not quite cool? Yet, why do the passers-by regard me with such peculiar expressions? What is it? Have they never seen a handsome man before? As I sit on my small stool, engrossed in a novel, a girl suddenly approaches and snaps a picture of me, startling me. Lin Tingyi, what are you doing here? Playing the charlatan? I see. She exclaims in surprise. Why the excitement? Scaring someone could lead to dire consequences. I retort, focusing to recognize her. It's my classmate from junior high, Sun Yuning. What are you up to? Setting up a stall to con people? Sun Yuning jests. Since you spotted me, I won't hide it any longer. I am, in fact, a great sorcerer who has fallen to earth, just without any money to spare. Send me 50, and I and Oppos, I'll share my plans for prosperity with you. How come you're not this lively at school? You were always so quiet. What transformed you? Sun Yuning laughs heartily. How about a fortune reading? This is my first reading, and it's complimentary. Since you insist, I must seize this opportunity. All right, let me take a look at your face. I fear you'll accuse me of cheating if I read your palm. Fine, then I shall reluctantly allow you to admire my beauty, Sun Yuning replies, striking a proud pose. Such vanity. Truly, there is nothing remarkable about your features. I've seen through them long ago. Your usual demeanor radiates joy. I have rarely seen a frown upon your face. That is the first observation. Moreover, your earlobes are plump, and your nose is well-defined, suggesting a kind heart. In terms of friendship, you are an exceptionally good companion. Share something that nobody knows about me. After all, we've spent a semester together. You must know something. Sun Yuning urges. That is not fair. I must apply some pressure. From your eyebrows to your hairline, I'll consider that as A. And from your nostrils down to your chin, we'll label that as B. Upon a cursory glance, your A and B are nearly the same length. Although there may be some bumps along the way, the outcome will ultimately be favorable. You are correct. Since my early memories, my family has not faced any significant hardships. And I've enjoyed a smooth journey myself. In your sibling palace, I discern a good relationship with your two siblings. Your eyebrows are slender and neatly aligned. The arch of your brows and the sharpness of your nose suggest that you are the youngest. Surely, you have not shared this with me before? It seems you have indeed tapped into the essence of a street fortune teller, Sun Yuning responds, intrigued. Chapter 13. The prejudice in people's hearts is a great mountain what charlatans. If a true master offers you a fortune-telling, you should relish the moment in secret. I shall cease my free fortune-telling right here. Please step aside. Your presence is hindering my business. I waved my hand to signal her to move away. You're quite something. Just a moment ago, you were all pleasant, and now you're trying to shoo me away. Well, I refuse to leave. Today, I intend to see just how many customers you can attract, Sun Yuning retorted, sitting beside me after purchasing a small stool from a nearby shop. An hour passed. And Sun Yuning, growing impatient, exclaimed, will anyone actually come? An hour has gone by, and no one has even inquired. Patience, patience. Business is not so easily obtained. One must have endurance, I replied, engrossed in a video. With your approach, it's a wonder anyone would come. You Haven Tea even called out to attract customers. She remarked. I do have a slogan, I said, pointing to the banner behind me. Sun Yuning glanced at it and muttered. Do you even know the difference between you and the blind fortune tellers under the overpass? Of course. At least I'm not blind, and I'm quite handsome. I boasted. Such vanity. She scoffed inwardly. As noon approached, I suggested we grab lunch, feeling a bit hungry. Considering you've accompanied me for a few hours, I'll treat you to lunch today. Are you really willing to spend money today? You're usually so stingy, she teased. Times have changed. I can afford to treat you now, I replied. Then I'll certainly accept, Sun Yuning responded without hesitation. I gathered my belongings and asked. What do you feel like eating? How about a buffet? Do we have enough money? Is it going to be too expensive? She bombarded me with questions. Who do you look down upon? Let us go, I said, rising to leave. It wasn't too long before we arrived at the buffet restaurant, where we went through the normal steps to select our food. After we sat down with our meals in front of us, I quickly devoured everything on my plate. After going back for seconds and thirds, Sun Yuning finally asked, how can you eat so much? I never noticed before. Fortunately, the food is quite delectable. So I indulged a bit, I mumbled, my mouth full. You should eat more. It's truly delicious. I can't eat as much as you. As a beautiful girl, I must maintain my figure, she replied. After my 5th trip to the buffet, I finally felt satisfied. The 160 yuan was well spent, I declared. Once we finished eating, we returned to our usual spot to resume our stall. Don't your family worry about you being out for so long? I pondered. Yes, Sun Yuning said, a slight smile playing on her lips. Guessing is for children, I laughed. Then I want to tell you, she replied playfully. Until we closed up for the day. No one approached me, leaving me feeling dejected. Was it merely my youth that deterred them? Though it's often said that youth is synonymous with inexperience, such prejudice should not weigh so heavily. The prejudice in people's hearts is indeed a great mountain, I mused. We should head back. This is quite dull. Sun Yuning observed as darkness began to descend. Do you need me to walk you home? I offered. Not necessary. Actually, my home is just across the street on the 22nd floor. You fool, she replied with a laugh. I looked up and counted. Indeed, the building had only 22 floors. But it was quite grand. Each floor contained only one household, separated by a wall, except for the 22nd floor, which had none. Truly a life of affluence. Residing in such a bustling commercial district with such spacious accommodations, I thought to myself. After sitting for a while with no one approaching, I decided to head home to prepare dinner. Upon my return, I found my pet, Shurin, waiting at the door. I smacked my forehead, realizing I had forgotten to bring him along, leaving him hungry all day. Don't fret. I'll prepare dinner right away, I reassured him as he chirped in agreement. In no time, several dishes were ready. I set aside a generous bowl of rice, some beef, and a few vegetables for Shurin, consuming the rest myself to avoid waste. As per my usual routine, I took a shower and began my evening training. The next morning unfolded in a similar fashion. Arriving at my usual spot, I found Sun Yuning waiting with a bun in hand. Why are you back again? Didn't tea you find yesterday dull? I asked her. It's boring at home. At least here, I have someone to talk to, she replied, looking disinterested. ISNT your family at home? I saw the lights on yesterday. You don't understand. My mom insists I enroll in various tutoring classes since I have nothing to do during the summer. It's so annoying. My eldest brother has graduated and is working at my dad and Appo's company, while my second brother is still in his second year of college, just playing games all day. At least you come out. We're friends, and it's more bearable with you, she explained. I reflected on my own upbringing, where my grandfather forced me to study various disciplines, making my own experience seem even more taxing. Well, if you wish to sit here, I have no objections. However, if I receive an urgent request, you must not follow, as it could be dangerous. Please. I sat with you all day yesterday and didn't tea even get a breath of fresh air, she scoffed. Don't underestimate me. You never know what might happen. I replied. Fine, Sun Yuning said, returning to her phone. Oh, by the way, do you use QQ? If so, add me. Yes, I do, she answered. I promptly opened my QQ QR code. When she saw my avatar was Ultraman, she asked, what S with this avatar? Why use Ultraman? ISNT it cool? It features a galaxy filled with plasma sparks. It's incredibly awesome, I exclaimed, suddenly invigorated by the topic. Unbelievable, she muttered, shaking her head. When your dream comes. I need to take this call. Hello? What's wrong, Uncle Yang? Not good, Tingy. There has been a major accident at the construction site. Last night, over 10 people died, and more than 20 are in critical condition. Yang Xingxing spoke urgently. What? How could this happen? I exclaimed in shock. I'm not clear on the details, but the circumstances of their deaths are suspicious. They had numerous wounds, and the forensic investigation revealed their bodies were hollow. Uncle Yang, listen to me. This might be the work of the South Sea people. They're known for their dark arts, capable of killing unseen, I warned. That horrifying? Yes. Uncle Yang, don't show yourself. Have someone come pick me up. I'm at the stall on Homing Street, and I'll wait for them here. All right. I'll have the driver bring you to my place. Sun Yuning, noticing my furrowed brow after the call, asked, what has happened, Lin Tingy? It's complicated. Just return home for now. This situation could be dang chapter 14. Impending troubles. A sleek, black sedan halted before me, its passenger side window descending to reveal the driver. You must be Mr. Lin, he stated. The boss showed me your photograph. Indeed, that's me, I replied, opening the car door and settling into the passenger seat. Won't you prefer the back, Mr. Lin? I'm not one for formalities. Let's expedite things and depart. Understood. The driver responded, promptly accelerating towards Yang Xinxing's residence. The journey passed in silence, and we soon arrived at Yang Xinxing and Appo's opulent villa. As we entered, I noticed the housekeeper mopping the floors. A refined woman, presumably Yang Xinxing's wife, was also present in the living room. She offered a nod of acknowledgement, which I reciprocated with a polite smile. The driver escorted me to the second floor, directly to Yang Xinxing's study. Upon opening the door, I immediately observed Yang Xinxing pacing anxiously within the room, his countenance etched with worry. Uncle Yang, I and Appo's arrived. Tingy, thank heavens you and Appo's here. We and Appo's in dire straits. We must deliberate on a strategy. The onslaught has been unexpectedly swift and fierce. My apologies for the haste. Yang Xinxing inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, attempting to regain his composure. Observing Yang Xinxing's efforts to regain equilibrium, I continued. The initial day's assault was so intense, they clearly intend a swift resolution. How does this danger compare to the previous incident? Yang Xinxing inquired anxiously. I surmise it's no less potent, quite formidable. Since they desire a rapid conclusion, I shall deny them that satisfaction. I declared. Uncle Yang, are there still workers at the construction site? Only a handful, the fearful have all deserted. Offer them increased compensation. A minimum of 20 individuals, or our adversaries may not reveal themselves. Very well, I'll make the arrangements. Tingy, have you devised a plan? I formulated a general approach. The rest will depend on improvisation. I replied, lost in thought. Yang Xinxing, recalling my previous adept handling of matters, was beginning to place his trust in me. Let's await nightfall. This time, there will be no fatalities. Yang Xinxing glanced at the clock. Tingy, it's nearly noon. Join us for lunch. Reasoning that dining elsewhere was inconsequential, I accepted. Yang Xinxing then informed the housekeeper to purchase an abundance of delectable dishes that children would enjoy. Upon Yang Xinxing's return, We engaged in further casual conversation until the housekeeper announced that lunch was served. At the dining table, I was introduced to Yang Xingxing's family, his wife, daughter, and son. His daughter, slightly older, appeared to be 2 years my senior. His family members regarded me with undisguised curiosity, but I, a man unfazed by adversity, met their gazes with composure. Yang Xingxing then proceeded with the introductions. Allow me to introduce Lin Tingyi, the young man who resolved my previous predicament. This is my wife, Jiang Ning, my daughter, Yang Weining, and my son, Yang Mantong. I acknowledged each of them with a slight nod. From the moment he entered, I sensed his exceptional nature, an aura of indomitable strength. He is indeed no ordinary individual, Jiang Ning complimented. And Jiang, your praise is excessive. I merely possess a modicum of skill and must continue to learn from Uncle Yang. I responded with a respectful bow. Yang Xingxing, pleased that I included him in my response, beamed with delight. You appear to be about the same age as my younger brother. How old are you? Yang Weining inquired inquisitively. I am 15 years of age, I replied with a smile. What? The three exclaimed in unison, astonishment evident in their voices. Husband is Mr. Lin truly 15 years old? Jiang Ning finally managed to ask. Indeed, he recently completed his middle school examinations and is currently earning money during his summer vacation. Yang Xingxing replied calmly. I believe my grandfather mentioned it during their conversation. Yang Weining immediately exclaimed, You're only a year older than my brother and already so accomplished. Yang Mantong also stared at me with wide eyes. Brother, how did you become so formidable? Amidst the torrent of praise, my face gradually flushed, as I was unaccustomed to such accolades. My grandfather, that old codger, typically only dismissed me as too weak, unable to even touch him. The contrast was striking. I gestured with my hand. Let's partake in our meal first. We can address additional questions afterward. Indeed, they echoed in unison, a testament to their kinship. For some inexplicable reason, they consumed their meal with remarkable speed, devoid of even the slightest exchange. It wasn't until I was on my third bowl of rice that I looked up to find them all staring at me. How unnerving. I shuddered inwardly. Is something amiss? I ventured timidly. Nothing. Continue eating, they replied. Being subjected to 4 pairs of fervent eyes, I lost my appetite. After finishing the rice in my bowl, I mumbled through a mouthful of food. Shall we engage in some post-meal discourse? This query struck a chord. The atmosphere at the dining table instantly intensified. I was ushered by Jiang Ning and Yang Weining to a seat on the sofa. The mother and daughter duo resembled a pair of incessant inquisitors, interjecting at every turn. One probed as if conducting a census, while the other resembled a matchmaker. They were intent on extracting every detail. I, in turn, responded evasively, unable to provide coherent answers. Yang Xingxing, observing the situation, rescued me and led me back to his study. Upon returning to the room, I exhaled deeply. This is far more arduous than exorcising demons. My apologies, Tingyi. One of them is idle at home, while the other is burdened with schoolwork. It's rare for them to encounter someone like you in our home. It's of no consequence, I replied, waving my hand dismissively. Suddenly, the door was thrust open. Father, may I have a moment to converse with Brother Tingyi? Yang Mantong inquired tentatively. Yang Xingxing glanced at me, seeking my approval. I immediately nodded. Of course, come in. Yang Mantong was instantly elated. Brother Tingyi, do ghosts truly exist? He posed a question that most ordinary individuals would dismiss. I can assure you with utmost certainty that ghosts do indeed exist, I replied with a solemn expression. Yang Mantong, filled with trepidation, continued, do they harm people? Certainly. Just as there are good and bad people, there are also benevolent and malevolent ghosts. However, fear not. Ghosts generally do not harm those with whom they have no connection, unless they are controlled. Yang Mantong appeared relieved. What should one do if one encounters them frequently? I have a friend. Is that friend perhaps yourself? I asked with a sly grin. It's truly a friend, he protested vehemently. Ah, that's unfortunate. I had hoped it was you, as I would have liked to resolve the issue. In that case, never mind. Upon hearing this, Yang Mantong's face alternated between crimson and pallor. Yang Xingxing and I erupted in laughter. Child, why didn't you mention this sooner? Had you done so, I would have asked Brother Tingyi to handle it. Yang Xingxing jested. Because I searched for information online, and the internet claims it's all superstition. I feared you wouldn't believe me. It's of no consequence. Now that I'm here, I'll assist you in resolving the matter. How did you encounter the ghost? Recount the entire sequence of events. My first encounter was during the Qiming festival. We went to burn paper money for my great-grandfather and great-grandmother when I noticed someone standing on a grave, peering around. Chapter 15. The gifted Yang Mantong. I was initially perplexed by the rudeness of an unseen presence, lacking any semblance of decorum. Subsequently, I mentioned to my sister that I had observed an individual standing by the grave. She dismissed my claims, asserting that there was no one there. However, upon glancing back, the figure had vanished. I attributed it to a mere figment of my imagination and chose to disregard it. Yet, from that moment onward, I became increasingly aware of shadowy figures each time I returned home from evening study sessions, whether on the streets or within the school grounds. I interrupted Yang Mantong, inquiring, did they ever cause you any harm? You seem untouched by any malevolent aura. He replied affirmatively, indeed, I can see them. Yet they have never posed any threat to me. My grandfather once mentioned that certain individuals are born with the ability to perceive the spiritual realm. Though such occurrences are exceedingly rare, Mantong, you might possess this unique sight. Perhaps it has only recently begun to reveal itself, I speculated. To validate my hypothesis, I employed a technique to enhance my perception. After reciting a series of incantations and gestures, I was met with an astonishing sight. Mantong's eyes were enveloped in a luminous white energy, and his core was similarly shrouded. I hastily retracted my technique, as it drained considerable spiritual energy. And with my current level of cultivation, I could sustain it for only 3 minutes. A multitude of questions surged within me. Why was this the case? How could an ordinary person, untrained in spiritual arts, possess such an aura? Uncle Yang, may we step outside to discuss something? I whispered to Yang Xingxing. He immediately understood, saying, Son, sit here for a moment. I will step out with Tingyao. Once outside, we promptly closed the door. Did you discern anything, Tingyi? He queried. I did. Yet the nature of it eludes me. I replied. What do you mean? He pressed. I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Mantong's eyes and core are both enveloped in a white energy, a trait that should be exclusive to practitioners like us, not an ordinary person. Is that a good or bad sign? Yang Xingxing's face was etched with concern. If I embark on the path of cultivation, it is likely a positive sign. However, for an ordinary person, the implications are uncertain. I responded candidly. Why would it not be good for an ordinary person? He inquired. They could potentially fall prey to malevolent individuals seeking to extract their souls and seize their bodies. What? Yang Xingxing gasped, terror evident in his expression. Must one undertake the path of cultivation then? He asked. That seems to be the case, though I have much to learn. Perhaps you could consult my grandfather. Yang Xingxing appeared utterly drained, as if all vitality had been sapped from him, and he sank to the ground. I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise. This path is not entirely bleak. At the very least, you need not fear being harmed by those with ill intentions. Don't you agree, Uncle Yang? Upon hearing my words, a glimmer of hope returned to his eyes. But whom can we approach for guidance? Would your grandfather be willing? I believe there might be a more suitable candidate, I replied, my mind racing. First, let's consider your son's feelings. I helped Yang Xingxing to his feet and returned to the room. Upon entering, I posed the question to Mantong. Tonight, shall we venture to the construction site to confront the spirits? But, I'm afraid, he stammered. Afraid of what? I will be with you, I assured him, placing an arm around his shoulders and whispering encouraging words. Is that acceptable? Yes, it is, he replied, breaking into a smile. I turned to Yang Xingxing, signaling that the matter was settled. Later, Yang Xingxing inquired about our conversation, to which I responded that if Mantong could join us, he would undoubtedly become formidable like myself in the future. Descending the stairs, I contacted Chen Fan, suggesting we find a place to dine and discuss matters. He agreed, and we settled on 5 p.m. I informed Yang Xingxing that I would not be joining for dinner, as I had other commitments. He then instructed the driver to take me to the restaurant. As we approached 5 o'clock, Chen Fan arrived, and I called out to him. After exchanging pleasantries, we made our way to a private room. Brother Fan, I have come to discuss a business proposition I initiated. What sort of business? He inquired. The location where you previously caused a disturbance has been besieged by another wave of individuals, resulting in numerous fatalities. Their methods bear a striking resemblance to those from Southeast Asia. It is not uncommon for people from Southeast Asia to conduct affairs in Huaxia. I have encountered them in the past with my master. Their tactics are insidious and devoid of mercy, Chen Fan replied, his teeth clenched. Sensing his earnestness, I remarked, so, shall we commence our actions tonight? Tonight? Fortunately, I have my tools at hand, he answered. After dining, we hailed a taxi to Guangxing Pavilion. Arriving at 6:30 p.m., dusk was settling in. We proceeded to find Yang Xingxing, and upon encountering him, I introduced him to my newfound ally, emphasizing his strength while omitting any mention of past disturbances. Uncle Yang, are the workers still on site? I inquired. Yes, I offered a generous wage, 3,000 per person per day. He replied. This was indeed a significant investment, I mused. Upon seeing Mantong, Chen Fan's eyes widened. Who is this young lad? He asked. He is my son. Is there a problem, Mr. Chen? Yang Xingxing queried, perplexed. Chen Fan glanced at me, his lips forming a silent question. May I speak? I nodded in affirmation. Taking a deep breath, he stated, my master once said that if someone possesses a similar aura to his, they are undoubtedly a prodigy in our line of work. Is that true? Yang Xingxing pondered, unsure whether to feel joy or concern. Absolutely, and I foresee immense potential in his future, Chen Fan asserted confidently. At this moment, Yang Xingxing turned to me, and I nodded in agreement. Dad, what are you all discussing? Mantong asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Mantong, do you aspire to stand tall and strong like your brother Tingyi at such a young age? I inquired. I do. Brother Tingyi embodies the qualities of a hero. Seemingly unafraid of anything, he replied earnestly. Yang Xingxing turned to Chen Fan, imploring, Master Chen, would you consider taking my child as your apprentice? I beseech you. Without hesitation. He knelt, a silent testament to a father's love for his son. Though no words were spoken, the gesture spoke volumes. Chen Fan, quick to respond, helped Yang Xingxing to his feet. If you wish to accept this apprentice, I would be more than delighted. I too assisted Yang Xinxing, assuring him, Uncle Yang, rest assured. Brother Fan will undoubtedly provide excellent guidance for Mantong. Yang Xinxing expressed his gratitude profusely, yet for Mantong, it was a bewildering sight. He could not comprehend why his father, typically a figure of authority, would kneel before another. Nevertheless, he sensed that this act was driven by love for him. With tears glistening in his eyes, Mantong stepped forward and embraced his father, who reciprocated the gesture. Son, from this moment onward, you are now a disciple of Master Chen. Do you understand? Yang Xinxing proclaimed. Mantong released him, exclaiming, Master. Now, let's not rush. We shall hold the initiation ceremony once I have resolved your family's matters, Chen Fan said, elated. Brother Fan. We must prepare for tonight's confrontation, I reminded him. Indeed, you are correct. Given that our adversaries may be practitioners of dark arts, let us first set up our formation and then unleash our spirits to engage them, he proposed. That is a splendid plan. I shall take charge of the formation. While my spirits may have been injured by you, they remain more than capable of dealing with mere pests. Chapter 16, Confrontation with the Sorcerer. With those words, we each embarked on our respective tasks. I entrusted Fong San and Gui Si to Chen Fan, while I, accompanied by the rat Ginseng, commenced the formation of the array. The array I was about to construct was a creation of my grandfather's own ingenuity, christened the Insect Confinement Array. My grandfather recounted that during his youthful wanderings with our ancestor, they devised it to combat the profusion of mosquitoes plaguing their dwellings. As the predicament lingered unresolved, my grandfather devoted his thoughts to evading the incessant bites. Lost in contemplation, he ambled about, only to realize that his immediate vicinity seemed devoid of the bothersome insects. Upon closer inspection, he noted an abundance of verdant and purplish herbs. To validate his conjecture, he plucked a handful and kneaded them onto his skin. It was later that he learned these herbs were known as basil. Anointing himself thus, he retraced his steps, and indeed, no mosquitoes dared to approach or bite, with some even succumbing to the ground upon nearing. An intriguing notion sparked in my grandfather's mind. Could he lure the mosquitoes in, only to then poison them? Without hesitation, he set to work, and by day's end, he had successfully devised a solution. Aided by our ancestors' qi and his own innovative array, my grandfather enjoyed a night of undisturbed slumber. To this day, he has continually refined the array, boasting that it can now ensnare and incapacitate over 95 of insects, leaving the remainder crippled if not deceased. I have always regarded my grandfather as a prodigious talent in array formations. He confided in me that our Lin lineage was rather weak in arrays, but that each generation excelled in martial arts and sorcery, consistently ranking among the foremost practitioners of their era. When I inquired how he knew, my grandfather simply smiled, assuring me that I would understand in due time. But I digress. Returning to the matter at hand, even the rat Ginseng exhibited signs of unease upon the array's activation. I promptly furnished it with a blue chi drawing talisman, affixing it to its back. The rat Ginseng and Appo's vigor was instantly restored, and with eyes like copper bells, it gazed at me, rubbing its fur against the back of my hand. Following me isn't so bad, is it? I mused, stroking its surprisingly smooth fur. Enough dawdling, I said, and placed a call to Chen Fan, informing him that the array was complete. Chen Fan responded that his ghost array was also in place, and that all that remained was to wait patiently. Before long, a subtle rustling sound began to permeate the entire construction site. Damn, they and Appo's, trying to wipe us all out, I muttered, but not this time. In less than a quarter of an hour, I sensed that all the insects had perished. This batch was subpar. Next batch, please. Just as I was contemplating what the next wave might entail, Chen Fan called. Tingy, all clear. There was only one wave. Understood, I'm on my way. Upon our reunion in the office, I inquired of Chen Fan, Brother Fan, how did you know there would only be one wave of insects? A proprietary secret, he replied, feigning an air of mystery. Sure, whatever, I retorted, rolling my eyes. But I suspect we'll need to maintain a vigil for some time. Excellent work, Brothers Chen and Tingy. So far, we've suffered no casualties, Yang Xinxing declared, his elation palpable. This is an auspicious start, suggesting that our adversary's cultivation is not excessively high. Perhaps on par with my own. I only wonder how many of them there are, I mused, feeling somewhat reassured. We must not let our guard down, for the enemy lurks in the shadows, while we stand exposed, Chen Fan cautioned, his words carrying the weight of seasoned experience. How many perished today? Wang Jinxing inquired of the sorcerer beside him. None. It seems a formidable expert is present. All the sorcery insects I released have been annihilated, the sorcerer responded, his visage grim. What? Even you were unable to prevail? Wang Jinxing exclaimed, his surprise evident. I engaged you at a cost of 5 million to handle this matter. Not to dally. Rest assured, we are among the foremost sorcerers in the region. With my junior and I joining forces, you have no cause for concern. We and Appo's play with these insects for a while. And so, Chen Fan and I found ourselves residing here day and night. Fortunately, there were some finished apartments available to accommodate us, lest the weather prove unbearable. The sorcery insects came in ever-increasing numbers, with their arrival times becoming more sporadic. However, on the 6th day, it seemed our adversaries grew impatient, unleashing the insects in relentless waves around the clock. as if they were inexhaustible. Yet, their quality remained as mediocre as before, a motley assortment of riffraff. That evening, as Chun Fan and I conducted our routine patrol, we were suddenly assailed by two formidable auras. We immediately contacted each other to convene. Brother Fan, you sensed it as well, didn't you? The big bosses have arrived, I said. Chun Fan nodded in acknowledgement, cautioning, be exceedingly careful. Now that they had revealed themselves, we unleashed our own auras, though we refrained from summoning our ghostly allies, keeping them concealed as a trump card for a surprise attack. First to emerge were a serpent and a spider. Seriously? Are we facing two beasts? I quipped, my voice laced with mockery. Indeed. I was expecting something more formidable, Chun Fan chimed in, his laughter echoing. Insolent fools. The serpent hissed, spewing a stream of venom in our direction. Are you putting on a circus act? I countered, channeling the 5 elements fire art. With a flick of my sword, I unleashed a torrent of flames toward the oncoming venom. At the moment of impact, the venom was instantly vaporized into a cloud of toxic fumes. But the flames pressed on, hurtling toward the serpent's position. Humph. With a grand wave of his hand, the sorcerer summoned dozens of sorcery insects, barely managing to intercept my fire spell. The initial skirmish ended with a slight advantage in my favor. At that moment, I discerned that their cultivation levels were at the threshold of true manhood and the 8th level of Taoist mastery, respectively. Both appeared to be in their 30s. But their practice of dark arts had left them with a sinister countenance, their skin adorned with intricate incantations that I could not decipher. Their cultivation is indeed commendable. But I possess an advantage, I thought. I see that your cultivation is not insignificant. Depart now, and I shall pretend this never occurred. The more powerful of the two sorcerers declared. Humph. Do sorcerers from such a small place dare to trespass upon the vast and glorious land of China? Prepare to face the consequences. Chun Fan retorted, lunging forward with his enchanted sword. You refuse to heed my warning, the sorcerer replied. His magical artifact appeared to be fashioned from human bones. After a few exchanges of blows, Chun Fan was forced back several steps. I seized Chun Fan, assuring him. Allow me to handle him. Be cautious. You two, take care, he replied. With that, we unleashed our full power. I summoned Fong San, while Chun Fan released Ghost 1, 2, 3, and 4, all of whom engaged our adversaries in combat. I then channeled the bracelet's energy back into Fong San and Gui Si, directing them to assist Chun Fan. Though the spider sorcerer's cultivation was not as high as my own, his combat experience was considerable, while I was comparatively inexperienced. Little brat. You should have stayed home with your mother. Now, you're going to die, the spider sorcerer taunted, knocking me back. Humph. The victor is yet to be determined. Meanwhile, Chun Fan's situation was far more manageable, with 5 ghosts and himself arrayed against a sorcerer and a serpent. However, Chun Fan's 4 ghosts were all partially crippled. Their combat prowess diminished, though they were still a nuisance. Surrender now. We 6 can exhaust you to death, Chun Fan declared, thrusting his sword forward. The serpent sorcerer's weapon was a whip, which he wielded to lash out in response. However, the serpent sorcerer seemed to have difficulty understanding our language, uttering incomprehensible gibberish. He's mentally deficient, how pitiful. But he seemed to comprehend that insult, retorting, take this. The foolish serpent sorcerer apparently believed that take this was a potent attack. Chapter 17, a flawless conclusion. Upon concluding his incantation, the serpent sorcerer unleashed a formidable swarm of cursed insects. However, their effectiveness was swiftly curtailed, and soon they lay lifeless. Witnessing this, Chun Fan could not contain his laughter. You wretched little pests are utterly inept, already turned upside down. It was uncertain whether the serpent sorcerer comprehended his mockery. As he muttered incantations under his breath, Chun Fan glanced my way and noted that I was evenly matched with the spider sorcerer, prompting him to reckon with the necessity of dispatching the serpent sorcerer promptly. Form the formation. After a week of collaboration, the 5 spirits had developed a remarkable synergy. This formation was known as Ghostly Flicker, designed to create sustained disruption, particularly effective against evenly matched adversaries. At that moment, a sinister whirlwind of dark energy unfurled around the serpent sorcerer and Chun Fan. The spirits intermittently harassed the serpent sorcerer, despite being outnumbered. The swirling dark energy made it difficult for anyone to withstand the onslaught. Consequently, both the sorcerer and his serpent were riddled with numerous wounds, their stamina waning. In that critical moment, the serpent sorcerer consumed the serpent, his body gradually darkening and bruising. Chun Fan observed in astonishment as the sorcerer transformed into a more terrifying visage. Ultimately, the serpent sorcerer's eyes morphed into slits, twin serpentine tongues flickering from his mouth, rendering him a limp figure, devoid of structure. Behind him, a shadowy serpent began to coalesce, significantly amplifying his combat prowess. Sensing the chaotic energy within him, Chun Fan realized the impending danger. As the serpent sorcerer lashed out, Chun Fan brandished his enchanted sword in defense, only to be forcefully propelled into the dark whirlwind. Dissolve the formation. The 5 spirits promptly positioned themselves behind Chun Fan. Ghostly armor, assemble. Chun Fan continued to unleash his abilities, the spirits enveloping him entirely, amplifying his dark energy. The chilling wind howled as it whipped around the serpent sorcerer. Let us bring this to an end, Chun Fan intoned coldly. With that, he lunged at the serpent sorcerer, his sword slashing forth, forcing the sorcerer to retreat several paces. The serpent sorcerer attempted to ensnare Chun Fan's sword with his serpent whip. Yet the sword was T. Chapter 18. Organizing the animal intelligence team, we presented the gathered information to Yang Xingxing, who was taken aback upon realizing that we had nearly compiled a complete dossier of their criminal activities. He remarked, "Your methods have truly astonished me. With you by my side, I feel at ease." I replied, "It is only fitting. Removing such individuals from the system is indeed a service to the people." Within a week, the team led by Wang Jianguang and the Wang family was entirely dismantled, effectively reshuffling the commercial landscape of Qing City. Yang Xingxing, through adversity, found fortune. Ascending to the forefront of Qing City, supported by the system, and his future prospects flourished. A week had passed since then, and Yang Xingxing generously gifted Qin Fan and me 1 million each, expressing that we were his benefactors whom he would never forget. I believed in his character. For one's visage seldom deceives. I had been lounging at home for over a week, contemplating how to spend the unexpected fortune in my account. Reveling in my newfound fortune. At that moment, I received a message from Sun Yuning. "Are you still alive?" I smacked my forehead, thinking, why is she so blunt? I promptly replied, "I'm currently enjoying tea in the underworld. What is up?" Upon receiving my response, Sun Yuning's face lit up with joy. "I thought something had happened to you. You've been absent from your stall for so long, I was worried for no reason. I realized it had indeed been over 2 weeks since I last set up my stall. I'll go tomorrow. Today, I'm taking a break." "All right. I'll wait for you at our usual spot." "What is the matter? Have you missed your brother after such a long time?" I grinned mischievously, adding a couple of playful emojis. "Who misses you?" "How repulsive," Sun Yuning retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Then why the hurry? Let me tell you. A man of my looks and capabilities is a rare find. It's only natural to miss me, so don't be shy." I added 2 more playful emojis. "Humph. I'm not interested. Enough of this. My mother is calling me to go shopping. With summer vacation nearly a month gone, I pondered what to do with the remaining month and a half. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck me. "Little mouse," I called to my companion, the mouse spirit. It turned to me, chirping as if to ask, "What is it? Are you well fed in your family?" The mouse shook its head. "That's easily remedied. Let us find those undernourished mice from your family and recruit them to our cause, shall we?" The mouse drooped its head, seemingly doubtful of our success. "What is with that expression? Trust me." I instructed the mouse to guide me to Mouse Cooling, intending to discuss my proposal with her. After an extensive journey through winding paths, we arrived at a quaint wooden cabin in the countryside. Upon seeing the cabin, the mouse chirped excitedly. I asked if we had arrived, and it nodded vigorously. As we approached, I called out, "Is Aunt Mouse here?" However, there was no response. Only the mouse's incessant chirping. "Never mind, let us go inside and wait." I opened the wooden door to find a simple interior with a clean table and a few wooden stools. I placed the mouse on one of the stools and sat on another. The decor was minimalist, resembling a typical human abode, with a clock hanging on the wall. There was another room, but I refrained from entering, as it would have been impolite. I waited, my stomach growling with hunger, contemplating a meal as Mouse Cooling had yet to return. Just then, I encountered Mouse Cooling upon exiting. At that moment, she looked no different from an ordinary rural woman, albeit with a slightly pointed face. I recognized her by the unmistakable aura of her kind. "Hello, Aunt Mouse. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." "Oh, Brother Lin, if you have matters to discuss, let us talk inside," she replied. We resumed our seats at the table, though the little mouse remained timidly at my feet, unwilling to join us on the stool, evidently intimidated by its ancestral lineage. "Aunt Mouse, I wish to support your little mice. Is that acceptable?" "What? That is out of the question," Mouse Cooling exclaimed, astonished. "You may have misunderstood my intentions. I mean to assist with the situation where your offspring may not have enough to eat, leading to their untimely demise. I am seeking to take in those who are unlikely to survive due to a lack of nourishment. What do you think?" Mouse Cooling's eyes darted as she weighed the pros and cons. "I will also provide additional food for your needs." "What do you say? That sounds splendid," she exclaimed, her grin stretching from ear to ear, as if she had stumbled upon a great fortune. I was taken aback by her swift agreement, yet it was fortuitous for me. "Let us celebrate our partnership." We shook hands in agreement. "I shall deliver the food tomorrow, and you can bring some of your little mice then." "Certainly. Many of my young ones have perished recently. I am unsure of the cause. They are foaming at the mouth and lying on their backs. The living conditions for us little creatures are deteriorating." Mouse Cooling's expression was one of concern. "Rest assured, Aunt Mouse, I know you would never resort to stealing food from others, especially since you have cultivated your character for over 200 years. Tomorrow, I will bring 30 sacks of corn. Is that suitable for you?" "That would be wonderful. You may command my little mice as you wish," she replied, her spirits lifted. "Then it is settled, Aunt Mouse. I shall take my leave for now." "Very well, see you tomorrow. Perhaps you truly are a blessing from my ancestors." Mouse Cooling murmured quietly as I walked away. At that moment, hunger gnawed at me, and I hastily entered a nearby restaurant, ordering a few dishes to satisfy my cravings. As the first dish arrived, I prepared to dig in and offered a few meat slices to the little mouse. But it sniffed them and nudged me insistently with its head. The food was nearly at my lips when the mouse's nudging caused it to tumble away. What's the matter? Is it not to your liking? I queried, perplexed. The mouse shook its head, indicating that the food was inedible. I found the aroma quite appealing. So I summoned Fong San, instructing him to investigate the kitchen. He nodded and hurried off. Upon entering the kitchen, Fong San sensed a sudden drop in temperature. The chef, feeling a chill, wondered if too much water had been added to the dishes. Unbeknownst to him, Fong San was watching closely, and he had every reason to feel cold. After a series of hurried actions, the chef tossed numerous bags into the pot, adding a small piece of a red petal. When Fong San returned, the chef served another dish, asking, "Why aren't you eating, young man? Our dishes have received much acclaim." "Oh, I'm waiting for a friend. They'll be here shortly," I replied, having sent the little mouse back to summon Mouse Cooling. Just then, all the dishes were served, and Mouse Cooling arrived. "What's the matter, brotherlin? I suspect that the waste flowing from here is the true culprit behind the demise of your young mice. Take a whiff," I discreetly suggested. After sniffing, Mouse Cooling's expression turned solemn. "Indeed, that's it. We cannot consume anything from this place. Perhaps they were too hungry and resorted to eating it. If it's lethal to your kind, it surely cannot be good for us either. Just wait, tomorrow. This will be addressed," I declared coldly. Chapter 19. Punishing scum. Such incidents will be prevented in the future. I will ensure that Mouse Assistant meticulously selects the corn you consume. Mouse Emerald's spirits were somewhat dampened. "Rest assured, justice will be served," I reassured her, patting her shoulder. "Let's go." Upon reaching the entrance, I contacted Yang Sheheng, instructing him to alert the relevant authorities for appropriate action. The subsequent day, the health organization, with swift and decisive measures, consigned the proprietor to a detention facility. Following my separation from Mouse Emerald, I sought out a restaurant, where I entrusted Mouse Assistant to sample the fare. Only upon witnessing his consumption did I partake with confidence. After a satisfying meal, I returned home for ablutions and cultivation. True to my pledge, I arose early and procured several dozen sacks of maize from the farmer's market, arranging for their delivery via lorry. As I approached the path leading to the cabin, Mouse Emerald awaited me. Having unloaded the provisions, I dismissed the driver. Soon after, the majority of Mouse Emerald's progeny emerged. It was then I discovered a vast cellar beneath the cabin, where they typically resided, the house serving merely as a facade. Transitioning to a different scene, I was once again tending my stall. "Where have you been? You've been absent for weeks," Sun Yuning inquired. "I was occupied with momentous affairs, which you would scarcely credit." I responded casually. I initially perceived you as anxious, anticipating some calamity. However, it seems insignificant," she retorted. "It was indeed a significant matter. But it is unnecessary for you to be privy to such details," I said with a cryptic smile. "Aren't you bored spending the entire day here?" Sun Yuning queried. "Consuming an ice lolly. Not particularly. Sitting at home is equally monotonous, so it is inconsequential," I replied. "Very well, whatever you say. Have you seen the news? The city's eminent business magnate and the local chieftain have been apprehended," she asked. "Yes, such arrests are commonplace. Each year, a few avaricious individuals meet their comeuppance." I commented impassively, as though the matter were of no concern to me. "Indeed, but isn't Wang Jianguang a renowned philanthropist? And the city chieftain? Are his glorious deeds not frequently reported on television?" Sun Yuning inquired, perplexed. "Alas, place little credence in such portrayals. The more ostentatious the display, the more likely it is a facade concealing a nefarious interior," I cautioned. As Sun Yuning and I engaged in idle conversation, a group of ruffians approached. "Hey, kid. Have you paid protection money for setting up your stall here?" a red-haired thug demanded. "Yes, are you unaware that this is our territory?" a green-haired thug echoed. The yellow-haired thug in the middle, head aloft, appeared to be scrutinizing something, as though his nostrils were his eyes. "I have been trading here for weeks without any mention of protection money. How much is required?" I inquired, feigning trepidation. "Considering your youth and unfamiliarity with the rules, we will begin with 500 a day," the red-haired thug stated. "This is extortion. Let us depart, Lin Tingyi," Sun Yuning exclaimed indignantly. I restrained her. "Let us attempt to resolve this amicably. Is 500 not excessive? I possess only 376. Would that suffice?" I produced the sum from my pocket. The yellow-haired thug snatched the money, declaring, "You are wise to comply. However, this girl's impudence demands recompense. How will you atone? Perhaps she could entertain us for a while. She is rather attractive. We will return her tomorrow," the green-haired thug suggested. "I caution you against rash actions. My family will not take kindly to any transgression against me," Sun Yuning warned. As the red-haired thug moved to strike, I intervened. "This is excessive. She is but a child. Do you not comprehend that your actions are unlawful? Insolent brat meddling in affairs that do not concern you," the green-haired thug interjected. I shoved the red-haired thug aside and kicked the green-haired thug in the stomach, sending him staggering backward. Undeterred, the red-haired thug lunged at me, fist raised. I kicked him several meters away, causing him to vomit blood upon impact. "Ahem, avenge me, brother," he pleaded. The yellow-haired thug, unable to remain passive, launched a clumsy punch at me, which I intercepted, seizing his fist and squeezing it mercilessly. His knuckles cracked audibly, and he grimaced in agony. "Release me. I yield," he cried, drenched in perspiration. I released his hand and kicked him away. You sought to exploit my leniency. Now face the consequences. Return the money, or I will extract your teeth. The yellow-haired thug hastily retrieved a motley collection of bills, mostly 5s, 10s, and 20s. Where did you obtain this money? I demanded sternly. From the vegetable vendors a few streets over, he confessed fearfully. How old were they? Approximately 70 or 80. The green-haired thug interjected. Despicable, I exclaimed, delivering a kick to each of them. They howled in pain as I commanded, begone. Depart as far as you can. And should I ever encounter you again, I will inflict further punishment. Onlookers applauded. I was incensed, lamenting the existence of such depraved individuals. Sun Yuning, observing my transformation, chuckled. I assumed you were no match for them, but it seems you were feigning weakness. Regaining my composure, I shook my head. I merely wish to avoid conflict. I prefer to disregard such individuals. I intend to return the stolen money to its rightful owners. Will you accompany me? Of course. Let us proceed. Leaving the stall unattended, we retraced their path, returning the stolen funds to each victim. Each recipient expressed sincere gratitude, some being elderly individuals selling vegetables to supplement their meager incomes, others seeking to alleviate their family's financial burdens. I am uncertain whether such incidents will recur, but I will intervene whenever I witness such injustice, as some individuals endure lives of profound hardship. During our return journey, Sun Yuning stared intently at me. Why do you scrutinize me so? I inquired. I find you particularly dashing today, she responded. Am I not always dashing? Flattery will get you nowhere. I am being sincere, Sun Yuning replied, her expression adoring. From your defense of me to your restitution of the stolen funds, I perceive you as exceptional. Indeed, my grandfather instilled in me the importance of championing justice, even in the absence of gratitude, to maintain a clear conscience. What of your other kin? I have never encountered them. Only your grandfather attends parent-teacher conferences. My family resides elsewhere. I am not a native of this region. My grandfather relocates me to different schools once or twice each semester. This semester, he refrained due to the intensity of my studies. Will you remain here for high school? Sun Yuning inquired. Presumably. Previously, my grandfather and I rented accommodations, but this time, he purchased a residence. Splendid. This will save me the arduous journey of seeking you out, Sun Yuning murmured. Pardon? I feigned incomprehension. Nothing of consequence, she replied. Her cheeks flushed. However, your triumph over the 3 thugs was truly impressive. Where did you acquire such skills? Through self-directed practice, emulating what I observed on television. I discovered an innate aptitude. I am akin to a savior. Cease your boasting. You are easily elated, Sun Yuning retorted playfully. Chapter 20. Destined for greatness. No sooner had the morning waned than Sun Yuning inquired. Lin Tingyi, would you care to dine at my abode in recompense for your valiant intervention today? I would be delighted, I responded. Though I must inquire as to the palatability of your family and Appo's cuisine. Rest assured, it is of the highest caliber, guaranteed to satiate your appetite, she declared. Upon arriving at Sun Yuning and Appo's residence, I remarked, I observe the absence of a keyhole upon your door. How does one gain entry? She retorted, pray, do not reveal your rustic origins. This is a biometric lock, employing fingerprint and facial recognition. It is equipped with both battery and charging capabilities, ensuring uninterrupted functionality. Indeed, quite sophisticated, I conceded. I shall endeavor to acquire one myself in due course. As the portal swung ajar, a domestic servant emerged, inquiring, Madam, who is this gentleman? He is a classmate of mine, whom I have invited to our humble dwelling, Sun Yuning replied. Very well, madam, the servant acquiesced, before departing to prepare luncheon. Sun Yuning's residence boasted a retinue of 2 domestic servants and a plethora of chambers, encompassing an estimated 400 square meters. More than sufficient to accommodate her family and staff. Presently, a graceful matron, bearing a striking resemblance to Sun Yuning, materialized. I surmised this to be Sun Yuning's maternal figure. Yuning, to what do we owe the pleasure of this unexpected guest? She inquired, casting an inquisitive glance in my direction. He must be a most esteemed companion. I presume this is your elder sister, I ventured, for you bear a striking resemblance. The matron beamed at my remark, exclaiming, how eloquent you are, young man. Your sister shall endeavor to provide the utmost hospitality. Mother, please refrain from such pronouncements, Sun Yuning interjected. You are well into your 40s. Why must you comport yourself in this manner? Ah, but even your sister was once a child, she retorted. Indeed, observe his decorum. She chided Sun Yuning. He possesses far more grace than you. I responded with an awkward chuckle. Pray, whose mother is she, yours or mine? Sun Yuning retorted, stamping her foot in exasperation. Pray, cease your bickering, the matron interjected, her laughter echoing through the halls. Madam, luncheon is prepared, a servant announced, rapping lightly upon a chamber door. Young master, please join us. A languid voice emanated from within, acknowledged, I shall be there anon. Thereafter, we commenced our repast. I must concede that the culinary skills of their domestic servant were exceptional, as I consumed 5 bowls of rice with unbridled gusto. The receptacles were, alas, diminutive, necessitating the utilization of serving platters as bowls. A gentleman sauntered into the dining area, his hirsute countenance suggesting a prolonged absence of ablutions. I nudged Sun Yuning, whispering, is this your elder brother? How did you deduce that? She inquired. A mere conjecture, I replied. But it would seem I am correct. We have a guest, I perceive, Sun Yuning and Appo's elder brother remarked. Greetings. My elder brother indulges in nocturnal gaming sessions, invariably arising at midday for his repast. Sun Yuning confided in a hushed tone. Greetings, I responded. I am a classmate of Sun Yuning. Upon learning of my association with Sun Yuning, the gentleman promptly ushered me aside, scrutinizing me with meticulous care. You possess an agreeable visage, he declared. Pray, do you possess any unique talents that would warrant my younger sister's attention? I assure you, she is far from formidable, I whispered. I have been acquainted with her for an academic term and have yet to witness any untoward behavior. Ah, but there is much you do not know, he retorted. I shall enlighten you. My countenance broadened into an expansive grin as I absorbed his words. Most intriguing, I murmured. Pray, what are you two discussing? Sun Yuning inquired, abruptly pulling me away. Let us partake in our meal in silence. Very well, her elder brother acquiesced, resuming his repast with a dejected mien. Their maternal figure observed the proceedings with amusement, as if such occurrences were commonplace. A mere 10 minutes later, we had concluded our repast. Sun Yuning's mother beckoned me aside, requesting that Sun Yuning refrain from eavesdropping, as she wished to engage in a private discourse. Sun Yuning departed in a huff. I extend my gratitude, Lin Tingyi, her mother declared. Were it not for your presence, my Yuning might have been subjected to undue hardship. It was my pleasure, madam, I replied. I believe that any individual would have extended assistance in such circumstances. Regardless, I am indebted to you, she insisted. Pray, what are your impressions of my Tingting? She is a fine individual, albeit somewhat impetuous, I responded. She rarely brings companions home. She confided. I have encouraged her to cultivate friendships, but she laments that many seek her company solely for our family's affluence. I surmise that you are not such an individual, else Yuning would not have sought your companionship. My own family is not without means, I mused. I have no need of your family's wealth, and I am confident in my ability to amass my own fortune. Indeed, such sentiments are not uncommon, she concurred. Madam, I have had limited interaction with her in class, save for the past few days. I am aware, she interjected. Yuning has apprised me of the situation. You are a commendable young man. I trust that you shall cultivate a harmonious relationship. With a gentle pat upon my shoulder, she departed. A harmonious relationship? What could that entail? I murmured. At that moment, Sun Yuning approached, inquiring, Pray, what did my mother divulge? Not of consequence, I replied. She merely expressed the desire for us to cultivate a harmonious relationship. I, too, am perplexed. A delicate blush suffused Sun Yuning's countenance. What did my mother say? Shall you return this afternoon? I inquired. If not, I shall depart alone, for I have been absent for an extended period, and my business may suffer. Pray, do not exaggerate, she retorted. Your venture is likely to languish. Such pronouncements are unwarranted, I countered. My business shall flourish. Shortly thereafter, we returned to our stall. Another afternoon elapsed with nary a patron. Pray, is this location devoid of clientele? I lamented. Not a single individual has approached. Patience, I implore you, Sun Yuning responded. I shall return home. Very well, I acquiesced. I shall remain for a time. As twilight descended, my stall remained conspicuously devoid of patronage. As I prepared to depart, a young man approached, his gaze fixed upon me with keen interest. The individual was gaunt and pale of complexion. Are you intrigued? I inquired. Somewhat, he replied. Pray, would you deign to read my fortune? The fee is 200 yuan, I stated. No charge if the reading proves inaccurate. The man hesitated, then conceded. Very well. I feigned intense scrutiny, then commenced. Let us begin with your eyes, for they are the windows to the soul, revealing one's intelligence and moral character. The symmetrical alignment of your eyes suggests honesty and integrity. Your eyebrows are sparse, indicating a somewhat delicate constitution and a history of childhood ailments. The man nodded in agreement, his countenance displaying a hint of astonishment. Indeed, he confirmed. Your nose is somewhat elongated, suggesting a conservative nature and a heightened sense of self-esteem. Your mouth is slightly upturned, indicating keen perception. Do my observations align with reality? Indeed, they are remarkably accurate, he exclaimed. I am astounded by your perspicacity. Pray, does your current distress stem from concerns regarding future employment? I inquired. Indeed, he replied, his countenance clouded with despondency. I have suffered yet another unsuccessful interview. It is exceedingly difficult for a graduate of a vocational college to secure gainful employment. Do you place your trust in me? I inquired. I have little choice, he replied with a wry smile. You have already laid bare my innermost secrets. If you trust me, divulge your birth date, I requested. I do not recall my precise birth date. He confessed. May I provide my date and time of birth? Indeed, I replied. And please, provide your birthplace. I shall endeavor to calculate your destiny. After a series of calculations, I concluded that he was ill-suited for prosperity in the south, and that his path to success lay in the north. Specifically in the realm of metallurgy. Chapter 21. Epiphany. Subsequently, I recounted my deduction to him, and he, too, had a premonition, a sense of destiny when contemplating the north. I remarked that perhaps it was fate, and the divination cost 500. He glared at me but dutifully handed over the sum. Depart tomorrow, I advised. The further north, the better, but remain within the country. Peril may await you abroad. Your life could be in danger. Thank you, young friend, he replied. Had I not sought your counsel, my life might have been forfeit. Your words have filled me with confidence. I offered him a parting sentiment. The day will come when you rise again, soaring to unimaginable heights. Thank you for your blessing, he said, turning to leave. But then he paused and inquired, young friend, what is your name? I am Li Tuqi. Lin Tingyi. Farewell. Indeed, we shall meet again. With that matter resolved, it was nearly 8 o'clock, and the rat ginseng in my bag was already stirring, evidently ravenous. After satisfying its hunger, I reflected upon the cultivation insights I had gained this month, a practice I observed regularly to refine my abilities and prevent them from becoming superficial. Some practitioners advance too rapidly, neglecting to solidify their foundation, rendering them unable to fully realize their potential, which is quite absurd. One might possess a higher realm than an opponent, but if the latter's foundation is more secure, their cultivation remains stable throughout the battle, while one's own becomes increasingly strained. Such was the case with the sorcerers a few days prior, whose cultivation, acquired through consumption, lacked the necessary depth and was ultimately undone by Chen Fan and me. Thus, cultivation is akin to forging a sword, requiring constant and repeated refinement to become a peerless blade capable of cleaving through iron. I practiced each of my learned techniques, striving to maintain familiarity with them. Only when the sun's rays began to caress my body did I gradually cease, evaporating the sweat of the night with my spiritual power, though a faint odor lingered. Fong San had observed me throughout the night. Young Master Lin, he exclaimed, your cultivation has advanced considerably after these battles. Your talent is truly astonishing. He then gave me a thumbs up. It's nothing, I replied. I've been soaking in medicinal baths for years. I mused on the value of those baths, each costing tens to hundreds of thousands of yuan, a fortune I could not afford to squander. Had I known that even a significant accomplishment would only earn me a few baths, I would never have considered foregoing them. I recalled the first time I immersed myself in one, the repugnant odor nearly causing me to vomit, earning me a near beating from my grandfather. I had endured the ordeal for hours, pinching my nose, and emerged dizzy. Now, reflecting on those past events, I understood why adults enjoyed reminiscing about their childhoods. It was truly amusing. Today, I intended to check on Yang Montong's progress in his cultivation. First, I sent a message to Sun Yuning, informing her that I would be late to the stall and that she need not wait for me in the morning but could come in the afternoon. She responded promptly, inquiring about my morning plans, to which I replied that I was meeting a friend. After gathering the necessary items, I hailed a taxi and headed directly to the Yang residence. Arriving at the door, I knocked, and within minutes, the housekeeper, whom I recognized from previous visits, opened it. You must be Mr. Xinghang and Apos, as friend, she said. Please, come in. Andy, please, be less formal. Just call me Tingyi, I replied with a smile. Shenma, who is it? Jiang Ning's voice echoed from within the house. It's Mr. Xinghang's friend, the young man who visited the other day. Tingyi, Shenma responded. Jiang Ning emerged, exclaiming, Tingyi, don't just stand there. Come in, come in. She then ushered me into the house. As soon as I settled on the sofa, Jiang Ning asked, Tingyi, what brings you here today? Andy Jiang, I came to see Mantong and check on his progress. Mantong? Since becoming Chen and Apos, as apprentice, he has and Apos, T returned. I missed that rascal. I see. In that case, I and Apos, LL take my leave, I said, starting to rise. But Jiang Ning stopped me. Tingyi, are you busy? Not really. I and Apos am just wandering about. Then stay and chat with Annie Jiang. I'm bored to death alone here. I scratched my head. All right. Subsequently, Auntie Jiang regaled me with gossip and trivial matters, recounting everything, big and small. I mostly offered a few words of agreement, while she carried the conversation. I noticed that her mood had improved. After draining the tea on the table, I said, Auntie Jiang, I really must go now. I have some things to discuss with Mantong. Seeing this, Jiang Ning relented. Go then, Tingyi. I feel much better after venting to you. Thank you. Goodbye, Auntie Jiang. Be careful on your way. Leaving the house, I called Shen Fan. Brother Fan, where are you? Mantong and I are in the suburbs. I heard there are ghosts here, so I brought him for some fun. Brother Fan, send me your location. I'll be there shortly. All right. Soon, a location appeared on QQ. I clicked on it and saw that it was quite remote, almost in the next city. I hailed a taxi and headed towards the suburbs. The driver and I remained silent throughout the journey. However, I noticed that the driver was heading in the opposite direction. Checking the navigation, I realized that we were getting further from my destination and questioned him. Hey, driver, this isn't the way I'm going. You're going the wrong way, aren't you? But the driver ignored me and continued driving. The taxi was an old model with a barrier in the middle. I hesitated to release rat ginseng, fearing a loss of control that could result in a fatal accident. The old taxi had 3 pedals and a gear stick, but lacking a driver's license. I was unfamiliar with their functions, so I remained silent. Finally, the driver stopped in another remote area. Get out of the car, kid. Don and Apos, T worry, it and Apos, LL be quick. The taxi driver said ominously. I feigned apprehension and complied. What do you want? Nothing much, just want to borrow your organs, he cackled. Come out, don't hide. 5 or 6 figures emerged from the bushes, armed with knives and clubs. Take him down. They charged at me, and I smiled inwardly. Finally. They've taken the bait. I kicked one of them, sending him flying over 10 meters, where he landed with a thud and lay still. The others, witnessing my strength, became even more excited, perhaps believing that my organs would fetch a higher price. One man with a large knife swung at me, but without even looking. I punched him into unconsciousness. However, the rest continued to swarm me. In this manner, each of them received a blow from me, and within a minute, they were all on the ground. We came together, and we'll fall together. Without hesitation, I called the police. Soon, dozens of officers arrived. Although some of the assailants had regained consciousness before their arrival, my loving care ensured that they remained peacefully dormant. The officers were astonished by my account, finding it hard to believe that a child could defeat 7 or 8 armed adults. Are you sure that an unarmed middle school student defeated 7 or 8 armed adults? The officer in charge asked his subordinate. Chapter 22. Feigning shamanistic possession with such talent, we should cultivate him. Who knows, perhaps this child aspires to join the police force. The officer mused, a hint of weariness in his voice. Don't despair, Chief. We have his contact information, another replied. Indeed, make contact, the chief responded, as if a beacon had pierced the darkness. Meanwhile, I had rejoined Chen Fan and his apprentice. Brother Fan, is Mantong truly this gifted? Absolutely. I struggled to decipher my master's notes, but he grasped them after a few readings. As his mentor, I'm rendered obsolete, often seeking his clarification. Chen Fan watched young Mantong practice the techniques from the book, pleased with his gifted disciple. Remarkable. He's achieved 9 coins of qi in mere days. Yet, he requires refinement. Rapid advancement can destabilize one's foundation. Suddenly, my phone rang, the ringtone blaring. I retrieved it to see an unfamiliar number. Hello, who's speaking? Young man. We're from the Municipal Bureau. You single-handedly subdued a group of individuals today. Would you be interested in donning the uniform to uphold social harmony? Taken aback, I replied. I and Oppos am still young and lack sufficient societal understanding. Perhaps I can address this after broadening my horizons. Very well, young man. I await your response. The officer seemed deep in thought. A child of such profound insight is a diamond in the rough. He mused. Upon ending the call, Chen Fan inquired. You've already been recruited by the authorities? Brother Fan, spare me the jest. Those of our ilk with aptitude often eschew public service, preferring autonomy. Indeed. My master was also courted by the government, but he valued his freedom. Being governed is stifling. How much has Mantong absorbed? He's grasped the fundamentals. But some techniques require greater cultivation. That's natural. Progress gradually, given his talent. I must depart, reassured by his progress. Rest assured, I'll impart knowledge with utmost clarity. Chen Fan thumped his chest. I have no doubt. Why are you so late? People have been waiting for more than an hour. Sun Yuning complained. As a free spirit, I'm made to feel like a clock-punching worker. I couldn't hail a ride and had to walk. I replied, placing the table. It's just, I was bored. Are you implying my presence impedes your business? Shall I leave? I didn't say that. You did. I'm merely sharing my joy. Sun Yuning was speechless. All right. You win. I'll ignore you. Sun Yuning turned her head aside. Don't be upset. I have a treat for you. I retrieved the ginseng rat from my bag. Ginseng rat. Am I merely a toy? The rat, roused from its slumber, squeaked in protest. Sun Yuning recoiled at the sight of the plump rat. I covered her mouth. Why the commotion? She pushed my hand away. You touched the rat, and then my mouth. How disgusting. She struck me playfully. Stop it. I bathe it daily. See how lustrous its fur is? Sun Yuning paused to examine it. The rat seemed embarrassed. Indeed, it even smells of bath soap. Of course. It's my companion. I must care for it. I smiled. Little ginseng, perform a backflip. The rat stared at me as if questioning the request. I nodded. The rat executed a graceful backflip. Sun Yuning applauded. Amazing. Where did you acquire it? I desire one. It wasn't purchased. I adopted it. Consult your family first. They'd likely disapprove. My mother fears rats. Sun Yuning replied after contemplation. Then it's impossible. What if it's harmed? The rat nodded in agreement, squeaking. Sun Yuning, observing the rat's odd behavior, picked it up. Can it comprehend us? Certainly. It's intelligent. That's why I adopted it. The rat glared at me. Am I not being adopted? I was inexplicably abducted. What could a small rat do? The rat pondered. There. I wouldn't let you suffer. I stroked its fur, understanding its emotions. Wonderful, wonderful. Sun Yuning cooed, playing with the rat. You were terrified moments ago. Now you're enamored? I chuckled. A maiden's whims are beyond your concern. Little ginseng, let's ignore him. I was speechless. Passers-by were stunned by the sight of a girl holding a large rat. Am I hallucinating? Is that a massive rat? No, you're not mistaken. Perhaps we and Oppos, V consumed too many fungi. We and Oppos, re not hallucinating. She and Oppos, as holding a genuine rat. Is this a metropolis? Where did such a large rat originate? Is it seeking vengeance? The crowd murmured, but the couplet on my banner seemed to normalize the situation. Who in their right mind would be a street fortune teller? One must possess genuine skill. I've heard of shamanistic practices in the north. Could that rat be a divine familiar? Indeed, perhaps the predictions are accurate. The crowd grew eager, and soon, A challenger approached. Can you truly tell fortunes and read faces? A petite woman inquired. Certainly. I offer palmistry, face reading, and numerology, each with varying fees. Which is the most affordable? Palmistry. Then read my palm. Palmistry costs 200. The woman rummaged through her purse, revealing a collection of coins. After several minutes, she paid me. I hesitated to accept the money, but my grandfather's rule was absolute. 200. No more, no less. Extend your hand. The woman complied. I noticed distinct needle marks on her wrist. I stared at her, shocked. What endopos is this? I endopos, Emil. She offered a smile. I thought to myself, survival is arduous. And living well is even more challenging. Without further ado, I began reading her palm. I grew uneasy. A life of wealth and health seemed incompatible with her current state. I wondered if her fortune had been stolen. Is your original home still house occupants? I inquired. Chapter 23. Dark sorcery, are you referring to your hometown? Yes, my hometown. There is a family from our village residing there, as we have been living in the city for quite some time. We rented it to them during a period when we needed to seek medical treatment. That aligns perfectly. Your family may have been borrowed from. Upon my utterance, the woman gasped, perhaps struck by a realization. No wonder their business has flourished since they moved into my house, I see now. Meanwhile, my father's endeavors have met with incessant failure. Are you familiar with such matters? I inquired with curiosity. When one is devoid of hope, they often turn to alternative means. I have come across information regarding this online. I once consulted someone on Tiebois about my predicament, and they suggested that I might have been the victim of borrowed fortune. Albeit their knowledge was rather superficial. They advised me to seek out a fortune teller for deeper insight. Hence, I ventured out today in hopes of a stroke of luck. You have indeed come to the right person. I possess considerable expertise in this realm. When would it be convenient for you to return home for a visit? I pressed further. Let us make haste, but the subsequent fees. Her voice dwindled. We'll discuss that later. The rates are fixed here at the stall, and I will determine my own terms afterward. I will consult with my family first. What is there to consult? I'll hire a car to take us. Absolutely not. How could I let you bear the cost for my request? Come, let us not dawdle. With that, I gathered my belongings and pulled the woman towards the main road. I had glimpsed in her palm and features that she would not survive until tomorrow's ugly hour. I was uncertain what malevolent sorcery had been cast upon her. In a vast land like ours, there exists a plethora of sinister arts. Fortune smiled upon us. We soon flagged a car as we reached the main road. I offered the driver extra money to exclusively run this single errand, waiving a hefty sum of 3,000, though it pained me. Saving a life is worth more than the construction of a grand pagoda. It was imperative to act. The driver's eyes widened at the sight of such a sum, and he assured me of his commitment to the task, even bowing slightly in respect. His driving was remarkably steady. In mere hours, we traversed over 200 kilometers and arrived at the outskirts of her village. I instructed the driver to halt, and we disembarked hastily. I informed him to wait for us, promising we would return shortly. He readily agreed, delighted at having earned a week's wages in a single day. I turned to the woman and asked her name. I am Dang Lin. Where is your house? Let me there swiftly, I urged. She seems rather unwell. Perhaps we should proceed more slowly, interjected Sun Yuning from the side. We cannot afford to waste time. Lives are at stake, I insisted, tugging Dang Lin along as we moved in the direction she indicated. This was my first encounter with such dark feng shui, and uncertainty gnawed at me regarding the duration it would take. Upon reaching her home, I activated my third eye and discerned a faint purple aura being drawn away from the roof. How malicious. It appeared there was intent to bring ruin upon her family. Didn't you say they were living in your house? Why is the front door tightly shut? I am unsure. I was already lying in the hospital at that time. She replied, confusion evident in her voice. I immediately retrieved my compass. Heaven and earth rotate, yin and yang unite. The 5 elements align. Auspiciousness beckons while misfortune is avoided. Open the compass. The needle spun wildly without ceasing, indicating that dark forces had infiltrated this place, stirring up restless malevolence. Combining the compass with my ancestral technique, I invoked Kongqi. I then formed hand seals, reciting the incantation, and struck the ground forcefully with my palms. The ordinary earth emitted a faint white energy. Yet 5 distinct areas of dark energy gradually ascended. I produced a mouse talisman. Little mouse, it's time to work. Perform swiftly, and rewards await. The creature squeaked enthusiastically. In no time, 5 dilapidated figures emerged before my eyes. I couldn't even muster the will to examine them, incinerating them instead. The foul odor that arose was nauseating, tainting my hands upon contact. Once these were reduced to ashes, I noticed a marked improvement in Dang Lin's complexion. Chapter 24. Destined connection. Casting spells became swifter. A prodigious young talent in their 20s often couldn't overcome a seasoned elder over a century old. Age held its weight. Those centuries of cultivation couldn't be dismissed. Survival in the cultivation world defined true genius. Those who perished were merely ordinary. Let's return. This matter is concluded. Perhaps they'll meet an untimely demise soon. I remarked softly. They truly will die? Assuredly, burdened by the karmic force, none can escape. Upon returning to the village entrance, the taxi driver remained, asleep at the wheel. Approaching. I tapped on the window. Driver, let's head back. The taxi driver startled awake. Young friend, you gave me a fright. Hehehe, now that you're finished, let's return. Subsequently, our group journeyed towards Qing City. As twilight deepened, we drew closer. Sister Dang Lin, please get a medical checkup. You might be pleasantly surprised. Really? I merely feel less discomfort than before. I've undergone numerous examinations in the hospital, yet they couldn't pinpoint the cause. They merely administered nutrient solutions, requiring constant observation. I've grown weary of it. Rest assured, after weathering this tribulation, your days will gradually improve. Lin Tingyi, what's the principle behind this? How did burning a few items, encircling her house improve Sister Dang Lin's complexion? Adopting a sage-like tone, I replied, you're too young to understand such things. Oh, stop pretending. Sun Yuning retorted, disgruntled. Soon, we arrived in Qing City. First, we dropped Dang Lin off at the Qing City People's Hospital, and afterward, we indulged in a hearty meal at a restaurant. Then, we parted ways, each returning home. Where have you been all day? Why are you so late? Sun Yuning's mother questioned. I went to a neighboring city with Lin Tingyi, Sun Yuning pouted. I couldn't reach you by phone. Had I not known you were with Tingyi, I would have reported you missing, Sun Yuning's mother scolded, her face etched with worry. Oh mom, my phone died. I'll be more careful next time, Sun Yuning pleaded, shaking her mother's hand. Don't let it happen again. Hee, I understand. She continued, Mom, let me tell you, Lin Tingyi has acquired some extraordinary skills and saved someone today. What happened? Tell me all about it. Sun Yuning recounted the entire story to her mother. Tingyi is remarkable. Merely burning some items and circling a house can transform a pale girl into one with rosy cheeks. The person behind him must be extraordinary as well. I must cultivate a good relationship with him. As Sun Yuning's mother pondered, she thought, just what is Lin Tingyi's background? To possess such abilities at a young age suggests his mentor is no simple character. I must foster a good relationship with him. In the wake of this incident, my reputation soared. The number of people seeking fortune-telling and face-reading surged dramatically, keeping me so occupied that Sun Yuning had to buy me meals to eat while I worked at my stall. Fortunately, they were all minor matters. What significant events do ordinary people encounter? They merely wish to prosper and avoid illness. In essence, it boils down to greed. Those with robust health desire wealth. The wealthy crave power, and those who possess everything yearn for even more. Such is human nature. Who doesn't aspire to a peaceful, secure, and blissful life? With filial children and a healthy body to enjoy their twilight years? Thus, I spent an entire summer in a constant flurry of activity, and soon, school beckoned once more. When Grandpa returned, he wore a smile. I inquired, what's the occasion? Why so cheerful? Take a guess. Grandpa's countenance was obscured. I couldn't discern any clues. So, I bluntly asked, you know I can't read your face, yet you asked me to guess? Aren't you toying with me? Just a bit of fun. All right, enough teasing. Our family has a new addition. Really? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I would have returned. What's the rush? The child is only a month old. They wouldn't recognize you. You're eager to see your mother give birth? Poor younger sibling, they won't even see one of their closest relatives upon birth. Guess whether it's a brother or a sister. I guess it's a brother or a sister. That's no guess at all. It's a sister. She's quite endearing, Grandpa said, his expression softening with affection, causing me to feel a wave of nausea. Hey, brat, what's with that look? I was more excited about your birth than your sister's. I didn't witness it, I retorted. Nonsense. You were smiling back then. With that, Grandpa unsheathed his belt and delivered a sharp blow to my backside. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That hurts. Am I not your own grandson? I cried, clutching my rear. If you wear an end oppos, T my grandson, I would end oppos. T have hit you. Serves you right for being so argumentative. Grandpa chuckled heartily. You old codger, I muttered inwardly. Brat, you've had a fruitful summer, haven't you? I see a faint purple aura emanating from your wealth palace. Not bad. Not bad. Just a small profit. I thought to myself, oh no, my wallet. I don't want your money, but you'll have to cover the cost of the medicinal baths. Grandpa said in an unyielding tone. How could I refuse? All right, I accept. Now, let's set the terms. A regular medicinal bath costs 100,000, and a special one costs 1,000,000. After every 5 regular baths, you must take a special one. All right, you're the boss. I'll listen to you. Did I have the power to object? Thankfully, it was only once a month. Otherwise, my meager wallet couldn't sustain it. By the grace of fate. Sun Yuning and I attended the same high school and were even in the same class, which rapidly deepened our bond over those 3 years. During high school, Grandpa forbade me from taking on cases and instead burdened me with enormous debts, causing me to feel despondent upon waking each day. Why must I pay for medicinal baths? The money I earned over the summer would only last a year and a half, and Grandpa forced me to sign an IOU for the remaining year and a half. I signed an unequal treaty, and I wanted to refuse, but as the old saying goes, backwardness invites aggression. As the college entrance exam approached, Sun Yuning and I agreed to apply to the same university, as our scores were similar, and we were confident in our chances of admission. The threads of destiny seemed to have bound us together tightly since that summer. Although we had known each other for a long time, neither of us had broached the subject of romance. Qing City was where I had stayed the longest and held the fondest memories. After the exam, Sun Yuning and I met at the place where we had first encountered each other. As we walked side by side on Homing Street at night, we looked back and saw that things had changed. Many of the storefronts were no longer as they had been. I still remember when I first saw you here, sitting with your legs crossed, playing on your phone. Although we weren't very familiar, my intuition told me to go and tap you. And now our relationship has lasted for 3 years. Indeed, many things and people have changed in these 3 years, but our feelings remain constant, I said softly. Chapter 25. The misguided Smith. I never anticipated that the callow youth of yesteryear would utter such saccharine words. Sun Yuning smiled. Our eyes met, conveying volumes in silence. Drawn together as if by an invisible force, we closed our eyes in unison, our hearts beating in harmonious synchronicity as we edged closer. It was as if we had been transported back to that summer 3 years prior, once again 2 innocent adolescents. Reluctantly, we parted our lips after what felt like an eternity. Isn't this a bit ostentatious? Sun Yuning queried, her cheeks aflame, her tender face resembling a ripe apple. Perhaps. I conceded. I can feel the stares of passers-by. Let's abscond, I exclaimed, gently pulling Sun Yuning along the path at a leisurely pace. The joy radiating from our faces was irrepressible, akin to the vibrant morning sun. Shortly after, Sun Yuning called for a halt, breathless. I can't run anymore. Let's rest. I immediately obliged, and we erupted in laughter upon making eye contact. This day felt like an unparalleled moment of bliss, youth epitomizing cherished memories, boundless possibilities, and an incomparable state of mind. We meandered through bustling streets, verdant meadows, and quaint town lanes. Upon returning home, I was greeted by my grandfather's voice. Well? Look who it is. Out to ensnare some innocent lass. My face flushed crimson, akin to a baboon's posterior. Ensnare? We're mutually enamored, I protested. Ha ha ha. Excellent. You haven't disappointed me. Grandfather chuckled. You'll be returning in a few days, so cherish every moment you can together. It's time to spend more time at home, I mused. I typically only return during the Lunar New Year, with grandfather making a solitary trip for the Qingming festival. Now, after all these years, I had finally weathered the storm. In the days that followed, Sun Yuning and I remained inseparable, reveling in blissful abandon. I informed her of my impending return home. She expressed understanding, acknowledging the importance of visiting family after an extended absence. Before departing, I conferred with Li Guofu, arranging for him to deliver corn to the spirit rat, Shu Cooling, on a monthly basis, with me covering the expenses. He was taken aback by my proposition, expressing surprise that the great rat's spirit had not approached him directly, as he would have gladly obliged. I speculated that she might prefer self-reliance, disliking to burden others. I surmised that the recent demise of some of her rat progeny might have influenced her decision, as a 200-year-old rat spirit would not typically harm a soul. Traveling home together necessitated a car, given the plethora of miscellaneous items we were transporting, which would undoubtedly trigger security checks on trains and high-speed rail. Moreover, the ginseng rat, now significantly larger, would not be permitted. Grandfather would bring it along when handling affairs, and it had evidently ingested something beneficial, as it was now capable of uttering rudimentary phrases, primarily hungry, want food. With a few more fortuitous encounters, it might even achieve complete anthropomorphism. I borrowed a spacious van from Yangshinxing for the journey, which proved ample for our belongings. The cross-provincial drive lasted nearly 8 hours, fraught with bumps and jolts. Upon arriving home, grandfather promptly summoned me to assist my maternal grandfather, seeking to temper my spirit. He believed my cultivation had progressed too rapidly in recent months and that I needed to consolidate my foundation. I could hardly object, as grandfather had only attained the true man realm at my age. I was now a true Qi realm expert, surpassing the majority of practitioners in the martial world. According to grandfather, we set off in the morning, arriving at my maternal grandfather's blacksmith shop by midday. The blacksmith shop had been in the family for generations, purportedly over 20. My ancestor had encountered a blacksmith seeking extraterrestrial meteorite iron while wandering in the mountains and had rendered assistance. The blacksmith, having heard rumors of meteorite iron in the area, had ventured into the depths alone. However, his lack of wilderness experience made his quest perilous. He was young and headstrong, determined to forge an unparalleled weapon and achieve renown. Within days, his provisions were depleted, and he became disoriented, unable to locate a water source. On the verge of starvation, he saw a figure materialize before him. Before he could speak, he lost consciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, he detected the gentle murmur of flowing water. He opened his eyes, fearing it was a hallucination. He slapped himself, and the stinging sensation confirmed his reality. He had survived. He crawled towards the water and drank deeply. Ah, you and Ampos, reawake. You nearly died, a middle-aged man in colorful attire remarked. Ah, the blacksmith choked. Who are you? Who am I? I saved your life. That's who, the man replied casually. I saw you looking near death, so I brought you here to the river and gave you some water. Luckily, you survived. The blacksmith was overcome with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, he stammered, kneeling before the man. Hey, no need for such formality. Get up, the man urged, helping him to his feet. Curious, the man inquired about the blacksmith's expedition into the mountains. The blacksmith recounted his quest for meteorite iron. The man nodded knowingly. I've heard rumors of meteorite iron here, but no one has ever found it. The blacksmith asked the man about his own presence in the mountains. I'm just wandering around, patrolling the area for suspicious characters. He replied, would you be willing to help me find the meteorite iron? If successful, I and Apo's, I'll forge a divine weapon for you, the blacksmith proposed. The man considered the offer and agreed. Their search lasted for days, leaving them disheveled and weary. My friend, is there really meteorite iron here? We've been searching for days without success, the man lamented. I'm starting to suspect that the person who spread the rumor was deliberately misleading us. I'm furious. If I ever find out who it was, I'll... The blacksmith trailed off, seething. Let's rest, brother. I'm exhausted, the blacksmith said, plopping down on the ground. Why is the soil so hard here? He wondered aloud. You're right. It is, the man said, stomping his foot. Brother, what if the meteorite iron is one large piece, rather than many small ones? The blacksmith speculated. Are you serious? The man questioned. Let's find out, the blacksmith replied. Without hesitation, the man cast an earth elemental spell, flinging the soil aside and creating a large pit. The pit was pitch black. Could it really be meteorite iron? The blacksmith wondered. Let's see. The man exclaimed. He cast the earth spell repeatedly, but the pit remained black. Ha ha ha. Heaven be praised. We found it. The blacksmith shouted with glee. The man, though covered in dirt, could not conceal his joy. Don't forget my divine weapon, brother, he reminded the blacksmith. Brother, I can't thank you enough. Without you, I would never have found the meteorite iron, even if it was right under my feet, the blacksmith said, kneeling once more. I told you, no need for that. What are you doing? The man chided. Chapter 26. The smithy. The middle-aged man hastily assisted the blacksmith. Old brother, I'm thinking of settling down here. What do you think? Of course, no problem. It's your prerogative to reside wherever you please. For the following week, the blacksmith and the middle-aged man busied themselves. Finally, the house is complete. The blacksmith exclaimed. Indeed, though modest, it suffices for your smithing endeavors, the middle-aged man replied. Old brother, I am eternally grateful. Should you ever require assistance? Summon your younger brother. If it's within my capabilities, I shall move mountains and drain seas to aid you, the blacksmith declared, clasping his hands in gratitude. It's of no consequence. I shall return to my abode on the adjacent hilltop. In due time, I shall guide you to familiarize yourself with the area. Very well. Old brother, I shall certainly accompany you. I wonder if the divine artifact has been forged or if it remains interred within the coffin alongside our ancestors. Thus, the amity between our families extended for centuries, becoming akin to kinship. At midday, I could discern my maternal grandfather's family emerging to greet me. Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, aunt, younger cousins, I exclaimed as I approached. Tingy, my grandfather called out. I'm here, grandfather. I responded, breaking into a jog. It's been quite some time. You've grown considerably taller. My uncle remarked. Youths are wont to grow rapidly, my aunt added. Elder brother, how long will you be staying? My younger cousin, Li Jun, inquired. Approximately 2 months. Until the end of summer vacation, I replied. Very well, let us not tarry outside. Let us hasten indoors to partake in the repast, lest it grow cold. Thereupon, we swiftly entered the house. The dwelling of my maternal grandparents bore a striking resemblance to my own, both being 4-story detached houses typical of the southern region. The smithy was situated in an adjacent, capacious warehouse. The feast was lavish, akin to welcoming guests during the Lunar New Year. The table was laden with such a plethora of dishes that I was at a loss as to which to sample first. You've grown increasingly robust, my uncle commented, patting my shoulder. Your grandfather has actually permitted you to engage in smithing. It took me several years to acclimate to such strenuous labor. I trust you one and Apos. T absconded prematurely. Fear not, uncle. I shall assuredly persevere for the entire 2 months. Smithing is but a trifle, I mumbled, my mouth replete with food. Tingo, partake slowly. We are aware of your prodigious appetite. There is ample sustenance for all, my grandmother said, smiling. Indeed, I am cognizant of that, I replied, continuing to devour the fare voraciously. At this juncture, Legion interjected, Elder cousin, though I have witnessed your manner of eating, I am still somewhat astounded by your veracity. Chew, chew. Enough discourse during the meal, lest you choke, my grandfather cautioned. After we had concluded our meal and rested for a while, my uncle familiarized me with the process. The warehouse contained a diverse array of armaments, as well as culinary utensils and tools. Upon beholding a mere 10-centimeter dagger being forged with a massive, several dozen kilogram hammer, I knew I had arrived at the right place. Subsequently, my uncle informed me that the creation of a superior tool, from its initial form to its final product, required 10 or even dozens of days. I was somewhat taken aback. These weapons and tools are classified into several tiers: ordinary, inferior, middling, superior, and divine. However, it is uncommon for one to desire a divine tool. Only magical implements necessitate such a high level. Thus, superior tools are typically the pinnacle. Anything beyond that would be uneconomical. When I inquired about the duration of the polishing of my gun, my uncle replied that he and my grandfather had meticulously refined it over several years. He avowed that it was the finest weapon they had ever crafted and that they were uncertain if they could replicate it. When I asked if the difficulty was so formidable, my uncle elucidated that the challenge lay not in the materials, but in the lightning attribute energy that my grandfather had procured. Your grandfather obtained a surfeit of energy from some unknown source. Your grandfather and I assiduously condensed and refined the lightning energy into the gun barrel, leaving us with no additional time to accept other commissions for those years. At this juncture, I produced the lightning flash gun, which instantly expanded in size, with faint arcs of electricity emanating from its tip. Undeniably, this weapon was a divine artifact that embodied the collective resources of both families. Replicating it would necessitate vast amounts of time and resources, and even then, success would not be guaranteed. I see. No wonder it is so easy to use and so powerful. Very well, without further ado, I shall instruct you in the creation of an ordinary dagger today. Within an hour, an ordinary dagger emerged from my uncle's hands. Though it was described as ordinary, it was far superior to the military daggers sold commercially. Compared to the daggers sold outside, it was simply scrap iron. Subsequently, my uncle commenced instructing me in the art of dagger forging. This endeavor lasted for 4 or 5 hours. My unrefined skills and lack of stamina resulted in a useless product, even inferior to the ordinary daggers sold commercially. I was aghast. How could this be? I would disdain using it even to cut grass. Immediately, my uncle consoled me, it's of no consequence. Jinjin's first attempt was only marginally better than yours. Though he attempted to console me, his lips were already stretched into a wide grin. When did Jinjin begin forging knives? Around the age of 8, I believe. Is this a jest? I'm already 18 years of age, a decade older. I am utterly inept. It's of no consequence. Though you lack aptitude for smithing, you excel in cultivation. At your age, I was merely a mage. Now, I am barely a Taoist master. The magical arts cultivated by my maternal grandparents' family were taught by our ancestors. At that time, my ancestor observed the blacksmith laboring for an extended period without significant progress. He surmised when his divine weapon would come into being, so he deigned to impart some body tempering techniques. Upon hearing this, I regained some equilibrium. I silently intoned, I am here to mature, not to create works of art. Maintain equanimity. Very well, it is time for supper. We shall resume tomorrow. In truth, I had not slept much lately. For cultivators, cultivation at night is more beneficial than sleep. However, my grandfather had decreed that I was not to cultivate for these 2 months, but merely to swing the hammer. After showering, I noticed some messages on my phone. Some from my parents inquiring if I was acclimating well. I replied that I was and that I could accept it. There were also some from Sun Yuning, inquiring about my day and whether being a blacksmith was comfortable. My aunt had already arranged a room for me. I returned to my room to make video calls to them one by one, as this was a faster way to convey my thoughts and prevent estrangement. Though I did not cultivate, I still awoke promptly at 6 o'clock and ran 20 kilometers with a 50-kilogram weight. This was a habit I had maintained for many years of cultivation, regardless of wind, rain, or thunder. This continuous exercise had greatly enhanced my stamina beyond that of cultivators of the same level. My maternal grandparents' family also arose early and were also cultivating. Good morning, grandfather. Good morning, Tingy. What are you doing with that large iron block? My grandfather inquired, puzzled. Weight-bearing long-distance running to increase stamina. I see. Return for breakfast after you finish running. Very well. The ensuing days were similar. I entrusted Sun Jiating with the task of collecting my graduation certificate at the graduation ceremony. Soon, 2 months had elapsed in the blink of an eye. I had also submitted a perfect answer sheet. I forged a lightweight woman's sword that was both light and sturdy. On the day of my departure, I bid farewell to my maternal grandparents and assured them that I would return to visit when time permitted. How is it, Tingy? You've gained quite a bit in these 2 months, haven't you? My grandfather inquired eagerly as soon as I returned home. Indeed, though my cultivation base hasn't increased much, I feel that my application of techniques has improved significantly. Chapter 27. The most useful episode of the Mouse Ginseng Brother is back. Come watch television with me, exclaimed my sister, Lin Qinghe, joyfully. Brother is here. Upon reaching the television, I furrowed my brow. Sister, what on earth are you watching? You're so young. Why are you watching Ultraman? I asked, perplexed. It and Appos, great. I also watch Kamen Rider and Armor Warriors. She replied excitedly. Thunder Yatalis, unite. She declared, brandishing 4 chopsticks tucked into her waistband. I slapped my forehead in disbelief. Is this how you take care of your sister, Grandpa? Who can stand watching such foolishness? Even dogs have animated series now. If I hear that noise, I might just smash the television. Grandpa said nonchalantly. That's true. This is unbearable. I plan to quietly spend the last few days of summer vacation before embarking on my university journey. This time, we drove directly there. Otherwise, Mouse Ginseng wouldn't be able to board. Over the past 2 months, Grandpa seemed to have grown quite fond of this little pet, which was nearing 50 pounds. I asked Grandpa what realm Mouse Ginseng currently belonged to. He explained, the realms of monsters vary greatly. The only realms I know of are Little Demon, Great Demon, Demon Bandit, Demon King, and Demon Immortal. The distinctions between realms are not entirely accurate, as each level consists of 20 stages. At present, Mouse Ginseng is at most a little demon of around 4 or 5 coins. The Mouse Chui Ling I dealt with previously was likely just a great demon of 1 or 2 coins. It's far more challenging for monsters to cultivate than for humans. Otherwise, How would there be so many monsters that consume people? Eating humans can significantly accelerate their cultivation. Although the karmic retribution they receive later is more substantial, and crossing the lightning tribulation becomes increasingly arduous, after all, they are monsters. How many can withstand temptation? This time, Grandpa was taking me to school. The old man was in remarkable shape, over 60 yet as vigorous as a man in his 30s or 40s. Walking with a wind at his back, we set off in the morning and arrived at school by evening, but fortunately, with Mouse Ginseng, there weren't many people around. As I was about to remind Mouse Ginseng to keep a low profile while entering the school, I turned to see it had shrunk down to a tiny size. What happened, Mouse Ginseng? Why have you gotten smaller? I inquired. It's because Mouse Chui Ling taught me that I couldn't display my abilities before due to my low cultivation, it replied. Hee hee, Mouse Ginseng chuckled. That voice is quite unpleasant. I teased. Gee. Mouse Ginseng chirped, as if to say, isn't it pleasant now? Much better. I laughed in return. After disembarking from the car, I carried my bag through the night at the school. To be honest, why did they build such a vast campus? It took a good half an hour to walk from the gate to the dormitory. So inconvenient. Mouse Ginseng, feeling cramped, sped along with its short legs. Can't you help me carry some things, Grandpa? Hey, isn't this what you need? Grandpa retorted. Yes, what about it? Then that's settled. If it's for you, not for me. Why should I carry anything? Come on. Since we arrived a day early, there weren't many people around, and I could choose my dormitory freely. Each class had only a few fixed dormitory options, and seeing there were only rooms on the 3rd and 4th floors, I chose a room on the 3rd floor as they all looked similar. Upon entering and turning on the light, I was met with the usual setup of a bed on top and a desk below, with some bed frames even rusted. Is this the kind of dormitory environment a good university should offer? Can't they invest a bit of money to maintain the dorms? What has to deal with placing large stones on the school grounds? Never mind, considering the circumstances, it would be unsurprising to find mice around. After setting up my bed, Grandpa took us out for a hearty meal, which turned out to be a casual roadside barbecue. Mouse Ginseng was in high spirits, relishing the food. While I casually asked Grandpa, if I continue to set up my stall, will I still need to abide by the old rules? Grandpa, chewing on some beef, replied. Of course, the traditions passed down cannot be changed. Is there any reasoning behind it? I'm not sure. Perhaps it's just something our ancestors made up. Just follow it. I've lived my life adhering to what the ancestors said, and nothing has gone amiss. All right then. How about you erase the over $1 million in debt I owe? How can a grandson be burdened with so much loan? I joked. Don't come at me with that nonsense. It won't work. Please, can we make it happen? I pleaded, shaking Grandpa's hand. Go away. He dismissed. How heartless. After eating, Mouse Ginseng and I returned to the dormitory, while Grandpa didn't say much and drove home directly. Fuming, I stomped my feet in frustration. How can he play me like this? He didn't give me a single penny. I won't even be able to afford breakfast tomorrow. Right, Mouse Ginseng? How are we going to survive? Mouse Ginseng pulled a red Maozedong note from its little bag, and my eyes sparkled with delight. I love you, Mouse Ginseng. Thank goodness I didn't raise you in vain, I exclaimed, lifting Mouse Ginseng and spinning it around. Now, I had nothing to fear. Tomorrow, I would resume my old business and set up my stall again. At 6, I woke from my cultivation state, exhaling a breath of turbid air. After preparing, I scoured the vicinity for discarded cardboard boxes and stopped by a convenience store to buy a marker. I wrote my previous banner and sought a prime location on the nearest commercial street to set up. The cardboard read, I understand fortune-telling and can subdue demons. Considering financial constraints, I didn't bother buying a stool. However, this time I was clever. Not only did I write my original banner, but I also added that I was a direct disciple of the Northern Exorcist and that my services were free of charge. Someone asked if that would actually be effective. Who knows? Perhaps some lucky soul will see such a peculiar statement and decide to give it a try. As expected, I hadn't squatted for long when a group of boys and girls, all about my age, approached me. They appeared to be university students. Excuse me, do any of you need fortune-telling or demon exorcising services? I asked enthusiastically. Hey man, your way of speaking is hilarious. What demons or monsters exist nowadays? One girl responded. Hee hee. Sorry, I misspoke. I quickly retracted my words, not wanting to be branded as a superstitious charlatan. Hey dude, do you really know everything on that cardboard? A boy inquired. I know a bit here and there. Then how about you tell me my fortune? He suggested. Sure, a fortune reading costs $200. What? Are you trying to rob me? Who pays $200 for a fortune reading? Another boy exclaimed angrily. That's not how it works. You get what you pay for. If I charge a high price, it's because my skills are worth it. All right, if you're so skilled, let me see what you can do. I'll pay. The boy handed over 200 yuan. Fine by me. After all, it doesn't matter who I read for, especially since I'm starving. What aspect do you want to hear about? Wealth, romance, or something else? Chapter 28. The 7th day, can you recount everything? I can. But would you wish to listen for such a long duration? It's up to you. After carefully observing, I discerned the underlying truths. Although this individual enjoyed immense fortune in the first half of his life, his luck swiftly diminished in the latter half, leading to a significant possibility of peril to his life. Despite having numerous wives throughout his existence, none were destined to be his true match. Why do you furrow your brows as if made of bark? Is your ability lacking? The man scoffed. On the contrary, my capabilities are quite formidable. Do you realize you might end up with no money, fighting with beggars for scraps, and potentially face dire consequences? This remark was a fabrication on my part. I was uncertain if he would actually resort to scavenging from beggars. Ridiculous. How could my Chi Chao ever stoop to such a level? Do you know who his father is? A young woman retorted angrily. Silence. No need for your interruptions. The man named Chi Chao's face shifted from pale to flushed with anger. Continue, I can endure it. From a physiognomic perspective, there is a subtle mark disrupting your fate palace, indicating that you may encounter life-threatening dangers in your later years. Your wealth palace, located on your nose, suggests that while your financial fortune was stable in the first half of your life, you will struggle to retain any wealth in your later years due to your overly exposed nostrils. Analyzing your eyes, they protrude slightly more than the average person's. Colloquially termed goldfish eyes, this trait implies a sociable nature but a lack of perseverance, making you prone to abandoning tasks midway. Would you like to hear more? Speak of my marital prospects. The man named Chi Chao was on the verge of losing his composure. Forgive me for stating facts rather than fabrications. Your marriage palace indicates you will experience 3 unions, all of which will be fraught with misfortune. Your true match has yet to cross your path. Are you jesting? Is it all negativity? Do I possess no good fortune? At least for the first 30 years, you will enjoy a life of comfort. I replied with a hint of mockery. You scoundrel. I will end you. He lunged towards me, but fortunately, among their group of 5, a man and a woman restrained him. Since you do not believe me, allow me to elaborate further. You are the 3rd son in your family, with 2 elder brothers far surpassing you in merit, and your family does not hold high hopes for you, correct? Thus, you find yourself with little to do, relying on sycophants to mask your inner emptiness. Am I right? Upon hearing this, Chi Chao's expression became vacant, akin to a malfunctioning program. Lu Chi Chao. Is what he said true? Questioned the man who had been supporting him. Did you not claim your family intends to make you the heir? Yet you are the one with the least hope among the 3? The girl supporting him now appeared exasperated. No, that is not it. He is just talking nonsense. Lu Chi Chao muttered as he sank to the ground, cradling his head. Leave. With that, the 4 of them departed without a backward glance, as if resolute in their decision. You should leave too. Who told you not to trust me? You will regret disrupting my performance. I continued to sit on the ground, counting the $200, chuckling to myself that I now had funds for meals in the coming days. Lu Chi Chao remained on the ground, lost in thought. Moments passed before he spoke. If you can discern all this, could you teach me? I do not wish to end up fighting with beggars for scraps. What are you babbling about? He then squatted beside me again and repeated his request. Why would you want to learn this? Your family does not lack for your spending. As long as you do not compete with your brothers for the family business, you can lead a life far superior to most. But I wish to make a name for myself. I feel envious whenever I see how accomplished my brothers are. Why should they have all the accolades? Why shout so loudly? I slapped the back of his head lightly. Ow. Why are you hitting me? You are obstructing my clients. Hello. Do you wish to have your fortune told, or perhaps seek to exorcise evil spirits? I addressed a young girl who had approached my stall. If you can exorcise evil spirits, can you also see them? She inquired. Indeed, but why do you ask such a question? I want to see my mother. I heard adults say that the deceased returned to see their families on the 7th day after death. Today is my mother's 7th day, and I miss her. Upon finishing, the girl burst into tears. Don't cry just yet. I can help you see your mother. I dreaded the sound of a child weeping. Really? Is it true? Big brother? The girl ceased her crying. Of course, it is true. My word is trustworthy. I crouched down and asked her, where is your mother? Lead me to her. How much should I give you, big brother? The girl kept her hands in her pockets, not retrieving anything. You can pay me after you see your mother, all right? I smiled. Okay. With that, I allowed the girl to guide me. I picked up a cardboard box, casually advertising my services, when Lu Chi Chao asked, Can I come too? As you wish. The girl's home was not far. We arrived after a 10-minute walk. Likely because she was soon to be sent to the crematorium. Big brother, this is my home. Many relatives are inside. I understand, I replied, my demeanor turning serious. One must not display frivolity in the presence of the deceased. It is a matter of great respect. Daddy, this big brother says we can see mommy. The girl exclaimed excitedly. Nini, do not tease your father. He knows you are also very sad, her father said, wiping away tears. Yes, Nini, when someone has passed. How can we see them again? An elderly woman chimed in. Grandma is real. My brother would not deceive me. Nini insisted, tugging at my hand. It is as this brother says. You must not jest with us. We are a large family, you understand? Nini's father warned. Remaining unflustered, I responded, I certainly have confidence. Otherwise, I would not dare approach your home. Lu Chi Chao stood nearby, astonished. This kid is truly bold. Even with so many eyes watching, he remains calm. Let us wait until evening. It is still broad daylight. I found a spot to close my eyes and rest, as darkness gradually consumed the light. Summer nights always arrive late, but at last they came. I opened my eyes and asked, Are you all prepared? Those who are weak or not direct relatives should step outside. Some voiced their concerns. Why? If you wish to avoid misfortune or illness, you should remain inside. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to thin. Little brother, can I see my wife now? Soon. I formed a hand gesture to release the ethereal energy. I set up a rudimentary array, sufficient for all to see. A woman's figure gradually materialized. Mom. Nini rushed towards her mother. Yet the spirit of the recently deceased lacked physical form, and Nini passed through her mother's legs. Why can't I hug Mommy? Nini wailed. Hush now, dear. Mommy is still here, isn't she? Ling Shui, is that truly you? Liang Sheng wept. It is me. I have returned to see you all. With that, he too began to weep, for a man does not shed tears lightly unless truly moved. Ling Shui, my dear daughter, that reckless driver should pay. An older man exclaimed angrily. He was merely obeying traffic laws, riding his electric bike slowly with a helmet, yet a wretched beast caused this tragedy. Enough, Liangxing. Do not say such things, Nini's mother said, reaching out as if to comfort him. Chapter 29. Acquiring a neophyte disciple, I was indignant. They were clearly in the wrong. Yet they possessed a surfeit of wealth. How could a human life be quantified by mere currency? You were only in your 30s. Liangxing lamented. Tears welling up once more. I did not linger, ushering Lu Qichao out the door. Hey, are you a human or a ghost? Lu Qichao stammered, seemingly still reeling from the encounter. If I were a ghost, you'd be the first thing I devour. I jested. Please don't. Silly bird. Noting the time. It was nearing the witching hour. I re-entered the house and announced, it's time to bid farewell, or the psychopomps will arrive shortly. So soon? It didn't end Oppos. Feel this way when we were together, the woman named Ling Shui murmured. After their valediction, I quietly intoned the requiem, hoping for better fortune in her next life, free from bestial predation. As the woman departed, Liangxing addressed me, young brother, no, esteemed master, please accept my gratitude. Liangxing, with Nini in tow, attempted to kneel before me. I swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously raising them to their feet. I am unworthy of such reverence, elder brother. Nay. You are most deserving. Were it not for you, I might have been denied a final glimpse of my wife. He reiterated his desire to perform the grand obeisance. Enough. Elder brother, this was a transaction. Your daughter will provide remuneration. Is that so, Nini? How much did you offer this elder brother? I haven't paid yet. Elder brother said it's not too late after the matter is concluded. You child, allow me. Liangxing retrieved his wallet, poised to count out a sum from a wad of banknotes. I intervened. Elder brother, Nini is the one who engaged my services. I only require Nini's payment. It's time to pay your dues, Nini, I prompted. Nini produced a collection of loose change from her pocket, mostly consisting of smaller denominations. I plucked a worn 1 yuan note from her palm. This will suffice. Consider it settled. Master, what is the meaning of this? I have the means. Such charity is unnecessary. Yangxing exclaimed, his countenance a mask of disbelief as he beheld the solitary yuan. Lu Qichao was equally dumbfounded. My fees are my prerogative. Let us consider it settled. If you are truly insistent, perhaps you could treat me to a meal. Very well, esteemed master, follow me. I shall escort you to the finest restaurant in the vicinity. Such formality is unnecessary. Your home will suffice. However, I possess a rather prodigious appetite, so prepare accordingly. No matter, there will be ample provisions. The wrinkles on Liangsheng's face seemed to bloom into a smile. Let us be off to dinner, I announced, beckoning Lu Qichao. Am I included? Lu Qichao scurried to my side, chattering incessantly. From this day forth, you are my leader. Did you witness how incredibly cool you were just now? Who authorized you to address me as leader? Having a lackey such as yourself would be utterly mortifying. I have resolved to mend my ways. I wish to follow you. Leader. I paid him scant attention. Before long, Liangsheng had prepared a veritable feast, its flavors most agreeable. Elder brother Liang, what is your profession? I own and operate a small restaurant. No wonder your culinary skills are so exceptional. I offered a thumbs up. Liangsheng's countenance darkened once more. This restaurant was established by my wife and I shortly after our nuptials. She was utterly astonished upon tasting my cooking, wondering why I had not opened a restaurant sooner. Yangxing's tears flowed anew. Elder brother Liang, though the departed are gone, life must continue. Nini requires your care. Indeed, I still have an Nini. Liangsheng seemed to realize. As I departed, Liangsheng invited me to dine at his restaurant at my leisure, free of charge. This piqued my interest. Good deeds truly beget good fortune. Lu Qichao inquired. Leader, where did you acquire your skills? Would you consider imparting them to me? I, too, wish to aid the vulnerable. The gratitude they express makes all the hardships worthwhile. Your enlightenment is commendable, young one. I shall observe you for a time, I replied, gesturing towards him. Which university do you attend? I queried. I am a sophomore at Ely University. While my interpersonal skills leave much to be desired, I possess a certain aptitude for academics. Lu Qichao boasted. How unfortunate that I share a school with you, I retorted. Really, leader? You attend the same university as I? How have I never encountered you? Are you a freshman, perhaps? Indeed. Excellent. At least you are not my senior. I would be at a loss if you were to graduate before me. Do you reside in the dormitory or off campus, leader? Dormitory. Which building and floor, leader? I would like to visit you sometime. You are rather bothersome. Silence yourself for now. Very well, Lu Qichao pouted. Observe over there. I gestured casually. What is it? Lu Qichao peered in the direction I indicated. There is nothing there, leader. Lu Qichao scratched the back of his head. Where did he go? Lu Qichao turned to face the empty roadside. Leader, please do not frighten me. I am easily startled. Finally gone. How did I acquire such a garrulous companion? I stood perched in a tree, watching the receding figure. I awoke the following morning, preparing to await Sun Yuning's arrival. She had informed me that she would be arriving at school this morning, requesting my assistance with her luggage. I was, of course, eager to oblige. It had been far too long since we last met, and I missed her dearly. I leaned against a large tree near the school entrance, patiently awaiting her arrival. Around 10 o'clock a.m., Sun Yuning initiated a video call. Tingy, where are you? I have arrived at the school gate. I am near a large tree. Wait for me. Moments later, I spotted a beautiful woman carrying numerous bags and packages. Her raven tresses cascaded down her back, resembling a silken waterfall. Her eyes were like pools of autumn water, and her every movement exuded an undeniable elegance. I dashed towards her, stealthily approaching from behind. I tapped her left shoulder, while positioning myself to her right. Sun Yuning, feeling the tap on her left shoulder, turned to find nothing. As she faced forward once more, I suddenly materialized before her. Greetings, beauty. Might I offer my assistance? Sun Yuning was startled. She struck me playfully. Trying to scare me to death, are you? Merely attempting to create a sense of surprise. Surprise? More like fright. By the way, what is that long object on your back? Sun Yuning inquired, pointing to the sword. A surprise. I shall reveal all later. All right, let us proceed with registration. I dutifully took possession of all her luggage, transforming myself into a walking baggage carousel. As we neared the dormitory, I unwrapped the sword and presented it to Sun Yuning. Tell me, do you find it to your liking? Sun Yuning accepted the short sword. Where did you acquire such a blade? It perfectly aligns with my aesthetic sensibilities. Take a guess. I cannot fathom. I had it custom made for you during the summer. It is not yet sharpened to prevent accidental injury. Thank you, Tingy. Sun Yuning planted a kiss upon my lips. After completing the arduous registration process, it was already midday. During our meal, I recounted my current predicament. How cruel of your grandfather. Tingy, you poor thing. What is that expression? Do I detect a hint of schadenfreude? I rolled my eyes. Fear not. I have the means to support you, Sun Yuning said, brandishing her bank card. I have no desire to be supported by you. A man must provide for himself through his own efforts, I declared, feigning an air of bravado. Very well. I was planning to offer you a few hundred to squander. But if you insist. But you misunderstand. While I have declined your offer, it does not preclude you from bestowing upon me such gifts, I replied, adopting a shameless demeanor. I knew you were a scoundrel. I shall transfer the funds via WeChat. I abhor you nouveau riche types. I hastily received the transfer. After spending so much time with you, do I still not know your true character? She shook her head, a gentle smile playing at the corners of her lips. So, what will you do next? What else can I do but continue with my old profession? Just yesterday, I received 2 orders. How much did you earn yesterday, O valiant champion of justice? Sun Yuning was quite intrigued. Chapter 30, the improved version of the I Ching Muscle 200. I can comprehend, but that one piece, surely you did not pick it up off the ground? Of course not. You've called me a great hero upholding justice. So naturally, I embody a spirit of chivalry. I recounted the events of yesterday. Sun Yuning gave me a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. You wouldn't even take money. Truly a real man. I bashfully rubbed the back of my head, saying, I may not have much money, but my sense of justice is abundant. Brother. What a coincidence that you're dining in the cafeteria too. I thought to myself, there is no escaping now. My hands instinctively covered my face. Who is he? Sun looked at me, puzzled. He asked the fool who called me Big Brother yesterday. Lu Qichao jogged over and sat beside me. Big Brother. Why didn't you respond when I called you? He inquired. Who is this beautiful lady? Lu Qichao whispered in my ear, Big Brother, you're amazing. On the first day of school, you're already dining with a beauty? Truly impressive. You rascal. This is my girlfriend. I smacked him on the back. Even more impressive. You managed to establish a relationship in just a day. Get lost, get lost. Hello, big sister. I am the little brother of the big brother. Lu Qichao introduced himself eagerly. Hello. I confirmed my relationship with Tingy a few months ago. We were classmates in middle school, Sun Yuning replied with a smile. I see. Lu Qichao exclaimed, smacking his forehead. At that moment, I cast a resentful glance at Lu Qichao, as our lovely moment was interrupted by his antics. Big brother. Why are you looking at me like that? You're making me nervous, Lu Qichao remarked, patting his chest. How did I, Lin Tingy, end up with such a foolish companion? Did he truly gain admission to this school through intellect? Shut your mouth and eat your meal. Sun Yuning, unable to conceal her laughter, chimed in, you two are simply too amusing. It's no wonder fate brought you together. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone out to set up a stall yesterday, I lamented. Big brother, you mustn't say that. I feel like all my luck for the past 20 years was released yesterday. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met you, Lu Qichao mumbled, his mouth full. Why don't you just enjoy being a wealthy heir instead of following me around? What isn't it for you? That statement is misguided. If it weren't for following you, I might never have experienced the respect I received yesterday. By your grace, Brother Liang spoke to us with such warmth. I thought I was merely the air beside him, unnoticed. But that kind tone was something I've never felt from my own family. They only value capability. Regardless of whether I am their son. Lu Chichao's expression dimmed as he spoke. You little brat, you're being pretentious. At least your family isn't lacking in wealth, while I have to earn my own. Big brother, how much do you need? I can give you some as a mentorship fee, Lu Chichao suddenly suggested, catching me off guard. I thought to frame him for a moment. Let us start with 100 or 200,000. Sure, big brother, just give me your card number. What? How wealthy are you? I wouldn't say I have several hundred million, but I do have a few million. Otherwise, those girls and my sycophant wouldn't have stuck around me. I gave him a thumbs up. If you have it, transfer it to me first. Let us see what I should teach you. Really? That is fantastic. Lu Chichao exclaimed, jumping up in excitement, drawing the attention of other students in the cafeteria. What are you looking at? Mind your own meals. Lu Chichao acted like a fool. No? He truly was one. Big brother, I didn't bring much when I left today. There should be around 6 or 70,000 left on this card. Use it for now. Lu Chichao handed me a card. I caught it, though my left hand trembled slightly. Did he truly just give me his card? I slipped the card into my old Porsche phone case. If you're wondering why I haven't changed my phone in 3 years, just consider that I spend so much every month. How could I dare to change it? Who gave me the courage? Li Ronghao. I wrapped my left arm around Lu Chichao's neck, while my right hand lightly tapped my chest in a gesture of brotherhood. If you need anything, just look for me. All right, big brother. Wait, that is not quite right. What is wrong with that? Just listen to me, and you won't go wrong. Enough teasing. Tingyi, you're the best at charming people among my acquaintances. Sun Jiatong laughed heartily. What do you mean by charming? This is merely the allure of language. Come on, brother, let us go practice some moves. Why are we still eating? I pulled Lu Chichao along. Ting, you should head back now. I'll go teach him a few techniques. Sun Jiatong gave me an okay gesture, playfully. At the entrance of the cafeteria, I remembered, by the way. What were you going to say earlier? I haven't finished my meal yet. Big brother. Lu Chichao gasped. All right, you little rascal. You're quite frugal. Not bad. Not bad. Now, let me teach you some effective moves. Big brother, does this I Ching really work? It's I Ching, and of course, it's effective. This has been passed down through generations in my Lin family, improved many times over, and is several times stronger than the ordinary version. That strong? When will I be as strong as you, big brother? I pondered for a moment before responding. If we're speaking realistically, another 100 or 80 years of training. Are you serious? Big brother, you're not trying to fool me, are you? Lu Chichao asked, half in disbelief. Don't overthink it. Just train hard. Don't let your youth deceive you. Your vitality is lacking. Were you not often indulging in excess before? I chuckled at him. Hee hee. Lu Chichao remained silent, simply smiling. What is so funny? Hurry up and practice. Yes, big brother. Thus, the new semester commenced. I chose to major in law to complete my final shortcoming. After all, if reasoning fails, I still understand a bit about the law. All law ultimately the same. Sun Yuning opted for economics, as her family business continues to expand, and relying on outsiders particularly safe. Lu Chichao also chose economics, saying it was a decision imposed by his family. During the registration days, my roommates all arrived. One a bookworm, another a rather liberal northeastern lad, and the last an avid anime enthusiast who constantly speaks of his wife, a phenomenon I find perplexing but respect nonetheless. There wasn't the initial lively chatter about going out for meals, as I hardly spent time in the dorm. After a brief introduction, we settled into silence. Registration concluded, and we were greeted with the familiar military training segment. Spending 2 months solely forging iron at my uncle's place had significantly enhanced my physical fitness. My endurance and explosive strength improved faster than my training. Perhaps this is what they call physical cultivation. A few days ago, Lu Chichao added me on WeChat, reporting his training progress every evening. He claimed that practicing the I Ching had dramatically boosted his physical capabilities. He boasted he could now punch a cow to death, and that he no longer wanted to indulge with his usual friends. He felt that this state was incredibly gratifying. I replied, didn't I tell you? If it works, that's all that matters. He agreed, indeed. But I'm chapter 31, daily routine the day before military training. Back in the dorm, the enthusiastic northeasterner Huarjiaza remarked, Lin Tingyi, where have you been disappearing to every day? We never see you in the dorm. Oh, I've been accompanying my girlfriend, showing her around, I replied, taking a seat. Impressive, my friend. Did you find her here at school, or bring her from high school? From high school. I knew it. I could tell at first glance you weren't ordinary. Teacher brother, how did you find a girlfriend? For some reason. Girls just stop responding to me when I chat with them, Huarjiaza said, scratching his head. Intrigued, I said. Let me see what you've been saying. Huarjiaza walked over and handed me his phone. Take a look for me. Upon seeing Huarjiaza's chat interface, I couldn't contain myself and burst into laughter. What are you laughing at, man? I think my messages are perfectly normal, he protested. Look at this. The girl asks if you're free tonight. And you reply, I'm always free in the morning after I wake up. It's a wonder she even replied with an emoji. But I was telling the truth. I am always free in the morning. She's asking if you have time in the evening, and you're talking about your bowel movements. How would you respond if you were her? I guess I wouldn't reply either. And this one, the girl sends 2 photos and asks, do I look ugly without makeup? And you say, you do look quite ugly compared to the photo below. Well, that's the truth. I was just being honest. You're a decent-looking guy, but your bluntness prevents girls from chatting with you for more than a few sentences. You should buy a copy of Never Lose to Poor Communication. I said, chuckling. Does that really exist? I'll search for it. It does. Thanks, Lin Tingyi. Hua Jiazi said, patting my shoulder with a grin. I shook my head. Hopeless, utterly hopeless. At this point, the bookworm Ji Yongfeng chimed in. Is there any way you can salvage someone like me, Brother Tingyi? I turned to him and asked, in what regard? Ji Yongfeng mumbled a bunch of nonsense. Without getting to the point, are you trying to find a girlfriend? I asked impatiently. Yes. Where do you think I need to improve? Shave your little mustache. Buy some skincare products and study them seriously, and grow out your hair. A buzz cut requires good bone structure to pull off. What's bone structure? See. This is what happens when you didn't play enough games as a kid. Does Cow World count? That doesn't count at all. Meanwhile, our roommate Song Yang, engrossed in his anime with his headphones on, remained unaffected by our conversation, humming, my waifu is so beautiful, truly my waifu. Fearing that I might turn my roommate from a materialist into an idealist, I had already bought an opaque, oversized bed curtain, so I could cultivate on my bed without worrying about being discovered by my roommates. I awoke from my cultivation at 5 in the morning. Since military training started at 6:30, I needed to get up early for a run. Carefully putting on the weighted vest and wrist and ankle weights that my uncle had custom made for me, which, while not extremely heavy, added up to about 50 kilograms. I washed up and tiptoed out of the room. Arriving at the athletic field, I noticed several instructors in military uniforms, as well as some people already running. Stretching and warming up, I began my run. During the 2 months at my uncle's, 50 kilograms had become increasingly effortless, feeling like nothing more than a few extra layers of clothing. Today, it only took me half an hour to run 10 kilometers, neither tiring nor easy. An idle instructor, counting laps, noticed that I had completed 10 kilometers in under 40 minutes and exclaimed in astonishment, incredible, absolutely incredible. A pace of just over 3 minutes per kilometer for 10 kilometers. He's a superhuman, and he's wearing weights. What are you shouting about, Zhuangli? Always making a racket. Another instructor said, no, Mao Yunshin, didn't you notice? That young man ran 10 kilometers at a 3-minute pace while wearing weights. Isn't he a superhuman? What? Are you kidding me? That young man did 10 kilometers at a 3-minute pace with weights? Mao Yunshin asked in surprise. Why would I lie to you? Go ask him yourself. Just then, I was walking slowly when Mao Yunshin approached me and asked, how far did you run, student? I showed him my phone. Take a look. The screen displayed 10 kilometers, average speed 3 minutes 26 seconds. Seeing the irrefutable data, Mao Yunshin shuddered and continued, how much weight are you carrying? About 50 kilograms. Why? Nothing. I saw you running so fast earlier and wanted to learn from you. It's nothing special, just perseverance. I smiled. Mao Yunshin's mind was racing. Perseverance? Maybe I should stick to cultural studies. Are you a freshman? Yes, I'm a freshman. I need to go back and shower before military training. Bye. He really is a superhuman, Mao Yunshin murmured, watching me leave. Well, what did he say? Zhuangli asked, intrigued. He really is a superhuman. 50 kilograms of weight. 10 kilometers, 3-minute pace, Mao Yunshin muttered. Soon after, I had finished showering and Hua Jiazi was already out of bed. Tingyi, didn't you shower yesterday? Why are you showering again in the morning? Oh, I went for a run this morning. I was covered in sweat, so I felt uncomfortable without showering. Impressive. You're still running early in the morning, even with military training. The other 2 roommates also began to wake up. Oh, Yongfeng, you should change your glasses frames. Thick. Dark frames are in and oppos. T for everyone. Try semi-rimless or rimless glasses. Okay, Tingyi. My parents have been urging me to find a girlfriend since I got into college. I'll ask for more allowance to improve myself. The 3 of us walked toward the athletic field. Why 3? Because Song Yang refused to walk with us. The counselor had already posted our class's position in the group chat. We just had to stand there and wait for the instructors to arrive. When the instructors arrived, a familiar face approached me. What a coincidence, we meet again. I was in a hurry this morning and didn't ask your name. Sorry, I forgot. I'm Lin Tingyi. I scratched my head. Nice to meet you. I'm Mao Yunshin. Why does the instructor know him? I don't know. People whispered. How do you know the instructor, Tingyi? Hua Jiazi asked. I met him while running this morning. Quiet, everyone. I'm your instructor, Mao Yunshin. I'll be responsible for your training for the next month. Please do your best, Mao Yunshin said, bowing slightly. Lin Tingyi, please come out. Hearing my name, I wondered, what's going on? I haven't done anything wrong, have I? As I stood next to Mao Yunshin, he said, you should all learn diligently from Lin. He's the student with the best physical fitness I've encountered as an instructor. Really? Has he already been recognized by the instructor on the first day of training? Is this guy for real? Don't come over here trying to brag. This Lin ran 10 kilometers with 50 kilograms of weight in under 40 minutes. Judge for yourselves. Is he even human? There's no way that's true. Is he a superhuman? Doubts arose from the crowd. Chapter 32. Stealing the spotlight. Mao Yunshin's voice rose. Don't believe it? Lin, may I borrow your phone? I wore a look of disbelief. Was it truly necessary? Yet, I obediently retrieved my phone and opened my results. Subsequently, Mao Yunshin held my phone before the 40 or so classmates, one by one revealing the scores. Gasps of amazement erupted from the crowd, and some even inhaled sharply. Mao Yunshin returned to my side, handing me back my phone. I must apologize, classmate. In all my years, I've never met someone who runs as swiftly as you. Why didn't you pursue athletics in high school? If you had, you surely would have excelled and perhaps even found a place on the national team. I have no interest in that. This is merely my form of exercise, I replied with a hint of pride. With such talent, one ought to remain humble. Everyone should take a page from Lin's book. Mao Yunshin led the applause, and the crowd quickly joined in. A drill instructor approached, inquiring, "Why haven't you begun your training? What is going on here?" "Yes, Chief Instructor," Mao Yunshin replied, signaling us to stand at attention. "No fidgeting, report any issues." I felt as if military training was child's play. The intensity was virtually non-existent. I called out, "Report, Instructor Mao. May I challenge you to a push-up contest? If I win, I won't have to train today." After a moment's consideration, Mao Yunshin replied, "I have a condition. Since you can run 10 kilometers with a 50-kilogram load, I presume your push-up ability is commendable as well. I'll select 4 instructors to compete against you." Agreed, I thought to myself. Standing idly in the scorching sun was sheer torture. Before long, the 4 instructors summoned by Mao Yunshin were ready, and a few more came to watch the spectacle. "Is he truly that formidable, Mao? Does he really need 5 to compete against 1? One instructor remarked. "Trust me, both Lao Zhuang and I witnessed it this morning." "Once you see him in action, you'll understand," Mao assured. "Is that so? Ready, Instructor Mao?" I asked, brimming with anticipation. "Ready. Begin." My form was immaculate, and my pace swift as the watching instructors counted my repetitions. One instructor, struggling beside me, was drenched in sweat. The first instructor faltered at 74 push-ups. 5 minutes passed, and the counting instructor reached 400, 401, 402. The last to compete was Mao Yunshin, and the counting grew louder amidst cheers from the crowd. Completing 400 push-ups within 5 minutes proved daunting for him. Exhausted, Mao Yunshin managed to finish 67 before conceding. "We admit defeat. I won. I won. Lin, you've bested 5 instructors. How incredible. You are truly my idol." Wajiaz exclaimed. "Has Lin completed 532 push-ups? Is he even human?" The counting instructor gasped. I stood up, hands on the ground. "Thank you, instructor, for your leniency. I shall take my leave for a moment." Is this what it means to be a king? Absolutely terrifying. Indeed, if I possessed such strength, my ego would soar to the heavens. To be his partner must be sheer bliss. The onlookers mused, casting their gazes at my nonchalant silhouette. I followed the map to locate the Economics College station and finally spotted Sun Yuning amidst the crowd. "Yuning." I waved my hands. Hearing her name, Sun Yuning paused, seemingly recognizing the voice. "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be training?" "I employed a little trick. I managed to sneak you out too," I replied, approaching the instructor ahead. "Excuse me, instructor, may I challenge you to a contest? If I win, one of my classmates won't have to train." The instructor's eyes lit up at my proposal. "What do you wish to compete in?" "Let us have a push-up contest, the most fundamental of exercises." "How does that sound?" "Very well. How shall we compare?" "Let's see who can do the most push-ups in one go." "Sounds good." The instructor laughed. "No one has dared to challenge me in push-ups before. You are the first." The instructor called forth 2 male students to count. As we began, despite his well-defined muscles, the instructor began to struggle by the 4th minute, while I remained in peak condition. He looked at me, perhaps wondering, is this boy a demon? Why does he show no signs of fatigue? By the 6th minute, the instructor could no longer endure, exclaiming, "I can't take it any longer. You've won." The 2 counting students announced, "Instructor, you completed 423 push-ups, while this student managed 481. The instructor stood, taking a deep breath, and patted my shoulder. "Impressive. You were the first to defeat me in push-ups. I concede with respect. You held your own as well." I reciprocated. I then rejoined the formation, pulling Sun Yuning along, thanking the instructor as we departed. "That boy is quite remarkable," one of the instructors said as he approached. "Did you just compete with the guy who walked away with that girl?" "How did you know?" I replied. "That kid is something else. I couldn't and Oppos, team match him." Tang Su sighed. "How could you? We should have called you over. Maybe you would have stood a chance." Yuan Ziang, "Did you also challenge him?" "Indeed. That kid performed push-ups without taking a single breath, completing 400 consecutively. Is he even human?" "What? After finishing 400 push-ups, he challenges me again?" Tang Su exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. "Indeed. By the way, how many did he do?" 6 minutes for 180, and not a breath was wasted. Is he a monster? I've never encountered anyone like him in my years as an instructor. Who can argue with that? I was in high spirits, treating Sun Yuning to ice cream. "You were quite impressive, challenging an instructor to a push-up contest while cleverly avoiding training." "Who said that was avoiding? Standing there was pointless, especially under the sun," I replied, taking a bite of my ice cream. "Most importantly, I don't want my Yuning to get sunburned." I gently caressed Sun Yuning's thigh. "This military training uniform feels so coarse." It lacks any tactile comfort, I complained. You're lucky to even get to touch me. Would you like me to roll up my pants? Sun Yuning suddenly leaned closer, a playful smile gracing her lips. I remained unfazed, responding cheerfully, of course, but let us find a secluded corner. Such a beautiful thought, she teased, playfully swatting my hand. I quickly dodged, the sound of the slap ringing out. Why did you dodge? That hurts. Sun Yuning lamented. Oh, let me see where it hurts, I said, feigning concern. Scoundrel, you naughty boy. Suddenly, my phone chimed with a message. Mr. Linding, you currently owe $3 million. Please settle the loan by the 28th of this month, or the collection team will come to your school to demand repayment. I stared blankly at the message, realizing my grandfather was trying to push me to the brink. I knew without a doubt he was behind this. Weren't we supposed to have an IOU? Why the urgency? It's not like I'm not paying it back. What's wrong? Tingy? Why do you look so furious? Sun Jiatian observed my expression with concern. My grandfather, that old fool. Somehow took out a loan of over $1 million in my name. That sounds unfortunate. Sun Yuning chuckled, seemingly delighted by my predicament. Chapter 33. Retribution. What expression is that? Hold it back. All right, Chief, she chuckled heartily. Sun Yuning could not contain her laughter. Yuning, you should stay in the dormitory this afternoon. I need to go earn some money. My eyes brimmed with tears. Go ahead, make sure to earn well. Aren't you going to stop me? Stop you? You owe the money, not me. If you can't afford food, come find me. I'll support you. Sun Yuning flashed me a heart sign. You wretched woman. I returned to my dormitory to change clothes and took along the mouse charm. Fong San was still in possession of the jade ring on my finger. By the way, I called Lu Qichao. Hey, Qichao, what are you up to? Boss, I'm practicing. Ever since I learned your technique, I don't even want to sleep or attend classes. I feel addicted. Stop practicing for a moment and come out. I'm at the school gate. All right, boss, I'll be right there. Before long, I spotted the fool running towards me with the wind. Lu Qichao's voice reached me even before he arrived. Boss, am I fast enough? I haven't stopped since I ran from the dorm. Quick, that's enough. By the way, have any of your relatives, friends, or business partners encountered anything strange? I don't know. I haven't been on my phone much lately. I've just been practicing. I can tell. Ask around. Perhaps they have. All right, boss. Lu Qichao then opened his phone and began asking one by one. Got it, boss. Some of my former acquaintances mentioned being possessed by ghosts. My spirits lifted instantly upon hearing this. Have they sought help? Yes, but they were scared off. They and Oppos, V consulted 3 groups so far, but all were half-baked and useless. Why the sudden interest in this, boss? You never asked me before. I need money, I stated plainly. If you need money, come to me. I recently asked my dad for $5 million. I gritted my teeth in frustration. Hand it over. I extended my hand expectantly. Here. We took a cab to the bank and finally settled that accursed debt. Subsequently, I called my grandfather, informing him that I had repaid the money. Good. From now on, you will be responsible for your tuition and living expenses. I've already spoken with your parents, and I won't give you another penny. Before he could finish, I hung up the phone. Old Bai is infuriating me. Boss, what's wrong? You look like you could knock me out with a punch. I took a deep breath, reciting the calming mantra. It's nothing. Contact the parents of those possessed friends and let them know I can resolve it. All right, boss. All set. Boss, they're quite anxious and insist you must go this afternoon without delay. If it's that urgent, then the price is negotiable, I thought to myself. We hailed a cab to the first victim's home. I must say, although Lu Qichao isn't much, his friends are quite impressive. On the way, Lu Qichao introduced me to their family members. Each was wealthier than the last. Their villa was larger than the 4-story building in my village, located in the city center. This family must earn a substantial income. Lu Qichao led me inside, where the first victim's parents were in the living room. The mother sat anxiously on the sofa, while the father paced back and forth. Uncle, Auntie, I've brought someone, Lu Qichao announced and introduced me. Before they could react, Lu Qichao brought a young man before them. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I made sure to show proper etiquette. Qichao, I appreciate your concern for my son Guohao, but we've encountered many fraudsters recently. Thank you for your kindness. Long Tian was visibly uneasy about me. Uncle, this person is genuinely capable. If this matter is not resolved, I would be willing to send my father to personally apologize. Upon hearing this, their faces displayed shock. I was examining the room and Oppos, Estekor, and couldn't help but think, is his father really that formidable? Perhaps he is. Even the least accomplished son has been given $5 million. With Qichao's assurance, I feel more at ease. Come on, brother. Long Tian had no choice. Oh my. You truly brought that young man. If this isn't resolved, Guohao's life could be at risk. Yun Shuiyan expressed her concern. There's no other choice, Shuiyan. Since Qichao said so, if I don't let that young man try, our business will surely be ruined. Long Tian appeared anxious. All right then, let him give it a try. Young man, come on, my son is upstairs. Long Tian led us upstairs. As I approached Long Jinghao's room, an eerie chill greeted me at the door. Break. The coldness dissipated instantly. I advise you to come out obediently. Do not provoke me. Stay away, you little brat. A terrifying female voice echoed from the room. Long Jinghao's parents, hearing this voice, trembled in fear. Brother Lin, what? What is that? Long Tian asked, bewildered. Just a wandering ghost. You should leave. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Let us go. Let us go, they said, supporting each other as they shakily descended the stairs. You seem quite confident. Lu Qichao, I remarked, glancing back at him. I believe in you, boss. Good. I kicked the door open, revealing Long Jinghao, who was curled up with his back to us. Slowly, he turned his head, revealing half his face as he ominously proclaimed, You all must die. You all must die. The little ghost spoke boastfully, Third brother, subdue her. Fong San immediately materialized, and the surrounding air grew noticeably colder. All right, little Lin. Fong San charged into Long Jinghao's body. In an instant, 3 voices erupted from him, each sounding anguished. Before long, the female ghost was expelled, landing on the ground like a kite cut from its string. With Fong San swiftly following behind, gripping her neck. Still feeling feisty? Speak. Fong San showed no mercy, delivering several sharp slaps. The female ghost, seemingly undeterred, opened her mouth wide to scream. Fong San, uninterested in conversation, tightened his grip on her throat, repeatedly slamming her against the ground, causing cracks to spread across the tiles. Are you subdued yet? Are you subdued yet? Fong San demanded as he continued the assault. I could hardly bear to watch, unleashing the mouse charm for punishment. The mouse charm, having increased in power, still required the transformation talisman to convert the ghostly energy. Fong San restrained the female ghost while the mouse charm gnawed at her. The entire villa echoed with her Piercy Chapter 34. Endless troubles, did I think so? I tolerated that rascal dancing on my grave, believing he would soon depart. To my astonishment, he defecated and urinated right there, provoking even the clay Buddha's ire, let alone mine as a specter. The female ghost declared fiercely. Suddenly, I understood. No wonder your resentment was so profound, it was entirely justified. I nodded in acknowledgement. Then tell me, were the others also your doing? No. They were each relieving themselves on 4 separate graves, ensnared by us for victimized spirits. Oh, I see. What is your name? I am Guanana. Splendid. Would you be interested in becoming my ghost? Could I possibly refuse? Just look at your 2 subordinates, their eyes locked on me as if I were a feast. Guanana displayed a mournful expression. Control yourselves, will you? Is this how you present yourselves to a future colleague? I feigned reprimand towards the 2. Yes, boss. Mouse Chan responded. Indeed, young Master Lin. I had my eye on this corpulent mouse from the very beginning. I thought she was merely large, not that she could speak. Lu Qichao exclaimed with excitement. I am not fat, she retorted, lunging towards Lu Qichao. Hey, don't come any closer, boss. I'm terrified of mice. Lu Qichao's voice grew fainter. Mouse Chan chased him to the door of the villa. When Long Tian and his wife saw a hefty mouse pursuing Lu Qichao, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Wife, when did we acquire such a large mouse? Long Tian nearly wet himself in fear. Ding. Yun Shuyan had already soiled her pants and fainted, her eyes rolling back. Wife, wake up. I placed Guadingding into the copper statue that housed the 5 spirits, which had been modified by my grandfather to accommodate both monsters and ghosts, creating over 10 separate rooms to prevent overcrowding. My grandfather had told me that these 5 statues were exceptional magical artifacts. The one who lost his copper statue must be fuming in frustration. I wondered why it was so difficult to shatter that statue. It turned out to be a treasure after all. This fellow is quite the character, choosing to relieve himself on graves instead of engaging in more respectable pursuits. Now, perhaps he has learned his lesson, I mused. I tucked him in and stepped out of the room. Downstairs, I found Long Tian alone in the living room, smoking. The ashtray was already filled with 4 or 5 cigarette butts. Uncle Long, the issue has been resolved. But your son is currently quite weak and needs to recuperate for several months. Long Tian was taken aback, standing up to hand me a card. Thank you, Brother Lin. If it weren't for your intervention, our family would have been ruined. This card contains 1 million. If it's insufficient, just let me know. The password is 6 zeros. I accepted the card, assuring him it was a minor matter. Just ensure your son avoids places heavy with negative energy in the future. Once possessed by a ghost, a second occurrence is inevitable. Understood. I will certainly be more vigilant. Well then, Uncle Long, I must take my leave. There are 3 other families I need to attend to. Do you need me to drive you, Brother Lin? Not necessary. But if you happen to know the parents of the other 3 victims, please inform them on my behalf to save me from unnecessary discussions. Of course, no problem. Brother Lin, please leave your contact in Chapter 35, selecting a storefront. It feels as though my hand is broken. The rotund fellow lamented. We shall confront them together. In a familiar exchange of blows, we swiftly incapacitated all our adversaries. Before long, Uncle had arrived to escort us to the precinct for questioning, as we were the aggrieved parties. However, the process was straightforward, and we were soon released without any issues. It remains ever so safe, doesn't it, Tingy? Sun Yuning clung to my arm, admiring my well-developed biceps. Of course, I could easily take down 2 or 3 dozen of these ruffians with my eyes closed. I declared proudly. Tingy, can we still enter the dormitory? Why not? I retorted. There's a curfew, and it's nearly midnight. A trifling matter. We returned to the school, gazing at the now-closed dormitory gates, and I held her tightly. I leaped gracefully to the second-floor balcony of the dormitory. See, it's as simple as that. Now, Go wash up and get some sleep. Farewell. What a fool, unable to comprehend such simplicity. Sun Yuning muttered as she watched my retreating figure. Another good deed accomplished. I wandered the school with my hands atop my head. On my way back, I pondered how to evade tomorrow's training. Why must there be military training? To me, it is a sheer waste of time. Another morning dawned, and I found myself once more jogging on the playground. Old Mao, look, that fellow has returned. Zhuang Lei shouted. Mao Yunxing turned to see, wondering if this lad intended to run again today. Who knows? Have you heard? Even that monster Yu Ziong cannot compare to him. Zhuang Lei remarked. Perhaps we should inform the chief instructor and have him exempted from training. After all, the military drills pale in comparison to his training regimen. Just a 3-minute pace would suffice to leave us scraping the ground. Zhuang Lei nodded in agreement. Indeed, he would likely surpass even the elite of the national team. As the military training commenced, I initially considered employing my usual tactics, but Mao Yunxin approached me first. Lin, under the unanimous consent of our instructors, you are exempt from training during this period. However, we have a condition. Upon hearing this, I was elated. Is this true? What is the condition? Nothing too burdensome. Our chief instructor wishes to see if you possess true skill. At this, a handsome man approached, his features sharp as if sculpted, devoid of any excess flesh. His posture was remarkably upright, exuding an air of authority. Hello, Lin. He extended his right hand, wishing to shake mine. I reciprocated, but his grip tightened, seemingly testing my resolve. I maintained my stance, refusing to yield. Mao Yunxin observed, wanting to speak but hesitating. Before long, the chief instructor spoke. Lin, as the rumor suggested. In our initial encounter, I found myself at a disadvantage. I humbly replied, not at all. Your demeanor is remarkable, as expected of a leader. My words brought a smile to the chief instructor's face. This young man possesses promise. Xiao Mao, you should learn from him. Indeed, we, with our average abilities, must strive to emulate both you and Lin. Lin, do you have any requests for me? Please, no need to keep calling me chief instructor. My name is Yongkong. Just call me Brother Kong, for I am not much older than you. Very well, Brother Kong. I have heard that you can run 10 kilometers with a 50-kilogram load while achieving an impressive 3-minute pace. I am truly impressed. With persistence, one's body naturally adapts over time, I replied candidly. Excellent. Are you interested in serving the country? Perhaps as a special forces soldier? Yongkong suddenly inquired. I paused before responding. My university life has only just begun. I wish to explore the world outside. Life in the military seems too intense for my taste. I prefer a more carefree existence. Yongkong nodded, respecting my perspective. If you ever reconsider, feel free to seek me out, and I shall make the necessary arrangements. I will, but may I propose a condition? Speak freely. I will do my utmost to accommodate. I would like my partner to be exempt from training as well. If possible. She is Sun Yuning from the School of Economics. Yongkong burst into laughter. You're quite the character. Approved. Thank you, Brother Kong. I shall take my leave now. With a swagger, I escorted Sun Yuning away. Upon hearing my words, Sun Yuning couldn't help but exclaim. Having such abilities is indeed advantageous. Even the chief instructor grants you favors. Of course, I replied, one should consider who I am. With this 4 million. What are your plans? There is not much left. I've repaid a portion, leaving me with just over 2 million. Which means I must return to my original line of work. I plan to open a fortune-telling and exorcism shop on a bustling commercial street. Sounds great. I support you. I called Lu Qichao, saying, Qichao, could you help me find out which commercial street has the highest foot traffic? I wish to open a shop. Sure, boss. However, the popular commercial streets in Wushi have exorbitant rents. Your 4 million might not suffice. That's all right. Just help me find one. And I'll take out a loan if necessary. No problem. I'll inquire. I hung up the phone, envisioning my life as pinnacle drawing ever closer. Just over 20 days left to earn money. In the afternoon, I took Sun Yuning shopping for tailored outfits and dresses. And I also purchased some durable shirts and trousers for myself. After all, it would be quite embarrassing if my pants tore during a brawl. A man destined for success cannot appear shabby. I even upgraded my phone to the latest model, instantly enhancing my stature. As times change, I arranged for computers, smartwatches, and everything else. Sun Yuning and I even coordinated matching couple outfits. Having money makes a difference, huh? Spending thousands at a time. Your girlfriend won't be jealous, right? Sun Yuning teased, catching me off guard. What are you saying? As if I've mistreated you. I was once broke, but things are different now. I proudly lifted my chin. You're amazing, she exclaimed. Go away. Amid our playful banter, Lu Qichao called. Boss, I found a place. Where is it? Send me the location. I'll head over shortly. All right, I'll arrange it and be there soon. Moments later, Lu Qichao sent the coordinates. I made my way with Sun Yuning. Boss, over here. As I followed the navigation, I heard Lu Qichao's voice. He jogged to my side. Boss, it's the shop right ahead. The previous owner recently passed away in an accident, and the family couldn't manage it, so they're looking to sell. How much for the storefront? I inquired. The establishment spans 2 floors, nearly 200 square meters, valued at 5.8 million. I nodded, considering it's quite good. Allowing for residential space on the 2nd floor, though a bit pricey. No worries, boss. They initially wanted 5 million, but after hearing my father's name, they lowered it by 700,000. Can we secure a loan? Absolutely. The family mentioned they'd allow a 12-month payment plan with no interest, Lu Qichao added. Glancing at me as if gauging the service quality, I rolled my eyes at him. All right, let us go with this. I handed over my card for Lu Qichao to handle the arrangements. Soon, Lu Qichao was bustling about while Sun Yuning and I explored the premises. Let us discard all the deceased's furniture. It feels rather inauspicious, I suggested to Sun Yuning. And leave a rat's nest for the little assistant? Sure, why not? Perhaps we can choose some new pieces later, Sun Jiating proposed. Chapter 36. Wolf Spirit. Before long, Lu Qichao had completed the arrangements, exclaiming, Big brother, it's all set. The shop is now yours. I nodded in approval. Not bad, not bad. You're becoming quite efficient at this. Later, I'll teach you a new technique. Really? That is fantastic. Lu Qichao exclaimed, jumping with joy. Let us do this. My sister-in-law and I will go look at the furniture while you head back. I'll take you. My dad has several partners in the furniture business, and I might even get a discount. That sounds wonderful. Lu Qichao drove us towards the suburbs. As I sat in the passenger seat, I asked, how much did this car cost? It's quite comfortable. This car? Around 5 million. My dad bought it. But he rarely drives. With so many cars at home, he can't possibly use them all. I gasped in astonishment. This kid truly had a charmed life. Casually using a vehicle worth over 5 million. There was even a small golden ornament on the hood, quite ostentatious. Soon we arrived at the furniture factory. And thanks to Lu Qichao's prior arrangements with the factory owner, we were granted swift entry. As soon as we stepped out of the car, a man approached us, saying, Young Master Lu, what furniture are you interested in today? You've got it wrong. I'm not the one buying, but my big brother here is. Upon hearing that Lu Qichao's family company was a colossal enterprise in Wuxi, the man's demeanor shifted, and he turned to me. What can I assist you with? Esteemed guest, please take me inside to have a look. Certainly. Upon entering, a lavish wooden sofa caught my eye. The man gazed at me with a look of admiration. You truly have an eye for quality. This sofa is our factory's pride, priced at only 200,000. 200,000? Am I mistaken? Or did you misspeak? Not at all. Sir, it's indeed 200,000. Lu Qichao smacked his forehead, seemingly forgetting I was particularly wealthy. He leaned in close to whisper. And I nodded while curling my lips upward. All right, let us go with what you suggested. Very well, I'll take this sofa. Excellent choice, sir. There are other pieces I believe you'll adore. Please follow me. And so, under the astonished gaze of Sun Yuning, I purchased one item after another. Are you out of your mind, Tingy? You just bought over 1 million in furniture. I whispered in her ear. Lu Qichao wants to express his apologies and cover my tuition. He plans to take care of all the furniture. Sun Yuning's face lit up with joy. Then that means we should have bought more. We exchanged a knowing smile, realizing that further purchases would be impractical. On our way back, Lu Qichao received a phone call. All right, he is right next to me. Is it urgent? We'll head over now. What is going on? I inquired. Big brother. You've gained quite a reputation in our circle for resolving 4 strange incidents in one afternoon. Did you know that? Lu Qichao said excitedly. Oh, where are we headed? Just a moment ago, an old friend reached out. His father has been sleepwalking every night, but that is not the craziest part. What is it? During his sleepwalking episodes, he eats bizarre objects, like gnawing on bones from the fridge or even chewing on the couch. In the end, he even bit a kitchen knife and lunged at his mother. That sounds terrifying. Sun Jiatian gasped. Shouldn't they consult a physician? Why come to me? Of course, they went to the hospital, but after numerous tests, nothing was found. His father's health is even better than average. Is that so? I'm shocked. If it were always like that, it wouldn't be an issue, but recently, he seems to have transformed, no longer eating odd items but instead engaging in strange rituals. That makes sense. I know how to handle this. Qichao, assist me in negotiating the price. I'll need 2 million this time. Given my financial predicament, I had to ask for more. Leave it to me. Lu Qichao replied confidently. Upon arriving at his friend's home, Lu Qichao approached his acquaintance and after a brief discussion, nodded repeatedly. He turned to me, Big brother. It's all set. If you act quickly, they'll give an additional 1 million. Excellent. You're the best. Lu Qichao introduced me to their family members, his father, Du Binhong, his mother, Yin Lerong, and his friend, Du Yufan. Master Lin, you've arrived. Please help my father. He is losing control. Du Yufan pleaded desperately. I reassured him, calm down, we'll take it step by step. Patience is key. Yes, please take a good look at him, Yin Lerong echoed. I will. Please don't rush. They led me into the room, where I found Du Binhong restrained at the corners of the bed with heavy chains, struggling fiercely. The chains rattled against the sturdy bed frame, leaving deep scratches. Suddenly, a wolfish howl pierced the air, and with a violent crash, a massive wolf, easily 2 meters tall, erupted from Du Binhong and Appo's body. The wolf fixed its deadly gaze on me, its eyes brimming with malevolence. After a moment's hesitation, it lunged toward me. With Sun Jiatian and the Du family behind me, evasion was impossible. I couldn't reach for my thunderbolt gun in time, so I invoked the golden light charm. creating a faint golden barrier around me. The wolf slammed into me, forcing me back several steps, and a metallic taste filled my mouth as I coughed up blood. Tingy. Big brother. Get out of here. Don't stay. But. Luchicha began, but I interrupted him. Don't worry. Just go. Big brother. Be careful. Luchicha urged as he pulled Sun Yuning away. Sister-in-law. Hurry. Big brother is blessed. He'll be fine. Tears welled in Sun Yuning's eyes as she reluctantly left. Meanwhile, I summoned the 5 ghosts, 3 of whom were named Yansiki, Gikaiwan, and Lu Bin. This wolf spirit was undoubtedly a high-ranking entity, possibly at the lower tier of the purple energy realm. From the moment it charged at me, I realized that subduing it alone would be a monumental challenge. Begone! The wolf spirit snarled. Activating the Qishiang bracelet, I rapidly elevated my cultivation from the initial stage of true energy to the 4th level. The 4 spirits I had subdued were of mediocre strength, only possessing 1 or 2 levels of ghostly power, with Fong Sin being slightly stronger. Nearing the threshold of ghostly transformation, negotiation seemed futile. It was time for a fierce battle. The wolf charged, its claws slashing at me. I attempted to block with the thunderbolt gun but was forced back several steps. Stupid dog, don't think you can overpower me just because I'm holding back. 5 elements metal technique, lethal metal, I declared, and suddenly, a sword composed of metal materialized, thrusting toward the wolf's back. The wolf swatted the sword aside, scattering the metal shards. Fong San hid behind the metal sword, seizing the opportunity to strike. Chapter 37, Survival with minor injuries. However, the 4 specters were not idle. 2 of them stealthily facilitated the escape of Du Bin Hong while the great wolf was distracted. Yet, Fong San's plan was only partially successful, as his hand had only penetrated halfway. In a fit of rage, the great wolf seized Fong San by the throat with one hand, forcefully extracted his hand with the other, and then kicked him away. Fong San's specter flickered erratically. Third brother. My eyes blazed crimson, veins bulging. Thunder. Break. The gun's body instantaneously coalesced into a thunderous sphere, magnified several times beyond its usual size, and I released it with great speed. The great wolf, taken by surprise, was thrown backward by the explosion, crashing into the wall. I swiftly affixed a purple talisman given to me by my grandfather onto my body, extracting every ounce of energy from within. Without waiting for his reaction, I unleashed my ultimate move, the 5 elements thunder technique, fire thunder explosion. A stream of crimson flame intertwined with lightning surged towards the great wolf, who was unable to respond in time, shuddering from the impact of my fire thunder. With the great wolf's ethereal form now unstable, I questioned whether third brother could endure. Little Lin, I can still fight. Let us finish this quickly, Fong San weakly asserted. Guijia, Yingu, stop spectating and come help. They had been unable to intervene. The great wolf rose, bellowing death. It seemed to go mad, its entire form radiating a frenzied blue light that illuminated the room. Energy coalesced in its mouth, the blue luminescence swiftly concentrating until it unleashed a projectile within 5 seconds. I watched as the energy sphere prepared to launch, forming a hand sign and chanting, Qi transformation technique. The Qi throughout my body gradually gathered, and the moment the blue energy struck me, I coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Fortunately, the 2 specters behind me supported me, otherwise, I would have collapsed. The Qi within me spiraled beyond my control. I joined my hands together, transforming the blue energy sphere into a white Qi blade to retaliate against the great wolf. My lightning thunder gun swiftly followed suit. The great wolf, unable to evade, blocked with its forepaw, but when the lightning thunder gun struck the Qi blade, it exploded before the wolf, shattering windows in the process. Simultaneously, Fong San unleashed several streams of ghostly energy, filling the room with thick smoke. As I released the Qi blade, I could no longer sustain my body and fell unconscious. When I awoke, I found myself in the ICU. Glancing around, I noticed Sun Yuning sleeping beside my bed. I turned to reach for the water on the bedside table, but my hands lacked strength, and the cup fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. Hearing the commotion, Sun Yuning immediately awoke, rushing to embrace me, weeping, Ting-yi. It's so good that you are awake. I gently patted her back, assuring her, I am fortunate, resilient, I won't die, huh? Sun Yuning, her eyes red and swollen from crying, gazed at me tearfully. I reached out to wipe her tears. No more crying, it won't look good with red eyes. I smiled at her. You scared me to death, she exclaimed, bursting into tears once more. After a while, she calmed down and poured me another cup of water. How long have I been unconscious? I inquired. Not long, you were brought in last night, and it's only this afternoon that you woke up. Thank goodness. My training wasn't in vain. You know, you floated down yesterday, did you? Floated down? I don't recall. Perhaps my specters carried me down. What about my bracelet, Ting Ting? It's in your bag. The doctor took it off during the surgery, Sun Jiating replied as she retrieved it from my bag. I adorned my wrist with it, and a faint green light enveloped my body, instantly elevating my condition significantly. Ting-yi, why do you have a green glow? Sun Yuning asked, her face reflecting curiosity. Of course, it's the bracelet's power. Otherwise, why would I wear it every moment? As long as I wear it, I will recover from any ailment or injury within a week, as long as I am not dead. Is that true? This bracelet is so powerful? Sun Yuning was astonished. Absolutely. It's a family heirloom. How could it not be powerful? I replied proudly. Soon after, Lu Qichao pushed open the door, and upon seeing Sun Yuning and me conversing, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Boss. He rushed over to embrace me. I thought I would never see you again. I patted the back of Lu Qichao's head. What nonsense. Your boss has a strong constitution. I am not so easily taken down. Indeed, it is the boss. Only the boss strikes the back of my head. Lu Qichao laughed joyfully. We shared a laugh, relieved to have completed our perilous task without incident. Lu Qichao informed me that Du Binhong's family had doubled their compensation to 2 million, given the danger we faced, even risking their home. He mentioned that the room was utterly devastated, with not a single item remaining and the floor blasted into a small crater. The reward amounted to 5 million. Deemed as consolation for the grave injuries sustained, Du Binhong was in the adjacent ICU room, weakened from the essence he had lost to the Great Wolf, Lu Qichao explained. I rose, signaling for the Qi bracelet to cease its healing, eager to check on Du Binhong. Sun Jiating and Lu Qichao supported me on either side as we approached the door. Lu Qichao knocked, and a woman's voice responded from within. Who is it? Auntie. It's me. I brought Ting Yi to see uncle, he replied. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Du Yufan. Master, you can walk already? He exclaimed in disbelief. My recovery has been swift, I smiled in response. Master Lin, do not linger outside, please, come in. Fan, quickly fetch a glass of water for the master. Ah. Okay, right away, he stammered. Upon entering, Yin Leron grasped my hand, expressing her gratitude. Master Lin, thank you. Without you, our family might have been doomed. It was nothing, Auntie Yin. You have compensated for my efforts. Do not say such things. I heard the commotion from outside. Even the ground trembled. That explosion sounded almost like cannon fire. We paid you, but it did not cost you your life. We had scarcely left when my husband appeared. Although I do not know what methods you employed, I believe you possess extraordinary skills. After all, you floated out, and despite the explosion's magnitude, you merely fainted with hardly any injuries. I thank you on behalf of my husband. Payment for services rendered is the least I can do. Having accepted this task, I have endeavored to fulfill it to the best of my abilities. You need not say more. Had we summoned someone else, perhaps the outcome would have been different, and my husband might have perished. Du Yufan approached with a cup of cool water, offering it to me. Master, please drink. I accepted and took a sip. Du Yufan leaned closer to Lu Qichao, whispering, where did you find such an impressive master? This is my boss. My boss is indeed remarkable, Lu Qichao boasted, unable to resist the urge to brag. Can I be his little brother? Go away. Do you think being a little brother is so easy? We shall not disturb uncle's rest any longer. We shall take our leave, Auntie. All right, take care. When the doctor returned to the ward and discovered me lively and active, he was left dumbfounded. Why, you are not in bed? You even removed the 4? There are still 5 bottles of nutrition solution on the rack, I replied. I am nearly recovered, doctor. If you wish, you may examine me. The doctor, skeptical yet intrigued, led me for a checkup, and upon examination, he found my vital signs to be normal. He muttered in disbelief. Could it really be that you were well? However, for safety's sake, I was advised to remain until the next day before being discharged. Chapter 38. After my first discharge, we headed straight to the store, instructing Lu Qichao to reconnect with the former owner, as I intended to settle the remaining balance. Shortly after our arrival, several trucks filled with furniture arrived, presumably coordinated by Lu Qichao. Once the final payment was made, I felt a significant lightness both in body and spirit. Being debt-free is truly liberating. How are you feeling, Tingyi? Sun Jiayin inquired. Quite well, just look at me, I exclaimed, leaping high to demonstrate my recovery. All right, no need to jump. Sun Yuning waved her hand dismissively. I had not altered much of the store's decor, as it was relatively new. The previous owner had purchased and renovated it just last year. Afterwards, Sun Yuning and I procured some daily necessities nearby, while I sent Lu Qichao to the supermarket for a refrigerator, microwave, and gas stove. No need to stay in the school dormitory any longer. By that evening, the store had been fully arranged. As I lay on the large bed in the upstairs bedroom, I sighed in contentment. Ah, such comfort. Move over a bit. I want to lie down too, Sun Yuning said, preparing to join me. Indeed, the bed was exquisite. Even more so than my own. Why not stay here tonight? There is really nothing at school to attend to. That might just work. Sun Yuning pondered for a moment before responding. I and Appos, LL go prepare dinner. Upon descending, I found Lu Qichao seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Qichao, why not stay for dinner before you leave? Boss, you can cook? He replied, surprised. Of course. Will you join me? Absolutely, I must try your culinary skills. Before long. I had prepared 4 dishes and a soup, braised pork, stir-fried edamame with meat, minced eggplant, lotus root slices, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. Sun Yuning and Lu Qichao were already seated at the dining table, while the little mouse scampered beneath, eagerly anticipating scraps. Lu Qichao praised the vibrant presentation and aromatic essence of the dishes. Boss, your cooking looks fantastic and smells divine. Is that so? Then hurry, taste it. Delicious. If you weren't doing this, you'd make an exceptional chef. Lu Qichao flattered me, acting like a sycophant. Enough of that. Eat up. You can't possibly be full yet. I teased. Delicious. Tingy, your culinary skills have improved significantly. Sun Yuning echoed his sentiments. I scratched the back of my head. I learned a thing or two from my grandmother and aunt during the summer. Very impressive, Sun Yuning said, giving me a thumbs up. Chi-chow. You've worked hard these past few days. Let me pour you a drink. You shouldn't drink and drive, I offered, pouring cola into his glass. Boss, you're too kind. I owe you my gratitude. Without your guidance, I might never have experienced all of this, Lu Chi-chow replied, standing and holding the cup with both hands. Yuning. Let me pour you a drink as well. Thank you. After finishing our meal, as the clock approached 10, Lu Chi-chow announced he would take his leave, not wishing to intrude on our private time. After clearing the table and showering, it was nearly 11. Sun Yuning was already tucked in bed. While I meditated on the sofa downstairs, around 1 in the morning, while in deep contemplation, I heard soft footsteps approaching and suddenly stopping in front of me. Tingy. Why are you sitting up and sleeping? Sun Yuning whispered. Hearing her voice, I opened my eyes, puzzled. Yuning, are you still awake? Upon my words, Sun Yuning jumped. You scared me. Aren't you asleep? Not at all. I usually meditate at night and seldom sleep. Oh, well, Tingy, why don't you come up and keep me company? I'm a bit scared alone. Really? I'm right downstairs. It's quite safe. Please, just come up. I'm frightened, Sun Yuning said, tugging at my hand playfully. All right then. Let's go up together. The bed was spacious enough for two. Once the lights were extinguished, I lay on the bed, my heart racing. It was our first time sharing a bed, and I could sense the weight of Sun Yuning's breath beside me. After a few minutes, she softly spoke. Tingy, are you asleep? Feigning sleep, I ignored her. I'm asleep. How can I not be? Sun Yuning murmured. I wonder if he'd notice if I touched him? She thought, her hand stealthily resting on my chest. She didn't just touch. She pinched, causing my body to involuntarily tremble in surprise. Did you wake up, Tingy? Sun Yuning inquired, realizing what she had done. Of course. Who knew you'd suddenly pinch? I replied helplessly. Well, I was just curious. Our gazes locked as we turned to face each other. I blinked, and she did too. It was as if a dam had burst, leading us to kiss instinctively. Moreover, Sun Yuning's hand remained on my chest, continually squeezing, which I found quite unfair, so I reciprocated. She trembled slightly, but said nothing, her touch incredibly soft. After a while, I felt a surge of heat. My desire could no longer be contained. Sun Yuning sensed something pressing against her and reached out to investigate. The moment she grasped it, I lost all restraint, instinctively flipping over to pin her down. Locking eyes, I was ready to take charge, but Sun Yuning suddenly said, wait, and produced a small package labeled ultra-thin from beneath her pillow. Once we donned it, we engaged in passionate intimacy. As it was her first time, I was Jin Chapter 39, the arrival of various forces. Chi-chow, do you know where I can find customized billboards? Just a moment, let me ask around. Lu Chi-chow was quite swift in his actions. Within minutes, he called me back, saying, boss, I found a place not far from you. I'll send you the name of the shop. That's great. It's good to have a well-connected father, if I had to ask. I would probably still be inquiring until tomorrow. I walked with Sun Yuning towards the advertising company, and as we approached, the impressive building loomed before us. What a magnificent facade for an advertising company. Lu Chi-chow had found us a high-end place. Anything less would hardly suffice. Upon entering, we were greeted by a representative. Are you Mr. Lin and Miss Sun, friends of young Master Lu? I nodded in affirmation. I am the manager here. You can call me Xiao Bai. Please follow me upstairs. Mr. Lin and Miss Sunday manager Bai escorted us to the 20th floor. As we stepped out of the elevator, numerous plaques were displayed along the walls. Manager Bai inquired which design I preferred, and after a cursory glance at the similar options, I casually chose one. When I asked how long it would take, he assured me it would be ready within a week. We engaged in a bit of small talk before departing from the advertising company. The following week passed uneventfully. The day after ordering the plaque, Sun Yuning returned to school to study in the library. Meanwhile, I practiced at the shop and summoned Fong San to check on his recovery. When he didn't respond, I used the Qisheng bracelet to assist him. Unexpectedly, Fong San brought me good news. Is there something you need, young Master Lin? How is your injury, third brother? It was just a minor wound. It healed a few days ago. What about the wolf spirit? Did it die? No, it's too resilient to perish. What? It survived? Do you know where it went? I was taken aback. It's in your statue. I helped it get inside, Fong San said calmly. My grandfather had great trust in Fong San and had taught him some basic spells, such as storing and releasing items. What? I need to see it. I hurried upstairs to retrieve the statue from my bag. When I released it, I was startled. Was this still a wolf? It resembled a small puppy. A little white puppy lay calmly on the ground, and as I reached to touch it, it suddenly bared its teeth. Fong San kicked it lightly. Behave yourself. The wolf spirit was sent tumbling several meters away, shivering on the ground. I approached to pet it, and surprisingly, it remained silent. I gave Fong San a thumbs up. Well done, third brother. Fong San chuckled. When I was young, the landlord's dog always bit me. I couldn't stand it, and would secretly take revenge. I discovered that if I kicked it when it stood still and growled, it would behave, so I thought I'd try the same with the wolf. I cradled the puppy in my arms, thinking that as a master of names, I must give it a title both melodious and commanding. I shall name you by Mao, for your fur is as white as the snow. The wolf spirit whimpered in apparent delight, and I felt the same joy. However, I pondered. How could it be so hard to kill? I nearly exhausted my own energy, yet it still survived, proving to be tougher than I. Since ordinary people couldn't TC by Mao and it was unbothered by sunlight, I decided to let it roam and grow accustomed to its surroundings. A week later, the plaque was delivered, still bearing my previous name, Zhao Yu. At Chapter 40, the man who came to be my apprentice, is it really necessary? Taking a taxi won't cost much, I remarked. It's fine. Once I obtain my driver's license, I can drive, Sun Yuning replied with a smile. I see you were waiting for me. Since we both can drive, it's a win-win situation, I conceded. So when shall we go pick out a car? How about we go right now? You haven't had breakfast yet, so let's eat first. I inquired with Lu Qichao about what car would be a good choice within my budget of over $1 million. Lu Qichao, upon hearing my intention to buy a car, teased, Boss, you need to share your budget with me. Otherwise, I won't know what kind of car you wish to purchase or which features you prioritize. Let me think. I suppose safety is paramount. I can invest half of my funds into the car. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qichao replied, I believe I understand the type of car you want, boss. What kind of car? I asked. I'll take you to buy one. Where are you right now, boss? I'm at school. All right. Wait for me at the entrance. I'll be there shortly. Before long, Lu Qichao arrived in his small golden vehicle, honking twice and announcing, Boss, sister-in-law. Let's go. I felt a strong urge to punch him for his ostentatious demeanor. Upon arriving at the dealership, I looked up to see a rather impressive showroom. This is definitely the car you desire, boss, Lu Qichao asserted confidently. Is that true? I replied skeptically. As we entered together, the showroom manager greeted us. I had to admit, this guy had an impressive network. After an introduction, I couldn't quite grasp everything he said. But I did catch that the car boasted exemplary safety features. No fatalities had been reported thus far. Exchanging glances with Sun Yuning, I could tell she was equally impressed, leading us to make an immediate purchase. The showroom manager, recognizing Lu Qichao's referral, granted us a discount of over 100,000, reducing the car's price from 700,000 to 600,000. I resolved that for any future high-value purchases, I would certainly call on Lu Qichao. Due to a lack of available stock, we were informed that we would have to wait a few days for the vehicle. As we made our way back, I recalled that I had forgotten to teach Lu Qichao some martial arts techniques yesterday. This afternoon, I dedicated a few hours to instructing him, and he quickly became engrossed in the material, eager to return home and delve into the new techniques. In truth, I hadn't taught him anything too extraordinary. I merely introduced him to the 5 animal frolics, yet he treated it as a precious discovery. While these techniques were not overwhelmingly powerful, they were excellent for physical conditioning. And for him, that was more than sufficient. That evening, I purchased some high-quality cosmetics and skincare products for Sun Yuning, unwilling to let my beloved woman settle for anything inferior. Despite her insistence on repaying me, the methods of repayment were few. She transformed into an insatiable force, leaving me utterly spent by the end of the night. After that evening, she seemed to have unlocked a new realm of vitality, as if a dam had burst. The next morning, I gazed into the mirror only to find my once rosy complexion had turned pale. However, substance does not vanish, it merely shifts. And the rosy glow had transferred to Sun Yuning's visage. Tingyi, I feel my skin has improved considerably. I used to break out from staying up late. But now there's not even a hint of a blemish, she exclaimed joyfully. Perhaps you should take a look at my face, I replied, feigning despair. Oh, don't worry about that. As long as you're well, I'm happy, she chirped, swaying her hips and humming a merry tune. With a resigned sigh, I decided to treat myself to something nice, though using my precious Qisheng bracelet for this seemed excessive. While we were enjoying our meal, a man in his 30s entered. Glancing around, hello, may I assist you with something? I inquired. The man remained silent, his gaze darting between me and Sun Yuning. I felt a surge of irritation. Why was he staring without speaking? Just as I was about to confront him, he finally spoke. The arrangement of the furniture here is impeccable. Not a single flaw is visible, and the air circulation is remarkable. What exactly do you wish to convey? I snapped, my frustration boiling over. May I take you as my master? He asked earnestly. What? Both Sun Yuning and I exclaimed in unison. I wish for you to be my mentor. If you would permit me, he stated sincerely. Why? I countered. Because I witnessed your encounter with the greedy wolf. I was in a distant villa and saw everything unfold. He explained. What? That was the greedy wolf? I marveled, realizing why it had been so formidable. How did you recognize it as the greedy wolf? I pressed further. My ancestors were involved in this line of work, but due to the ravages of modern warfare, they perished on the battlefield, leaving behind numerous texts. Unfortunately, my comprehension is limited, and many of the techniques remain elusive to me. Look here, he said, forming a gesture that emitted a beam of white light. I instinctively moved to intervene, but the light dissipated before I could act. Why did that happen? I pondered, perplexed. The techniques I've grasped are all self-taught, and I often find myself in a haze, understanding only half of them. These texts were hard-won treasures, likely concealed by my ancestors to prevent future generations from learning. He lamented. Then why do you wish to learn? I inquired. Isn't it sufficient to lead an ordinary life? No, I yearn to learn. My wife is determined to divorce me because I cannot provide for her. My son can only study in the countryside due to my financial struggles. I came to the city with hopes of mastering these techniques to one day offer my family a warm and prosperous home. I shook my head, scrutinizing his features. He was not particularly striking, yet his demeanor exuded strength. His brows were thick, his gaze earnest and spirited, with a balanced symmetry between his upper and lower body, and a hint of purple energy between his brows, a sign that he might soon encounter a benefactor. Examining his face, I noted he had a decent fortune, though not one of immense wealth. He appeared courteous to friends and dutiful to his parents. How could such a man find himself facing divorce? Extend your hands. Let me see, I instructed. He obediently offered his hands, and I inspected them closely, finding no flaws. His character seemed commendable. Perhaps he was worth a chance. Do you have a text with you? I asked. Yes, they're at my rented accommodation, not far from here. Have you eaten? Sun Yuning inquired. Not yet. He replied awkwardly. Well, I can't help it. I do like to help others, I mused. Stay for a meal before we go. Yuning, please fetch a bowl and chopsticks for this gentleman. Sure thing, she responded. As he began to eat, he devoured 3 large bowls of rice and cleared the dishes entirely. It was evident he was truly famished. During our conversation, we learned that this man was named Xiao Riyun and had been doing odd jobs at a construction site. He sent any money he earned back home to ensure his father could care for his son. After finishing our meal, we headed straight to Xiao Riyun's residence. He lived in an urban village where rent was quite affordable, just a few hundred a month for a small room. However, the environment was dismal. The cramped space barely accommodated a bed, a small wardrobe, and a tiny desk. Xiao Riyun mentioned that his books were all stored in the wardrobe, as he had no clothes to fill it. The wardrobe was secured with a sturdy lock, ensuring its contents were safe. He retrieved the key, and upon unlocking it, we were greeted by a few meager garments, and beneath them, a wooden box that was also locked. Chapter 41. Rescuing Li Wenjie. Xiao Riyun retrieved a wooden chest, revealing a Dharma seal and some antiquated tomes. Despite their age, they were remarkably well preserved, showing no signs of deterioration. Xiao Riyun selected one and presented it to me. Its pages chronicling a menagerie of fantastical beings, tree spirits, grass sprites, and various specters and demons. The entire volume was meticulously hand-drawn and quite substantial. I wondered if all the books in the chest were similarly crafted. Indeed, he confirmed, these have been passed down through generations of my ancestors. When I ceased to comprehend them, I diligently preserved them, maintaining them almost exactly as I unearthed them. I couldn't help but admire Zhao's dedication. While appropriating another's arcane knowledge felt somewhat unethical, his earnest plea compelled me to tentatively explore them. As I perused the texts, I grew increasingly astonished. It was astounding that someone with no prior experience in the mystic arts could even attempt to wield such power. The books were replete with formidable techniques, mastery of even one or two promising a life of unparalleled advantage. Was this the technique you employed at midday? I inquired, indicating a specific passage. Xiao Riyun nodded. I could only ever manifest the initial phase, the latter portion eluded me. Understanding dawned upon me. It was imprudent to immediately delve into advanced techniques. It was akin to a toddler, barely able to walk, aspiring to outpace Usain Bolt. You must start with the fundamentals, Xiao. With so many techniques available, why did you choose the most challenging? I reasoned that mastering the most difficult would render the simpler ones effortless, he explained. Isn't that logical, Lin? His rationale was surprisingly sound, leaving me unable to refute it. Very well, Xiao, perhaps you should defer studying this one for now and thoroughly master the basics first, I suggested with a sigh. Subsequently, I examined all the books, discovering that the foundational texts were exceptionally comprehensive. I couldn't fathom why Xiao had gravitated toward the most complex material. After repeated explanations, Xiao finally acquiesced to begin with the fundamentals. I instructed him to gather his belongings, and we rented a residence adjacent to my shop, with me footing the bill as a form of tuition for learning his family's arts. Before long, it was midnight again. I observed that these trivial matters often consumed the most time, while significant events seemed comparatively easier to manage. As the military training neared its conclusion, Sun Yuning and I prepared to depart. Over the past 20 days of studying Zhao's family arts, I had made considerable progress, and Zhao's cultivation had also advanced rapidly. His foundation was solid. His initial ambition had merely been misguided. Otherwise, he would have at least achieved the status of a mage. Despite still being in the realm of the master, it was undeniable that arts passed down through generations were exceptionally potent, containing many extraordinary techniques I had never encountered. Zhao's family also possessed numerous types of talismans, whereas my family specialized more in physical techniques. His family excelled in incantations and spells. Now, to restrain an opponent, I could employ the celestial net spell, among many others that I won't detail. My relationship with Sun Yuning continued to flourish. My grandfather had previously divined that we were destined to be together, so there was no need to worry about separation. During these days, I also imparted basic cultivation techniques to Sun Yuning, but her talent was only average. In these 20 days, she had barely managed to sense qi. Soon, classes commenced, necessitating my residence in the dormitory. The shop was quite a distance from the school, making daily commutes a waste of time, especially with a heavy freshman course load. Upon my return, Huarjiaza was the first to inquire, "Brother, where have you been lately? I haven't seen you around school." "Yeah, Tingyi, what have you been up to?" Ji Yongfeng echoed. "Nothing much. I was just exploring Wuxia since it was my first time here," I replied. "You've been quite leisurely, exploring for over 20 days. I bet you've scoped out all the massage parlors," Huarjiaza teased with a mischievous grin. "Impossible. I'm in a relationship. I wouldn't do such things." "Enough about that. Tingyi, I've been studying that book you recommended, and it's incredibly useful. I'm on the verge of winning over a girl," Huarjiaza exclaimed, gesticulating excitedly. "That demonstrates your rapid learning ability. I wish you success in your endeavors." "Tingyi, what do you think is missing from my appearance?" Ji Yofeng asked earnestly. I turned to scrutinize him. "Let me see. I believe you're lacking a muscular physique." "I feel like I'm getting there, Tingyi. My mom said I look much more handsome during our video calls," Ji Yongfeng boasted. "Take your mom's words with a grain of salt. What mother doesn't think her son is handsome? Jiaza, wouldn't you agree?" "That's not necessarily true. Although my mom says I'm handsome, it's because I genuinely am," Huarjiaza retorted with an air of vanity. "Give me a break." Amidst laughter, we spent the night as usual. The first day of classes arrived, and we made our way to the classroom early. Assuming that the university atmosphere would resemble that of high school, the three of us promptly settled into the front row. However, it was a tiered lecture hall with multiple classes, and students gradually trickled in. Oddly, we were the only three occupying the front 3 rows, creating an awkward silence among us. The professor entered the classroom, seemingly unfazed. He introduced himself, had the class monitor take attendance, and began the lecture. It wasn't until after the 2-hour session that I realized how incredibly dull it was. Later, I understood that this was what they called a filler class. I discovered that some of the freshman courses were useless yet mandatory, which I couldn't comprehend. Was this merely to fulfill the required hours? Consequently, when business arose during class, I had to inquire whether Xiao could handle it. If he couldn't, I would resolve it on the weekends. However, much of law school involved rote memorization, which was effortless for someone like me who had spent their entire life memorizing things. Lately, most of the business involved assessing feng shui, palmistry, and face reading, which was rather uninteresting. Another weekend arrived, and I was playing with the rat ginseng in the shop when Mr. Li, the one who had treated us to dinner previously, called me. "Brother Lin, you must come save me. I'm in General Mountain, being chased by a bear. I'm hiding somewhere now. Please hurry." Roar. Alarmed. I hung up before I could even respond. The situation sounded perilous. Fortunately, I had brought the rat ginseng with me last time, so it should remember his scent. Without delay, I hailed a taxi. Since Sun Yuning spent her free time in the library and the car was at school, and I hadn't obtained my driver's license, I couldn't drive myself. Along the way, I urged the driver to go as fast as possible, resorting to my secret weapon, offering extra money. The driver, upon seeing the stack of red 100 yuan bills in my hand, readily agreed to my request. The usual 30-minute journey was compressed into 10 minutes. Without hesitation, I placed the 10 bills on the passenger seat, exclaiming, "Thank you, driver. Young man, call me again if you have more work like this." The driver shouted. I had no interest in listening to him and rapidly transformed my form, employing my movement techniques to advance swiftly. The rat ginseng poked its head out, guiding me through the forest. Gradually, I heard the bear's roar. I quickened my pace and, within minutes, spotted a man perched on a rather small tree. A bear was incessantly shaking the tree beneath him. The man was none other than Mr. Li. He was wailing on the tree, tears streaming down his face, and his crotch appeared to be wet. "Mr. Li, don't be afraid. I've come to save you," I shouted at the top of my lungs. Mr. Li seemed to hear my voice and turned his head toward me. "Brother Lin, you've come. Save me, save me," he cried, his voice filled with desperation, as if he had seen a savior. Chapter 42. Entangled by the fox demon, I swiftly maneuvered and delivered a powerful kick to the black bear's back, sending it sprawling several meters away, where it let out a mournful howl upon landing. Undeterred, the bear charged at me once more. I unleashed a blast of earth and thunder, causing it to topple onto its back, limbs splayed in disarray. "Get lost," I shouted at it, for were it not a protected species, I would have dispatched it without hesitation. The bear, looking rather disheartened, fled while casting a glance back at me, as if to remember me for future retribution. But was that truly effective? I felt even a mere mouse could easily intimidate it. I glanced at the mouse spirit and pointed at the bear. "Can you defeat it?" The mouse spirit gazed at me with an expression of deep sorrow and replied, "I cannot. Truly useless. Brother Lin, could you assist me down? My legs feel weak." Li Wenjie had just performed a daring escape from death, but fortunately, he had survived. "All right." I gently lowered Li Wenjie to the ground and inquired, "Boss Li, why aren't you staying comfortably in the city? What prompted you to seek such thrills?" Sitting on the ground to catch his breath, he stammered, You nearly scared me to death, Brother Lin. Just give me a moment." I sat beside him, scrolling through videos as if that bear had never appeared. Before long, Li Wenjie began. "I originally came out for a picnic with a group, intending to enjoy some barbecue in the great outdoors. However, I have a tendency to wander off. And while exploring, I realized I had lost my way. I called out loudly, hoping my companions would hear me. instead of my friends. It was the black bear that answered my cries. It pursued me relentlessly, and when I called you, I was hiding inside a hollow tree trunk. Unfortunately, it soon discovered my hiding spot, shattering the trunk with its claws. Terrified, I ran faster than I ever had in my life. But with my bulk, I quickly exhausted my strength and had no choice but to climb a tree. To my surprise, the bear followed me up, and as I shook the branches, it lost its grip and fell. This enraged the bear, prompting it to shake the tree in retaliation. Thankfully, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have been unable to conduct business with you in the future. Indeed, I shall exercise daily from now on, should I encounter such a situation again. I might be able to flee more swiftly, Li Wenjie replied, still somewhat shaken. Now, should I escort you back to the camp or home? Let us return to the camp. My vehicle is there, and with you, Brother Lin, I fear nothing. And what about your pants? Oh dear. I was too tense to notice. Perhaps we should just head home. A trivial matter. I concentrated my spiritual energy and directed it towards his pants. Gradually, white smoke began to emanate from them, and soon they were dry, albeit with a rather unpleasant odor. Impressive, Brother Lin, Li Wenjie exclaimed. I used to think that Chi Chao was deceiving me when he mentioned your prowess, claiming you could take on 30 ordinary men without a second thought. Now, I am convinced. Just seeing you kick that bear has earned my lifelong admiration. Don't mind what that fellow says, I chuckled lightly. With the mouse spirit, a master of scent and locating, we need not fear losing our way. Indeed, we traversed a considerable distance, and it took us over an hour to reach the camp. Brother Lin, not only are you skilled in combat, but your navigation skills are also top-notch. Li Wenjie praised. A mere trick, I thought to myself with delight. The mouse spirit truly had an excellent nose. Feeling embarrassed, Li Wenjie first went to his vehicle to change into a fresh pair of pants before rejoining his companions. Upon our arrival, his group buzzed with chatter, wondering where he had disappeared to for so long. They suspected he had found a place to rest and had not bothered to call. When Li Wenjie recounted his harrowing tale, his companions were astonished. And my reputation only grew brighter. Someone even suggested hiring me as a personal bodyguard, claiming a salary of $1 million was no issue. I smiled and replied, I prefer my freedom and dislike being constrained. However, if you wish to consult me regarding fortune-telling, feng shui, or exorcism, I would be more than happy to assist. That evening, I sat in Li Wenjie's spacious and imposing vehicle, adorned with some English letters that I found unremarkable. Brother Lin, isn't this car impressive? Li Wenjie inquired, noticing my interest. I nodded, quite formidable. How much did it cost? Not much, just over 400,000. Goodness, you call that not much? Consider it a token of gratitude for saving my life today, Li Wenjie said with a broad smile. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Extravagance pales in comparison to a human life, wouldn't you agree, Brother Lin? Indeed, you make a valid point. I nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. I shall personally deliver it to you in a few days. Li Wenjie waved his hand dismissively, as if 400,000 were insignificant. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I accepted his offer. Upon returning to the shop, I pondered how to swiftly obtain my driver's license. Otherwise, it would be quite distressing to possess a vehicle without the ability to drive it. On Sunday morning, while I was discussing spells with Brother Xiao, a phone call interrupted me. To my surprise, it was a woman who had previously come to celebrate my opening. Hello, Madam Lu. What brings you to call? Master Lin. Please come to my house. I cannot adequately describe the situation, but you must come quickly. Lu Ruoshi's tone was filled with urgency. All right, I will be there immediately. I'll send you my location via WeChat, Master Lin. Please hurry. Without hesitation, I briefed Brother Xiao and swiftly hailed a taxi to her residence. Upon arriving at her door, I hesitated, finding no one to answer. Brother Xiao and I decided to force our way in. What I beheld upon entering was nothing short of astonishing. Lu Ruoshi and her husband were huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. Their daughter hung from the living room chandelier, her face pale and her tongue unnaturally elongated. Several foxes clung to her, creating a truly terrifying sight. Xiaolin, what on earth is happening? Brother Xiao, equally baffled, noted that even their family's ancestral text had no record of such. Chapter 43, after injuring the young. The old arrives, you all should leave first. You might get caught in the crossfire. I addressed the couple. Then you must treat my daughter well. Lu Ruoshi said anxiously. I can only try my best. All right. In the blink of an eye, a fiery thunderbolt assailed her daughter, who, caught unawares, was struck down by me. The girl let out a wail as she fell to the ground. Lu Ruoshi, even knowing her daughter needed to endure some torment, could say nothing, as she was utterly unaware of the current situation. The fox spirit she possessed was also scattered by the fiery thunder, its fur charred black. Lying motionless as if dead. I was stunned. I hadn't been this fierce when dealing with greed wolf some time ago. Has my cultivation improved so much from studying the Xiao family and Appo's spells? Fong San also stared blankly at me. Little Lin, you should have said it was this easy. I wouldn't have come out if I'd known. The other four ghosts were equally startled by this scene. Guanana was the first to speak. Tingy, when did you become so powerful? I feel like your attack just now could have obliterated our souls several times over. The other three ghosts nodded in agreement. Don't mention you. I'm not quite sure of my own strength either. I was secretly overjoyed. Her daughter took a while to recover before shakily standing up, muttering incoherently. The room was instantly filled with chaotic, demonic wind. A white, five-tailed fox appeared before us, its voice sharp and piercing. Exorcist, I advise you to leave quickly and not interfere with my plans. If you leave now, I'll pretend nothing happened. I cocked my ear. What's that gibberish? I don't understand animal language. Go to hell. The fox demon's 5 tails lashed out at us. Third brother, hold off 1 tail, Guanana. You 4 ghosts hold off 1. I'll block the rest. Before I could finish speaking, a fiery thunderbolt struck 1 tail. A lightning spear shot toward the 2nd tail. I drew a talisman in the air with my left hand and chanted a spell. I beseeched the fox ancestor to dispel and retreat. First, the heavenly disperser. Second, the earthly disperser, to dispel and retreat. To dispel the 7 souls and 3 spirits of the person, all mountain spirits and water monsters. Sorcerers and evil demons dare not come. If there are green or white people to cast spells, press them back into the depths of the sea, quickly. According to the law, dispersing talisman, go. As Brother Zhao's combat strength was not high, I had him hide behind me to gain combat experience. With our concerted efforts, all 5 tails suffered varying degrees of damage. Perhaps the fox demon hadn't expected the combined power of us few to be so great. The fox demon spat out a mouthful of blood, seemingly seriously injured, so we immediately pressed our advantage. Mount Tai Seal, suppress. I took the lead in trapping the fox demon, and Fong San and the others swarmed forward. Surrounding the fox demon from all sides, the fox demon, seeing no escape, intended to fight to the death. At the same time, an even more powerful aura gradually spread around. There's no need to go to such extremes, young friend, is there? An old voice came. I cocked my ear. Are you ever going to be done? If you want to come all together. Aren't you annoyed by one wave after another? I'm sorry, young friend. It was my poor discipline that led to this disaster. I apologize to you. Gradually, a 7-tailed fox revealed its form. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to this girl's parents. Look at what this girl has been tortured into. I had Brother Xiao call the Lu Ruoshi couple over. Before long, they arrived before me. Apologize, old fox. At this time, I was looking down my nose. Arrogant and overbearing. The 7-tailed fox's face twitched slightly, but it quickly regained its composure. I'm sorry, it was my negligence that led to your daughter being in this state. I sincerely apologize to you. The 7-tailed fox even bowed slightly. The Lu Ruoshi couple's minds were blank. What was going on? A giant fox, taller than a person and with 7 tails, was apologizing to them. Clearly, they were so frightened that they couldn't speak. I slapped my forehead. I should have said it myself. Is an apology enough? What about the girl's body? I questioned. Then may I ask what this young brother wants? The 7-tailed fox said sincerely. At the very least, you must restore her body to its previous state. This condition isn't excessive, is it? Not excessive. I have some precious herbs that I don't know if they'll work. Bring them over. I'll take a look. 3 hours later, old fox, are you playing with us? Why haven't you come yet? I wanted to see if this old fox really intended to give them. At this time, the old fox's eyes had sharpness. But it was very patient. Don't worry, young friend, they'll be here soon. Half an hour later, several small foxes brought over a large pile of herbs. I activated my chi gazing technique and found that they were indeed good medicinal herbs, full of vitality and medicinal properties. The 7-tailed fox waved its hand, and several small foxes ran toward me, signaling me to take a look. I nodded. Not bad. I'll give you credit for your sincerity. Is that enough? Can you release it? The 5-tailed fox was still trapped by the 5 ghosts, unable to move. No, since you can't teach it well, I'll help you teach it. I said sternly, whether demon or ghost, all who harbor evil intentions, no one comes to transform them. I shall take the lead. Quickly, according to the law. Receive. In the blink of an eye, the 5-tailed fox was taken into the bronze statue. Stop. What do you want to do, kid? The 7-tailed fox glared at me fiercely. Nothing, just helping you teach it, so it won't harm people in the future. A faint smile hung on my lips. I've endured again and again. Yet you've angered me repeatedly. If you don't release Tian Tian immediately, I'll kill you even if it costs me my old life. Then you might as well try. In the space between words, I had already had Fong San move their family away. The 7-tailed fox started with the same move, 7 huge tails lashing out at us. How come your moves are all the same? I smiled faintly. I could almost sense where my cultivation had reached at this time. At this time, I fully opened my chi field, all power added to myself. Vast and obscure Jade Emperor, Jade Venerable. First, sever the path of heavenly plague. Second, sever the gate of earthly plague. Third, sever the path of humans. Fourth, sever the gate of no ghosts. Fifth, sever the plague path. Sixth, sever the thieves. Seventh, sever the path of evil teachers. Eighth, sever the gods of disaster and plague in 5 temples. Ninth, sever the path of sorcerers and evil cults. 10th, sever the path of my teacher, since the teacher has severed it. I beseech the Supreme Lord Lao Tzu, quickly, according to the law. Heavenly net. Spell arise. I pointed my sword at the void and drew a talisman. A large net blocked the 7 tails without retreating even half a step. What? The 7-tailed fox widened its eyes full of disbelief. Use any moves you have quickly. Don't keep dragging it out. I can feel that the demonic energy in your body is insufficient. and you probably won't live more than 15 years. So what? I'll still have you die before me. The seven-tailed fox seemed unwilling to cast spells and directly engaged me in close combat. But the seven-tailed fox underestimated my horizontal training skills. As the 5 ghosts were constantly harassing it, the seven-tailed fox couldn't calm down and fight me. 5 elements, thunder technique, spread. Our fists collided, and the seven-tailed fox was instantly paralyzed. Fong San seized the opportunity and kicked the seven-tailed fox away. Even before the seven-tailed fox landed, the attacks of the other 4 ghosts never stopped. The seven-tailed fox couldn't fight 4 hands with 2 fists. Landing, it spat out a mouthful of light purple demon blood. The seven-tailed fox slowly stood up, its body seeming to expand. Chapter 44. Recruitment. Upon realizing the precarious situation, I swiftly evaded and delivered a kick, ensuring to follow up with the dispersing spirit needles, fearing that a single needle might not suffice, and thus I unleashed 3. The seven-tailed fox collapsed onto the ground, its body yearning to move yet rendered immobile by the overwhelming power of the spirit needles. The other foxes, sent to administer medicine, dared not make a single move as they were under the watchful eye of the white-furred mouse, Brother Kanshao. I approached the seven-tailed fox, looking down upon it. In its prime, I would have never dared to conclude a battle so swiftly. What a pity, what a pity. Kill me, take my demon essence. I only wish for you to treat Tian kindly, then I can rest in peace. After nearly a millennium of existence, who would have thought I would fall to a mere child? The seven-tailed fox seemed resigned to its fate. I never stated my intention to kill you. I merely offered to guide you. Rest assured, I will return you unharmed. The fox appeared incredulous. You truly do not intend to slay us? Why would I kill you? My initial plan was not to eliminate you, but rather to recruit capable allies. I scrutinized the foxes before me, noting the absence of bloodlust in their demeanor, indicating this was their first attempt at murder. Since you are willing to compensate, I am fortunate to have arrived early. Otherwise, negotiations may not have been so amicable. Then, do I need the antidote? I feel rather weak. Be patient. The effects will wane shortly. To win over capable individuals who require certain resources, one must sometimes offer a stick along with dates. However, the abilities must be relatively equal. Vast discrepancies in power cannot sustain a balanced relationship. I mentioned to the fox that I possessed a method to extend its life by 30 years and inquired whether it would be interested in such an opportunity. The fox eyed me warily. What do you desire? Nothing much. Just wish to enlist you as my information couriers. Also, I shall need to borrow Tian for a while. Is that all? If there are more conditions, you may as well state them. That is all. I have no excessive demands, only that at times I might call upon you for assistance, and I will cover all your sustenance. After considerable contemplation, the seven-tailed fox exhaled deeply, as if resolved. Very well. How will you grant me 30 more years? If I can live that long, I will have the strength to weather the tribulation. Obeying your commands will be no issue then. I have my ways. I will return in a week. Do you have a place of residence or similar details to share with me? No need for such formality. The seven-tailed fox then produced a mobile phone. Add me on WeChat. I was taken aback, surprised by the advancement of this creature. After adding each other, I inquired, what is your name, Mr. Fox? With a hint of politeness, the seven-tailed fox momentarily froze. You were not speaking to me in such a manner earlier. Nevertheless, it responded, I am called Hu Hong. Very well, I shall note you as such. My name is Lin Tingyi, I said nonchalantly. Wait, which Lin do you belong to? Hu Hong suddenly posed an inexplicable question. The Lin of Shu. What other Lin could there be? And Lin Yanfeng. What relation does he bear to you? Let me think. He is my great ancestor. Oh, indeed. He is my forebear. Hu Hong exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. What has gotten into you, old Hong? I scratched my head in confusion. Years ago, a great master passed through here. In my youthful arrogance, I engaged him in combat, and it was evident I was utterly defeated. I never imagined he would be so formidable. In just a few exchanges, I found myself at a disadvantage. Yet he fought while guiding me. However, with such a vast disparity in power, I ultimately stood no chance. I implored the master for instruction, but after years of following him, he grew impatient. He told me that in a century or two, someone would come to assist me, yet this person would not be him. If I persisted, he would not hesitate to eliminate me. That person is Lin Yanfeng, the ancestor you mentioned. How many years did you linger for your ancestor to utter such a threat? I believe it was 17 years. I pointed at Hu Hong. I had suspected as much. Our family typically does not slay innocuous spirits. The fact that he did not eliminate you after 17 years speaks volumes of his temperament. Hu Hong chuckled awkwardly. Well then, since it is a matter concerning our ancestor, I shall lend my assistance wholeheartedly. It is a chance to cultivate a good relationship. That would be splendid. Allow me to fully attend to this girl. And you need not concern yourself with her treatment, Hu Hong said with a sycophantic grin. Perplexed by Tiantian's motives in capturing Lu Ruoshi's daughter, I decided to release her for further inquiry. Upon her release, Tiantian attempted to strike me, but Hu Hong intervened. Tiantian, cease this at once. Why, ancestor? Tiantian queried, confused. I will explain shortly. What was your intent with that girl? Hu Hong demanded sternly. Ancestor, are you not on the verge of facing tribulation? This girl's fate aligns perfectly with yours. I wish to use her as a shield. Before Tian Tian could finish, Hu Hong slapped her. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? I have repeatedly stated that killing is forbidden. Do you disregard my words now that you possess 5 tails? Hu Hong's fury was palpable. Henceforth, you shall follow Lin brother here, and he shall properly discipline you. I paid no mind to their ensuing discussions as I gradually distanced myself. Not long after, both of them approached me with smiles. Hu Hong spoke first. Lin brother, why do I feel more agile after our earlier sparring? Naturally, I applied a blend of medicinal techniques to your body, although it may have been painful at first. Over time, your energy will circulate more freely, granting you greater agility. I did not realize you possessed such skills. How foolish of me to underestimate you. Hu Hong bowed slightly. Such trifles. Have all matters been arranged? I have instructed Tian Tian to remain by your side until you permit her return, I assured. Excellent. Rest assured. With Tian Tian in my presence, her cultivation will undoubtedly surge. Then I thank you, Lin brother. Hu Hong signaled to Tian Tian. Master, my full name is Hu Tian Tian. Tian Tian attempted to elaborate, but I interrupted her. Do not call me master. I prefer a more egalitarian address. Tian Tian glanced toward Hu Hong, who appeared to disregard her gaze. Tingyi, is this acceptable? Tian Tian asked tentatively. This is much better. As long as you have not committed grave transgressions, I shall spare your life. From now on, be sure to conduct yourself well. Understood? Tian Tian nodded fervently. Old Hong, take this girl for treatment at once. I shall see you next Sunday. Certainly. Until then. After a discussion with Lu Ruoshi and her husband, they agreed to return their daughter once treated. And they had also decided to offer me a reward of 300,000. I readily accepted without reluctance. Seeing that there was nothing else to attend to, I returned to my shop. Upon arrival, it was already past midnight, and I climbed into bed without even taking a shower. When I awoke, it was the afternoon. I drew back the curtains to reveal a glaring sun. Just as I opened my phone, I noticed a message from Sun Yuning, inviting me to visit the shop. Chapter 45. Restoring Hu Hong. The message was sent at 2 o'clock, and it was nearly 3 o'clock now. He should be arriving soon. I went downstairs to open the door and decided to freshen up. As I descended, I spotted Sun Yuning seated on the sofa, gently caressing the mouse ginseng. Naturally, the mouse ginseng was in its shrunk state, still weighing over 10 pounds. Just waking up, are you? Sun Yuning smiled at me. Yes, I was busy until the early hours yesterday. Is it dangerous? Did you get hurt? Sun Yuning immediately began to examine me closely. Do you think you look like a nurse? I retorted, bemused. And where are your hands going? Of course, I must check the most important areas. It's been a while since I've seen it. Sun Yuning replied with a gleam in her eyes. Wait, I haven't eaten yet. I attempted to find an excuse. I'm all ready. Look. Sun Yuning turned to grab a large bag from the table. I noticed you didn't reply to my messages. You were either busy or asleep. Now that it's this time and you haven't replied, that means you're still not awake. If it were later, it would mean you were busy. Am I right? Sun Yuning blinked her big eyes, as if waiting for my praise. My Yuning is the best. You understand me thoroughly, I replied. Of course. Now eat up, she said, producing a large kidney, oysters, and various other goodies. Am I really that weak? Is this too much? Eat to replenish if you're weak. Eat to strengthen if you're not. You seem to have learned a lot about this at school, I noted. There is no choice. I just have to finish eating and then go to work, she replied. After being worked like a mule for several hours, it was already 6 p.m., and both Sun Yuning and I collapsed onto the bed. I'm exhausted, I said weakly. I haven't even complained about being tired, she countered. What are you tired about? I'm the one who had to hold you for hours. Seems you still have energy. Let us do it again. Sun Yuning looked at me fervently. After a while, I genuinely had nothing left, not a drop. Really? Nothing at all. Let me see, she insisted. Another tiring evening passed. The next morning, I was awakened by the alarm clock, urging the Qi bracelet. I had no choice but to respond. Wake up, Sun Yuning. You need to attend class soon, I called. Sun Yuning was sound asleep. What time is it? She mumbled. It's nearly 7 o'clock. What? Sun Yuning instantly became alert, checking her phone. But it's only 5:52. You scared me. We're over an hour away from school. We need to get up earlier. I began to dress and prepare for washing up. Sun Yuning threw off her blanket, revealing her bare upper body. With her hands raised, she asked, Can you help me put on my clothes? Such a luxurious life, I teased, yet obediently helped her dress. After a while with the Qi bracelet, I felt revitalized. My energy greatly improved. Sun Yuning, however, was still admiring herself in the mirror. Looks like the experts aren't all fake. Since our union, my complexion has improved each day. Stop admiring yourself. We need to hurry, I urged, pulling her along. After grabbing breakfast nearby, we reached school with 10 minutes to spare. Did you bring your books? I asked her. Of course, they're in the back seat, she pointed. Then I'll head off. I asked my roommate to bring my books. Bye, Yuning. I waved as I swiftly departed. Why are you running so fast? Luckily, I parked next to the classroom, so I don't need to rush, she grumbled. Another monotonous yet significant week unfolded. I completed my driving test, and on Friday afternoon, Li Wenjie delivered the car. I invited Sun Yuning to take a spin around the city. Though I drove slowly, I was elated. At last, I can drive. Though this car consumes a lot of fuel, which pains my wallet. Even though I still have millions in my account, I've grown frugal. At this moment, I decided to seek out the mysterious ghost market. My grandfather mentioned that every city has one, but it's nearly impossible for ordinary people to locate. If one accidentally stumbles in, they can be expelled by the protective formations. The ghost market is filled with numerous magical artifacts and talismans. Vendors there typically possess ample wealth and often engage in barter rather than transactions. Hence, I left behind some herbs when Hu Hong returned, intending to exchange them for something valuable. Once I reach an adequate level of cultivation, finding the ghost market shouldn't be overly challenging. The energy field where it lies is usually chaotic. By attentively sensing the gaps in the formations, one can enter the ghost market. However, I would have to postpone my quest for the ghost market, as I recently hit a bottleneck in my cultivation and needed more combat experience. Early Sunday morning, Hu Hong sent me the location, albeit quite remote, deep within the mountains. Upon my arrival, I found Hu Hong seated on the ground, eyes closed in meditation. "You arrived quickly, Brother Lin," he remarked as I approached. "Of course," I replied, pulling out 5 black flags to set up the formation. "Brother Lin, why are you setting up a formation?" Hu Hong asked, puzzled. "To conceal our presence. If they realize I'm assisting you with your tribulation, they might capture me," I explained, pointing skyward. Hu Hong hesitated momentarily before understanding. "Right, we mustn't speak carelessly." Once I completed the formation, I instructed Hu Hong. "You must close your 5 senses and 6 perceptions. I can't perform the spell if you don't. You must meditate and not stop until I tell you." Hu Hong complied without hesitation, and I took out the Qi Xiang bracelet, chanting the incantation as it slowly levitated above Hu Hong's head. I spent the entire day casting spells to restore Hu Hong using the Qi Xiang bracelet, only stopping once my internal energy was completely depleted. After retracting the bracelet, I restored my energy and communicated with Hu Hong, instructing him to break the formation. This telepathic communication was a technique taught to me by Hu Tian. Otherwise, how would I call out to Hu Hong with his 5 senses and 6 perceptions closed? As Hu Hong awoke, he exhaled a deep breath, and I felt every cell in my body come alive once more. "I'm incredibly grateful," Hu Hong said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I truly don't know how to repay you." I patted his shoulder. "How many more years do you think you can live?" "At least 50 more. I hadn't anticipated such remarkable results. It seemed that 3 more treatments would lead to complete self-healing. Many of my previously mismanaged ailments had also improved significantly. "I will strive to cultivate the 9 tails in this life," I vowed. I will, Hu Hong exclaimed joyously as he prepared to leave, laughing heartily before bursting into tears. Finally, I have to perish from the heavenly tribulation. His eyes overflowed with tears, and I barely heard his heartfelt words. I hurried back to recharge the Qi Xiang bracelet. The energy consumed this time was particularly substantial, while the bracelet typically requires minimal energy for cultivation or healing. Today's efforts were extensive, restoring a nearly 1,000-year-old demon. The most direct method was to draw from natural elements, and the quickest way to do so was to place the bracelet on a lightning rod during a thunderstorm. A few strikes would fill it to the brim. After careful observation, I determined that it would rain tonight. If there were thunder, that would be even better. I had already scouted the best tall building to place the bracelet, and when the rain began, the bracelet was securely positioned on the lightning rod. Chapter 46. Playing the fool before long. The anticipated lightning struck. Having heard of the legendary technique of lightning tempering, I was eager to give it a try today. I placed all my valuables in the hallway, fearful that they might be damaged by the lightning. While human injuries could be mended, if my phone or car keys were ruined, they would be irreparably lost. I held the lightning rod steady, awaiting the arrival of the storm. As the lightning surged, the wires heated rapidly, their insulation melting away, unimpeded even by the rain. Suddenly, a figure was blasted several meters away, leaving my hands charred. Ouch! I shook my hands furiously, cursing the ineffectiveness of my golden incantation as my protective barrier shattered. Frustrated, I stamped my feet in anger. After being thrown once, I dared not attempt to endure the lightning again. My body felt numb, and my hands were nearly devoid of sensation. At that moment, I had already moved to a dry area, fearing that the electrical charge might find its way to me. Thunder rumbled continuously, yet no further lightning struck. The Qi Xiang bracelet emitted faint arcs of electricity, tingling against my wrist. I activated the Qi Xiang bracelet, and soon enough, my hands returned to their original state. As nimble as a young woman's. Energy transformation required time. Even a divine artifact needed a cooldown period. Driving back to the shop to retrieve the mouse ginseng and return to school, I discovered Sun Yuning still engrossed in her phone on the sofa. I stealthily approached her. And suddenly, Sun Yuning jumped up in fright, her expression contorted. Upon realizing it was I, she delivered a sharp slap to my chest. Ouch, why so much force? I massaged my chest. Who told you to scare me? I've been helping you consolidate high-end resources in Wuxi these past few days. I arranged for your underlings to take action, and now even some big shots from neighboring cities know of your reputation. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Sun Yuning arched an eyebrow. Really? Does that mean I'll have endless money in the future? I lifted Sun Yuning into the air, spinning her around. Once I set her down, she continued. So how will you repay me? I scratched my head, pondering. But Sun Yuning's gaze drifted downward, her right hand pointing. I want this. Why didn't you say so earlier? I guarantee I'll serve you well today, I replied, embracing her as we ascended the stairs. On the bed, we discovered true prowess. Another night of tempestuous passion ensued, and in the morning, we were awakened by the alarm clock. How was that? Intense, wasn't it? Sun Yuning, brimming with vitality, exclaimed like a lively monkey. Next time, let's do it like this again. Then you better hurry up and cultivate. Once your powers are sufficient, we can practice dual cultivation. That would be, you know what I mean. Why can't we do it now? Yuning, your cultivation level is too low. If we attempt dual cultivation now, your essence will be drained by me. Sun Yuning and Appo's expression shifted between hope and despair. Then I must cultivate diligently. 3 weeks later, Hu Hong had fully recovered, even surpassing the strength of a typical seven-tailed fox. The Fox clan was thriving, and with Hu Hong's restored capabilities, they lacked for resources, gradually claiming the seat of the demon clan leader in Wushi. Simultaneously, my own cultivation bottleneck was broken through my relentless efforts. I often sought Hu Hong's guidance, which significantly advanced my understanding of the Xiao family's techniques. Brother Zhao's cultivation also steadily improved, and with my support, he earned several thousand a month. He mentioned that in 2 or 3 months, he could bring his parents and son to live with him. That day, looking at the 5-figure sum in his bank account, Xiao Ruyan trembled slightly, tears glistening in his eyes as he said, Brother Lin, without you, I might never have seen 5 figures in my life. I owe you this. Please allow me to bow to you. Just as he was about to kneel, I quickly used my spiritual energy to lift him, but his legs remained bent. Brother Xiao, aren't you shortening my lifespan? Get up. No way. We complement each other. You teach me your family's techniques, and I return the favor. Besides, your family's techniques are far more valuable than mine. Don't you agree? Is that really true? Of course, so please rise. Well, no matter what. You are the one who brought me into this world of wonder. I will remember this kindness for a lifetime. And I will teach my son to know who was willing to lend a hand when his father was struggling. All right, Brother Xiao. Let's skip the formalities and go have some drinks and skewers, I said, draping an arm over Xiao Ruyun's shoulders. Let us go. That day, I attended evening study as usual, feeling rather listless, when our instructor entered to deliver her monotonous speech. I idly glanced at her and was met with a surprising revelation. My counselor was a recent graduate interning at our school. Though she wore makeup, the dark aura in her brow was unmistakable. It seemed she had recently encountered a calamity. As she exited the classroom, I hurried out to call her. Counselor, wait. I need to speak with you. She paused, surprised. What's up, Lin Tingyi? Believe me or not, if you feel anything amiss during your travels recently, you must leave immediately, or you may face grave danger. She placed her left hand on her forehead and her right on mine, murmuring, what is going on? You don't have a fever. So why speak nonsense? I removed her hand, insisting, if you truly don't believe me, then take this and keep it in your pocket. I handed her a black talisman folded into a hexagram. She accepted the talisman, her movements surprisingly deft despite her apparent confusion. All right, I'll carry it. I'll be heading back now. Truth be told, I wasn't one to meddle, but fostering a good relationship might ensure a quicker escape in the future. Lin Tingyi seems oddly different today. He usually doesn't act this way, she murmured to herself. Oh well, I'll just put it in my pocket. The next day, a deluge of major news flooded every website. A residential building had exploded due to liquefied gas, with casualties still unclear. I promptly headed to the scene. Having just woken up and still having time before class, I drove there, thinking that saving even one more life would earn me a bit of karmic merit. Upon arrival, I found Uncle had already cordoned off the area, with firefighters bustling in and out. I silently prayed for them. They gambled their lives against death, hoping to save as many as possible. For that alone, they deserve my respect. I discreetly ascended the building to check for any overlooked individuals. Noting their swift movements, there were almost no casualties inside. After a brief survey, I continued to observe from a distance. Eventually, there were no further explosions. And with nothing more to do, I returned to attend class. While I was venting about our lackluster water course professor with Huarjiaza, the counselor entered the classroom and called me out. The dark aura between her brows had vanished. She must have survived a calamity, another good deed accomplished, I thought. What happened? Counselor? You need to tell me how you did it, she said, exuding an air of liberation from her near-miss. What do you mean, counselor? I feigned ignorance. The black hexagram you gave me, how did it turn to ash? Perhaps the temperature was too high, and it burned itself? Today, an apartment building exploded, right above mine. The other tenants suffered varying degrees of injury, yet I emerged from the chaos covered in dust but unscathed. Chapter 47, Mysterious Death. By the time I realized it, the black hexagram in my pocket had already turned to a pile of ash. Shouldn't you provide some explanation? It's nothing serious, then I shall return to class. Dear instructor, you, stop right there. I couldn't be bothered with her. I presumed skipping class wouldn't affect my credits. From then on, it seemed that my instructor developed an inexplicable fondness for me. On that Friday, I received a call from Xiao Ruyun. Hello, Tingyi. There's a significant contract here that I seem unable to handle. You need to come back and check. Is the person still there? Yes. They're still pacing by the entrance, clearly in a great rush. Then wait for me a moment. I'll be there shortly. Make haste. I glanced at the time. It was just a few minutes until the break. I thought it best to wait a few minutes before heading out. I decided to ask Huar Jiaza for assistance. If attendance was taken, he could mark me present. Upon hearing about a good meal, he readily agreed, saying, "Rest assured. Even if I don't mark myself, I will certainly mark you." Such a good brother, I thought as I patted my chest. Without further ado, I drove back to the store. Upon entering, I saw a man pacing in the living room. Xiao Riyun was there comforting him. "What is going on, Brother Lin?" I inquired curiously. "Little Brother Lin, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." The man approached me immediately. "Let him explain." Xiao Riyun replied. "It's like this. A few months ago, for some unknown reason, an employee suddenly died at my factory. We operate on an 8-hour, 3-shift system, which can lead to such occurrences. However, the peculiar part is that there has been at least one sudden death every week, sometimes even exceeding 3. I initially thought it was due to excessive workload, so I instructed them to reduce production and mandated a 10-minute break for every 2 hours of work. After implementing these changes, the number of sudden deaths plummeted to 0 for a few weeks, but after that period, they began again. I truly couldn't allow them to continue working, so I had to grant them an early holiday. The employees are already on edge, fearing they might be the next to die. The compensation for employee deaths, coupled with a month of downtime, has resulted in massive losses for my factory. Although I consulted several spiritual mediums during this time, they found nothing, and all of them mysteriously died upon returning home." The man spoke rapidly, leaving me with no opportunity to interject. "By the way, my name is Feng Kuan. I apologize for my excitement causing me to forget to introduce myself. I had a general understanding of the situation, but I needed to investigate on-site. I couldn't rely solely on his word." "Can we go now?" Feng Kuan inquired, clearly anxious. "Just a moment, let me gather my things." Before long, Xiao Riyun and I were in Feng Kuan's car, heading to his factory located in the neighboring Tucheng. Along the way, Feng Kuan chattered on, "Recently, I was added to a WeChat group by a real estate tycoon from our circle. Many prominent figures from our field are in there. And the group's icon features your store's sign. The announcement stated that if anyone encounters danger or experiences phenomena beyond scientific explanation, they should go to EU Pavilion, complete with a detailed address." After pondering for several days, I decided to take a chance and come here. Upon hearing this, I was surprised. When did my paranormal resolution pavilion become known as EU Pavilion? It must be the doing of Yuning. Nevertheless, it was somewhat beneficial as it indeed drew business my way. After a few hours of travel, we arrived at Feng Kuan's factory. As I stepped out and looked ahead, I was taken aback. If this continued, it would become a site for cremations. "Little Brother Lin, what do you mean?" he asked. "I meant that if this continues, it may as well turn into a funeral home," Xiao Riyun interjected. "What? Is it really that terrifying?" "Not just that. Looking from your factory entrance, the mountains on either side form a straight path, and they are significantly taller than the road, akin to a gun aimed directly at you. Just imagine how comforting that is. And why is there a high-voltage tower near your factory? Isn't it forbidden? Since the installation of the high-voltage tower, we haven't had any power shortages on this side of the factory. That's a major taboo. Anyone living near high-voltage towers is prone to illness, irritability, and frequent misfortunes at home. Your factory appears to have several major taboos. Is this your decision, or someone else's?" My expression turned grave. Feng Kuan suddenly grew tense. "It was my wife and my brother-in-law who suggested this. They claimed the straight path was easy to navigate without detours, and the high-voltage tower would prevent power shortages. I thought they were sincerely offering advice, but after hearing what you said," Feng Kuan felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He immediately pulled out his phone to question his wife, but I raised my hand to stop him. "Don't act rashly." All right. Feng Kuan's breathing gradually steadied. Xiao Riyun seemed to empathize and comforted him, saying, "Sometimes, having a good wife is more important than making a fortune." After a while, I spoke up. "First, Feng Kuan, you must renovate this road and relocate those power towers. You need to find a solution for moving the towers, otherwise, deaths will continue in your factory. I'll do my utmost." "Not just your utmost. It is imperative to address this, and there may have been foul play involved near your factory." "What foul play?" "I'll explain once things are handled. Don't overthink it for now." I outlined numerous tasks for him to ensure they were executed properly. Xiao Riyun and I surveyed the surroundings. The most numerous and tallest power towers were located in the west. It is better to have a towering green dragon than a white tiger glancing back. A white tiger looking up will surely incur harm. Fortunately, Feng Kuan has factories beyond this one. Otherwise, his prospects would be exceedingly grim. This location still harbored considerable energy and malevolence. As if a large-scale presence had taken residence here, I sensed an ominous conspiracy afoot. However, it was not the time to dwell on distant matters. I needed to summon Hu Hong just in case. Subsequently, I sent a message with my location to Hu Hong, requesting assistance. With so many deaths, I preferred to be cautious. As dusk approached, Xiao Riyun and I entered the factory for a thorough investigation. The daylight's strong yang energy made it difficult to observe details. Upon entering, Xiao Riyun remarked, "Tingyi, do you feel how cold it is inside? The yin energy is heavy. Be cautious, Brother Xiao." I summoned the 5 ghosts and 3 animals to assist. Shushin, and by Mao formed one group, while Hutian and Guanana comprised the other, each group exploring different areas. Each group was equipped with a sound transmission talisman to report any developments immediately. Before long, every group encountered varying degrees of spirits. Some were wandering souls, others mischievous spirits, and there were even unexpected manifestations of malevolent entities. They appeared almost oblivious, drifting aimlessly. Even when struck, they remained silent, seemingly impervious to pain. I contemplated accumulating some merit to see if I could assist them in reincarnation. However, despite reciting my soul-sending incantations repeatedly, they remained unmoved. What in the world are these spirits? Why can't I send them away? I murmured. Let me give it a try, Tingyi. Xiao Ruyun recited a series of incantations I had never heard before. After finishing, he was drenched in sweat. Yet the spirits showed no signs of change. Brother Xiao, what incantation were you reciting? I asked curiously. I'm not sure. My ancestors have been imparting teachings in my dreams lately. I've learned a great deal and can now integrate the knowledge. Chapter 48. The Banner of 10,000 Souls, is it true? Were your ancestors truly that formidable? Indeed. The words inscribed in the book were beyond my comprehension without your guidance. Yet, in my dreams, I grasped them effortlessly. No wonder your family has maintained such a legacy. Your forebears are even more capable than mine. What do you call this? Ah, yes, a fallen genius, I mused. I humbly declined the praise. As we conversed, the spirits around us began to stir restlessly, as if regaining their awareness, and soon, they were embroiled in conflict. I concentrated my energy and struck the ground, sending the surrounding spirits hurtling several meters away. What is all this commotion? I scolded angrily. The cunning ghost, recognizing my formidable strength, swiftly approached to flatter me. Great master, please, save me from this place. I wish to leave. Upon his arrival, other spirits flocked to him. Yes, yes, great master, please help us. Numerous voices echoed. How did you end up here? I inquired. I was deliberately thrust into this predicament. I was previously relishing the offerings from my descendants when suddenly something seized me and cast me into this dark abyss. The next thing I knew, I found myself here, the crafty ghost explained. I am but a wandering spirit, having taken my own life in a house, bound to this place. A multitude of voices chimed in. My spiritual form was obliterated, and I can no longer recall how I met my demise. I merely awoke here. Even the mountain spirits began to voice their stories. Quiet, let me gather my thoughts. It appears this is no ordinary feng shui assessment, I remarked. Very well, I shall lead you out. Follow me. Just as I turned to leave, an unexpected event occurred. Ah, master, help. I spun around to see some spirits being dragged backward, accompanied by an ominous presence drawing near. In the dim light, I could not discern the figure's appearance, so I unleashed a flame. As the fire grazed the figure, it illuminated a visage reminiscent of a beggar, his face obscured by a tangle of unkempt hair and a multitude of patches adorning his clothing. Youngster, this is no place for you. The old man's voice was gravelly. Who are you, old man? I retorted. You are not worthy to know my name. All spirits, hasten into my banner. In an instant, the souls nearest to the old man were drawn into the banner of 10,000 ghosts. How dare you? Old fool, cease this at once. A bolt of fire lightning surged toward the banner. The old man evaded swiftly, the lightning missing him, yet he ceased his absorption of souls. I had intended to deal with you later, but it seems I must eliminate you first. The old man hurled the banner toward me and rushed forward. I drew my thunderous spear and sent the banner flying, while my left hand formed a seal. 5 elements, metal technique, blunt hand. My left hand hardened instantly. And with a powerful punch, the old man raised his cane in defense. The force of my strike pushed him back a step, and he felt a slight numbness in his hand. You possess some skill, he acknowledged. Brother Xiao, let us attack together. Xiao Ruyun began inscribing a talisman in the air. Golden Scissors Flying Blade Talisman. A small, golden scissor flew toward the old man. Youngsters should practice more, the old man scoffed, sweeping the cane to shatter the golden scissors into powder. Let us spar, young one. With that, I charged forward, thrusting my spear. The old man dodged and countered. Ghost Banner, activate. The banner behind me erupted, releasing a multitude of wicked spirits. I channeled my spiritual energy, forcing the old man back a few steps, and promptly unleashed 5 spirits, turning to continue my assault on the old man. Brother Xiao joined them to deal with that accursed banner. Xiao Ruyun's cultivation was still insufficient. The old man possessed profound strength, and we were evenly matched. This stalemate could not persist, as the banner continued to spew forth malevolent spirits. Though their cultivation was generally low, their numbers were overwhelming. I needed to find a breakthrough. Where was Hu Hong? After several exchanges, I feigned a weakness, allowing the old man to exploit it. With a swift strike of his cane, he knocked me back several meters. You are still too young, child, he taunted, charging at me. I activated the Qishiang bracelet, a slight smile on my lips. That is a line I should deliver. Heavenly Net Talisman. A great golden net materialized in the blink of an eye, ensnaring the old man, who thrashed within it. Release me, or you shall regret it when I break free. He threatened. You shall have no opportunity. I chanted incantations continuously. This oil is no ordinary oil, bestowed by Luban to incinerate evil sorcerers. It is the oil of wickedness. And I wear the cap of flames, adorned in garments of fire, all malevolent spirits shall turn to dust. I summon the Southern Dipper's 6 stars. I implore the Supreme Old Lord, hasten as the law commands. 5 Thunder Oil Pool Fire Talisman. As the incantation concluded, the talisman swiftly adhered to the old man's form, igniting flames around him, yet his garments remained unscathed. The old man held in agony. Ah, spare me. I can reveal how to wield the banner of 10,000 souls. I can also teach you my spells. Why should I trust you? The old man grimaced in pain, casting aside several tattered tomes. These are all the spells I've collected over the years, all for you. I hesitated, wary of any trickery he might be planning. After the old man was reduced to ashes, I surveyed my surroundings once more. I spotted a spirit attempting to flee, and with a flick of my wrist, the thunderous spear shot forth, pinning it against the wall. Old man, where do you think you're going? Please, spare me. My physical form has already been destroyed. What more do you want? He pleaded. Tell me, were you responsible for the deaths in the factory? I demanded. They were destined for a short life. I merely hastened their release. Is that so? Then you shall not escape justice for those souls you have murdered. The old man attempted to parley further, but I exchanged glances with the 5 spirits, and they understood their task. Ah, you shall not die well. The old man's wretched cries soon faded as they consumed him entirely. Where has Tian gone? I asked. I don't know, young Master Lin. I haven't seen her since the battle with that old man. The spirits replied, shaking their heads in unison. That is strange. I could sense her presence nearby. Bai Mao, assist me in retrieving those books. With a swift bite, Bai Mao grasped the old tomes, but in a flash, a silver needle shot forth from between the pages, piercing through Bai Mao's head. I gasped in shock. He truly had a backup plan. Are you all right, Bai Mao? Woof. It seems just an ordinary silver needle. It appears harmless to my ethereal form. After repeating this several times, I finally dared to examine the texts. They contained exceedingly dark and cruel spells. This old man had undoubtedly caused many deaths. The subsequent volumes were filled with malevolent incantations. Yet I discovered one that could absorb essence and enhance one's cultivation. This technique was nothing short of miraculous, allowing one to feed on the vitality of others to bolster their own strength, albeit with a low conversion rate compared to diligent practice. This art was Tit the Old Fox. Cease your struggles and obediently extract the demon essence, spoke one of the figures clad in black. Chapter 49. The Power of Virtue. Do you truly believe that you, mere minions, can seize the demon essence from Lord Fox? Fox Hong chuckled merrily. Call your parents over first. Tian, are you afraid? I fear not, for I stand shoulder to shoulder with our ancestor. Well said. Let us end this swiftly. The 8 dark-clad figures swiftly positioned themselves and formed an array, driving 8 swords into the ground, while chains of iron descended like a great net upon Fox Hong and Tian. Fox Hong's 7 tails and Tian's 5 tails surged with power, their numerous tails shielding them against the ominous chains. To their astonishment, the chains began to corrode their tails, yet, channeling their demonic energy, the chains were repelled back into their grasp. Some strength, but merely delaying the inevitable, they thought. Close combat. Yes. However, as the battle raged on, the dark figures grew increasingly ferocious, while Fox Hong and Tian felt as though their strength had been sapped, rendering them unable to perform at their usual capacity. Before long, their bodies bore numerous scars. Suddenly, 2 dark figures were sent flying. 5 Elements Thunder Technique. Mud Dragon. I arrived at the scene, sensing the dire situation, and immediately took action. I swiftly moved behind Fox Hong and Appos. Are you all right, old Hong? And Appos. I won and Appos. Die. And Appos. Then all is well. And Appos. 5 Elements Thunder Technique. Flame Explosion. Arcs of electricity coalesced into flames and shot toward the dark figures. They were blasted away, some of the weaker ones collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Arise. The 5 ghosts appear. I seized the moment, targeting the nearest adversary. In no time, they all lay defeated, powerless to retaliate. Why are Tian and I unable to exert even half our usual strength? Fox Hong pondered, perplexed. It is because a formation has been set, and its architect is a formidable master. Clap, clap, clap. Young brother, your prowess is remarkable. It seems that old Zhao Liang cannot withstand you. You have even seized the 10,000 souls banner. Has he perished? Would you be interested in taking a position within our butterfly shadow? A young woman emerged, applauding. He has already been reduced to a mere wisp of his former self. Besides, what is this butterfly shadow? I have never heard of it, I replied, clearing my ears. However, Fox Hong reacted with considerable intensity. Butterfly shadow? Why such a strong reaction? Is it truly that impressive? I inquired, bemused. It is not merely impressive. I have heard of butterfly shadow since hundreds of years ago, when it was a modest force. However, following the Taiping rebellion over a century ago, this power has multiplied exponentially due to the emergence of an extraordinary leader. I have heard that this leader could single-handedly repel over 10 celestial masters, and under his command, Butterfly Shadow became nearly invincible. Today, Butterfly Shadow has spread throughout the lands of China, comprising humans, demons, spirits, corpses, and various mountain monsters, forming a colossal and terrifying organization. Indeed, Though your strength may be lacking, your knowledge is commendable. Moreover, I must add that during the battle against the Celestial Masters, our leader even killed one and severely injured two. How dare you? I flung a lightning spear, charged with the essence of thunder, toward the woman. She evaded swiftly. But a large crater, approximately 1 meter in diameter and half a meter deep, erupted beneath her feet. Retrieving the lightning spear, I remarked, "Young brother, why such youthful exuberance? Should you wish to connect, do let me know." With that, she vanished into the darkness. "Demoness, do not flee." I pursued, but her figure eluded me, compelling me to return. Upon my return, I urged Old Hong to share more about this butterfly shadow. Why has Butterfly Shadow only now emerged? I have never heard of this organization before. Ah, that is a tale of great length. After that battle, the leader of Butterfly Shadow has been recuperating, apparently severely injured during the conflict with the Celestial Masters. Since then, Butterfly Shadow has remained relatively quiet. That is quite extraordinary. You must understand that this was over a century ago, when spiritual energy was far more abundant than it is now. The individuals who could be deemed Celestial Masters at that time were of the highest caliber, with even the weakest among them being formidable figures capable of living for 200 to 300 years. Those Celestial Masters could extinguish a common person with but a thought, without expending great effort. Withstanding heavenly thunder was trivial, and traversing great distances was as easy as child's play. Withstanding heavenly thunder? What then? Was my experience of being blasted away? To confront over 10 Celestial Masters single-handedly, to kill one and injure two, imagine how remarkable such a feat is. I reflected on this. After all, I was merely in the true chi stage. The higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to ascend to the next level. I counted on my fingers. At 18, I had true chi at 2 tails. Would I reach the golden chi stage before I turned 60? I wondered about my grandfather's cultivation level as well, uncertain if he had reached the golden chi stage. As we spoke, the spirits crowded around me and Fox Hong. "What brings you all here?" I inquired. The slippery ghost spoke. "Master, I do not know the way home. What shall I do?" "You do not know the way, and still desire me to escort you? That is not impossible." The slippery ghost grinned widely. "You have quite the imagination. You expect me to take you back without any form of compensation?" "Indeed, master, my descendants are quite wealthy. Seeking some form of reward is certainly feasible." "Oh, it seems you had a decent life while you were alive." "Not bad, not bad," the slippery ghost replied, eager to climb the social ladder. "But what of you? Will you provide me with an equivalent reward?" I queried. This. The spirits exchanged glances. "Very well, I shall consider it an accumulation of virtue. When I visit your burial site, I shall return you to your resting place, if that is acceptable." The spirits rejoiced, leaping in delight. "Truly a master. I shall kneel first." What an abstract specter. Alive, he was a nuisance, and now as a ghost, he remains a nuisance. The spirits collectively knelt, and I could neither evade nor resist, so I endured it. As they knelt, a faint golden light coalesced upon the spirits, gradually entering my body. Instantly, I was enveloped in radiant light, akin to a high-powered lamp illuminating the night. The area within a 10-meter radius was aglow. I whispered to myself, "Is this the virtue my grandfather spoke of? The power of virtue. The power of virtue." Xiao Ruyun exclaimed suddenly. Fox Hong and Tian Tian appeared perplexed, unaware of the significance of Xiao Ruyun's words regarding the power of virtue, prompting them to inquire further. After a brief explanation from Xiao Ruyun, they grasped that the power of virtue, or Inda, is a pure force sought after by practitioners. It can significantly enhance a practitioner's cultivation, and the elevation derived from the power of virtue is genuine and substantial, even more so than that achieved through diligent practice. Having absorbed the power of virtue, my cultivation soared to 4 tails of true chi, with a continuous influx of energy coursing through my body. I was utterly immersed in this moment of elevation. Have I truly ascended 2 realms? Is saving so many spirits the key to such rapid growth? No wonder my grandfather advised me to perform good deeds whenever possible, as long as they do not conflict with my own interests. The benefits are indeed plentiful. Regrettably, all the mountain spirits and creatures had been refined during the initial absorption of the 10,000 souls banner. Arise, and you shall be returned to your original burial sites within the coming weeks. Chapter 50, The Stone Spirit. I meticulously studied the methods for utilizing the Wanhun banner, which encompasses 5 distinct incantations: absorption and refinement, direct intake into the banner, release of refined spirits, release of unrefined spirits, and for enhancing the quality of the Wanhun banner. One can insert it into a soul body, allowing the banner to autonomously absorb the essence. The Wanhun banner possesses an expansive internal space, and by employing one's own magical prowess to refine it, one can harness its power for personal use. Without further ado, I commenced the refinement process, which lasted an arduous hour, leaving me drenched in sweat and significantly depleting my internal energy. I pondered how the old master had refined the Wanhun banner, or if it had already been refined by someone else, merely awaiting the imprint to be bestowed upon him. "All right, you may enter now. Do not fear the refinement. I assure you I will safely return you," I announced. The spirits, no longer hesitating, promptly rose and entered the Wanhun banner. I could distinctly sense that the interior was divided into several sectors: the refinement zone, the habitat zone, and the soul artifact zone, although the latter remained dormant and shrouded in obscurity. During the following weekend, I traversed various locations without rest, tirelessly driving and managing to deliver only a quarter of the spirits, a workload far greater than usual. At night, precise positioning was unnecessary, as the spirits would drift toward their destinations, but during the day, I was compelled to venture to burial grounds, as these spirits were exceedingly frail and intolerant of even the slightest sunlight. However, a significant event transpired the following week at Phone Cohen's site. On Saturday morning, my phone suddenly rang. "Lynn, come over and take a look. We are currently working here, but the excavator cannot budge these stones, and even explosives fail to shatter them. Wait for me. I will drive over immediately," I replied. Upon seeing my departure, Sun Yuning hastily inquired, "Tingyi, will you return tonight?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps I will." I hesitated. Lately, I feel remarkably energized while studying, and my memory is astonishingly sharp. I recall everything after a single explanation from the teacher. What could be the reason? At this, I chuckled. What else could it be? Clearly, you have made a breakthrough in your cultivation realm. Yuning, do you not sense the presence of certain organs within your body? Indeed, I don't usually notice, she responded. You should now be at the threshold of the first realm, beginning your journey into cultivation. Once you reach the mage realm, we can practice dual cultivation together, I said with a mischievous smile. Really? That would be splendid, Yuning exclaimed. I must attend to some matters. Farewell. Goodbye. Over an hour later, I arrived at the construction site and found a group of individuals gathered around a large stone on the slope, observing intently. Boss phone. They turned in unison toward the source of my voice. Lin, you finally arrived, a man exclaimed, rushing toward me. The stone is right ahead, is it not? Indeed. Let me guide you. Make way, make way. As I approached, I realized the stone had become sentient. No wonder it could not be shattered. Boss phone. What does this stone resemble? Phone Kuan examined the stone closely, and from the crowd, someone exclaimed, a lion. Phone Kuan, as if inspired, gasped, it truly resembles one. The striations along the stone's edge evoke the lion's mane, and the alignment of the markings bears a striking resemblance to a lion's face. Now you understand why it cannot be shattered. The stone has acquired sentience and requires a special method to break it. As I spoke, the lion's eyes seemed to glance in my direction. Feeling scrutinized, I immediately focused on the stone. Yet, the gaze returned to its original position in an instant. I instructed Phone Kuan to dismiss the remaining workers, intending to confront the stone spirit. I circled the stone, repeatedly murmuring, if you have any sense, come forth and meet me. Otherwise, once I detonate it, I shall not concern myself with your plight. I acknowledge your arduous cultivation, but once I act, I will not temper my severity. Despite my entreaties, the stone spirit remained unresponsive. Then do not blame me, I declared, producing a black talisman, stepping back several meters, and casting the talisman toward the stone. Just as the explosion was imminent, a spirit suddenly floated before me, panically exclaiming, Mage, halt! Mage, halt! As Phone Kuan could not perceive it, he was understandably alarmed. Lin, what is speaking? I cannot see anything. Do not worry, the stone spirit has emerged. I replied with a faint smile. It seems it wishes to play. It shall not escape unscathed. Speak, what is your desire? I inquired with a calm demeanor. Mage, allow me to explain. I have dwelled here for an exceedingly long time. This place is where I awakened my consciousness, and I do not wish to leave. The stone spirit articulated. They merely wish to relocate you. They do not intend to drag you away. Why such agitation? Ah. I feared they sought to dismember me for other purposes. The stone spirit responded obsequiously. Enough with the banter. You ought not to fear pain, correct? What do you mean? Before the spirit could finish, I swiftly summoned my energy and hurled the stone to the other side. The stone landed over 30 meters away. The trajectory of the stone's flight was a beautiful arc as the spirit chased after it. The spirit, seizing the moment, re-entered the stone and promptly re-emerged, exclaiming, What are you doing? Without me, this is merely an ordinary stone. You nearly smashed my dwelling. Do you understand? The spirit continued to rail against me until I fully released my cultivation aura, prompting it to finally fall silent. Why the sudden silence? I smirked, relishing its discomfort. This. The stone spirit appeared utterly astonished by my formidable power. With each step I took, the spirit trembled further. Why the silence? Master, please spare me. I have spent centuries cultivating my spirit. With my current abilities, I am not even worthy of your fingertip. The stone spirit knelt before me, pleading. I had intended merely to tease it, but it proved exceptionally sensitive. Relax, as long as you do not obstruct my path, all is well. Are there others like you in the vicinity? Yes, master, there are 9 spirits akin to me, long-established guardians of this area. I shall guide you to them. The stone spirit replied, seeming quite cunning. For the next several hours, this spirit, under my imposing presence, chastised several other stone spirits, berating them as it commanded. If the master desires you to leave, then vacate promptly. It is merely a change of location. There is no need for such fuss. It appeared quite satisfied with its role, and I had not lifted a finger. I instructed the surrounding spirits to relocate, ensuring the entire hillock was leveled for their new placement. Initially, Feng Kuan was perplexed, but after I elucidated the situation, he appeared considerably more at ease. Feng, did you inform your wife about the project? No, I undertook this secretly. I intend to divorce her soon. Fortunately, our marriage is recent, and we have no children. Otherwise, my assets would be significantly diminished. Do you have a photo of your wife on your phone? I possess some knowledge of physiognomy. Yes, I do. With that, Feng Kuan retrieved his phone and opened the photo gallery for me to see. To my astonishment, I was taken aback upon seeing the image. Isn't this the sorceress who disturbed us yesterday? Chapter 51. Strange creatures. I suppressed my emotions, fearing that my words might lead to Feng Kuan's demise, only managing to slip a black talisman into his pocket. The divorce needed to be expedited. Why had he married her in the first place? I feigned calmness as I spoke. We had met at a gathering within our social circle. Our interactions had been minimal, merely a brief encounter. Subsequently, we frequently crossed paths. Although I suspected that these meetings were orchestrated, I could not shake the feeling that fate had intertwined our lives. Thus, our relationship gradually blossomed, leading us naturally to the altar. After marrying her, my career soared. Everything fell into place seamlessly. This streak of good fortune lasted 4 to 5 years. Until the unfortunate events of a few months ago. As you are aware, Feng Kuan sighed. After a moment of contemplation, I ventured. Could it be possible that all of this is a scheme devised by your wife? Do you suspect the same? He replied. At the beginning of the tale, it was indeed your wife who orchestrated everything, employing some form of sorcery to ensnare you. Your utility is nearing its end. It is likely that you will soon become a pawn to be discarded. This is merely a conjecture, I added, patting Feng Kuan's shoulder. After pondering for a while, Feng Kuan broke into a cold sweat. If what you say is true, does that mean I am destined to die soon? Perhaps, I replied. Feng Kuan grasped my hand, pleading, you must be right. Even though my company was not large at the time, I have weathered many storms. Such a temptation should not have been insurmountable. Please, you must save me. Ever since meeting you, I have come to believe in the existence of such things. I might truly perish. Do not panic. I will handle this. However, you must remain by my side. What is your wife's name? Yao Qifeng. Is there a problem? No, I merely inquired. I responded, though my mind was already calculating. I contemplated that this matter could not be resolved hastily and would require some time, so I requested an extended leave from my advisor, fabricating a reason. I claimed that my elderly mother pig was unwell and I needed to return home to check on her. Regardless of his approval, I was resolute. Earning a living took precedence over attending classes. I would not starve from skipping a few lectures, but failing to earn would surely lead to my demise. I messaged Sun Yuning to inform her that I would be unable to return for a while, as the situation was grave. Fortunately, Feng Kuan's financial resources were ample. A road spanning several kilometers was completed by 3 construction teams working tirelessly through the night over the course of 2 weeks. Feng Kuan and I remained in close proximity to the construction site. While patrolling the area, I discovered signs of a formation nearly 2 kilometers from the factory. Upon further inspection, I noted that there were traces of formations in all 8 directions surrounding the factory. I was startled. The extent of the array was astonishingly vast. But why was such a large-scale formation necessary? This puzzled me greatly. Could it be related to the lingering aura from previous events? Was there a cavern below? Without hesitation, I took my compass and began a meticulous examination, careful not to overlook any detail. After several days of searching, I uncovered a concealed entrance. The opening was quite small, barely allowing me to squeeze through, so I instructed Shu Kan to venture inside first, with the condition that he would flee at the first sign of danger. Over 10 minutes later, Shu Kan emerged, panting heavily. What is the situation inside? I inquired, perplexed. Don't ask. I barely reached the depths before a noxious stench overwhelmed me, nearly suffocating me. He gasped. Is it that severe? Severe? I nearly met my end. What more do you want? Fear not. If anything happens to you, I will be there to save you, I reassured him. Since you cannot enter, I will send Bai Mao in for a look. Bai Mao, wagging his tail, barked excitedly by my side. Shu Kan scolded, quiet. Bai Mao let out a few low whines. Hold on, Shu Kan. Bai Mao, I have a simple task for you. If you succeed, I will treat you to a feast. How does that sound? Bai Mao perked up, barking in agreement. Excellent. Enter the cave and return if you find any forks in the path or if danger arises. Be cautious on your return. I patted Bai Mao's head. With a wagging tail, Bai Mao dashed into the cave, seemingly elated at the prospect of a reward. An hour passed, and the day dimmed. Bai Mao had entered at 5 o'clock. It was now 6:10, and he had yet to return. Just as I began to fret, Bai Mao burst forth, triumphantly carrying a bone emitting purple smoke. Bai Mao, why were you in there so long? And why are you carrying a bone? Excitedly, Bai Mao dropped the bone and nuzzled against me. Was it dangerous inside? Nod if it was, and shake your head if it was not. Bai Mao shook his head. Is it spacious? He nodded in response. Afterward, Bai Mao seemed uninterested in my inquiries about treats, engrossed in gnawing on the bone. This indicated that the poisonous gas posed no threat to such a spirit. It was likely merely miasma, given the ample space. It seemed that many creatures had once inhabited this area, and the presence of bones suggested that violent conflicts had occurred. Perhaps the accumulation of corpses, combined with the enclosed environment, had led to the stagnation of air. I then released 5 ghosts to investigate, and their findings aligned with my suspicions. Numerous corpses lay within, and the ground bore witness to many dried bloodstains. To my astonishment, I discovered an altar among the bodies. All the corpses had perished as a result of sacrifices. They were varied: human, bear, tiger, crocodile, along with many animals unknown to the 5 ghosts. The bodies were heaped into a small mountain, estimated to number in the hundreds or even thousands. Their accounts sent a shiver down my spine. What was the purpose of this slaughter? Did they not fear retribution? On my way back, I requested Phone Cohen to procure a complete set of high-tech gas masks, oxygen tanks, gloves, and boots. Phone Cohen, perplexed, asked, "Master Lin, why do you need these?" "Of course, it's for a purpose. Do not question it. Just have them delivered promptly." The following day, I returned to the cave for exploration. After crawling Chapter 52, the shadow of the butterfly, how pitiful, how lamentable. To have been sacrificed in life, and to be denied a complete rest in death. Must they still be exploited even after their demise? Alas. All I can do is utter my apologies. I cannot allow you to emerge and endanger the innocent. With that, I recited the incantation, invoking the 5 elements fire technique, incinerate. Although these assembled corpses possessed little combat prowess, their sheer numbers allowed them to burn for more than an hour. I stood at a distance, contemplating whether yesterday's array was designed to conceal the sacrifice. It surely had ties to the butterfly shadow. This is truly a heart-wrenching cruelty. Does no one care? Upon emerging, I felt a profound melancholy. As I made my way back, a thunderous noise erupted from behind. I turned hurriedly, only to witness the mountain collapsing. A wave of unease washed over me. Had this occurred while I was dismantling the array, the consequences would have been dire. I shuddered at the thought. Returning to the cave entrance, I dispatched Fong San to investigate. Moments later, he reported that the path was blocked and inaccessible. Meanwhile, Fong Kuan revealed that his wife had agreed to their divorce without any demands, allowing them to divide their assets amicably. The factory had commenced operations smoothly, and everything seemed to be unfolding perfectly. However, despite the facade of victory, I felt a deep sense of loss within. I had failed to prevent this tragedy. Had I conducted my investigations sooner, many lives could have been spared, and the butterfly shadow scheme would have been thwarted. It is no wonder that the sorceress, the old man, and the cloaked figures posed no overt threat to us while engaging in countless covert machinations. I was still too naive to see through their deceptions. In gratitude, Fong Kuan generously bestowed upon me 6 million, expressing relief at no longer having to live in fear. Afterward, I returned home to consult my grandfather about the Butterfly Shadow Organization. Upon hearing its name, my grandfather's expression shifted dramatically. He anxiously inquired if I had confronted them. I recounted the entire sequence of events, and he was astonished to learn that the sacrificed corpses could reassemble themselves. He explained that the Butterfly Shadow exceeded my wildest imagination, embodying both righteousness and malevolence. On the surface, it appeared to be a cult, yet it harbored profound secrets. Over a century ago, during the fervent anti-Qing restoration movement, various factions converged, including practitioners of the arcane arts. The most notable was the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom movement, whose remnants fled after defeat. In the wake of this turmoil, sorcerers began to gather, plotting to overthrow the imperial court. The Butterfly Shadow Organization emerged mysteriously, with its leader once deemed invincible. They carved a path through adversity, targeting not the common folk but the authorities. During that tumultuous time, officials inexplicably perished in their homes, particularly those connected to the Taiping movement, and the court was rife with fear. The leader, in a fit of bravado, sought to challenge all formidable masters and issued open challenges. Initially, no one dared to respond. Yet under pressure from the court, major sects were compelled to confront the Butterfly Shadow. The leader faced 12 celestial masters alone, and their confrontation atop Kunlun Mountain was shrouded in secrecy. None dared to approach, fearing retribution. However, many observed from the shadows, including your ancestor, the illustrious Lin Yinfeng, who was also a master of his time. That battle raged for a day and a night, marked by horrific violence. The most powerful celestial master fell, while 2 others were gravely injured, leaving the remaining 9 wounded. Although the leader sustained injuries, none dared pursue him, and thus he became renowned. Though the Butterfly Shadow faded into obscurity thereafter, it continued to attract new recruits. Previously, when I heard Hu Hong's accounts, I found them exaggerated. But now I realized the truth of his words. The Butterfly Shadow was indeed a force to be reckoned with. As I pondered my return journey, I wondered why the organization had resurfaced recently. Had the original leader perished, or had a new one emerged through internal elections? My grandfather remarked that all aspects I considered were likely known to Butterfly Shadow members, yet its internal structure remained a mystery. How could such a vast organization be managed? I could not fathom the answers. However, I had no time for further contemplation. I needed to hasten to class. After 2 weeks away, I anticipated trouble brewing. Just as I settled into my class, the counselor summoned me outside. I braced myself for a reprimand. Lin Tingyi, you have quite the audacity to take leave with such an outrageous excuse. Your old sow is unwell. The counselor chuckled at her own words. I assure you, I am not deceiving you, counselor. My old sow truly is ill, and I had to bid it farewell, I said, feigning tears. Very well, she replied, taking a deep breath. But why have you been absent for 2 weeks? You must provide me with an explanation. When someone passes, a funeral must be arranged, similarly. When a pig dies, a proper send-off is warranted. Are you suggesting we arrange a funeral for your pig? Should I prepare one for you as well? The counselor seemed flustered. Certainly not. I'm still alive. I retorted. Smooth talker, write me a 2,000-word reflection. With that, she turned and left. I shook my head in resignation. One must bow to circumstances. Upon returning to my seat, Warjaza, with a curious expression, asked, Tingy, where have you been for the past 2 weeks? I was beginning to worry about missing your delightful meals. I was engaged in significant matters, I replied mysteriously. What sort of significant matters? Do enlighten me, interjected Ji Yongfeng, eager to know. I raised an eyebrow. Do you truly wish to hear? Absolutely. They both insisted fervently. I encountered an ancient man who could siphon souls. I defeated him in a matter of moments, and then I faced a group of cloaked figures, whom I dispatched with ease. Later, I ventured into a cave to find animals' corpses reassembling themselves and attacking me, which I incinerated completely. Their expressions turned to disdain. Tingyi, if you're going to fabricate a story, at least make it plausible. If you had told me you were on a seaside vacation with your girlfriend, I might have believed you. This is the most absurd tale I've ever heard, Huajiazi scoffed. Indeed, Ji Yongfeng chimed in. I felt a wave of frustration. Why share my experiences if they wouldn't believe me? Fine, just remember to treat me to lunch. I want the most expensive Huangmin chicken rice at the school. Huajiazi, didn't you see the news about Huangmin chicken being unhygienic? It's said to be made from zombie meat. We must go for tash eating instead. That sounds even worse. I nearly vomited after just 2 hamburgers instead of my usual 2 bowls of rice. Enough of your bickering. I'll order takeout for you. How about Cat McDonald's? Sounds perfect. They both agreed. Chapter 53. Critical condition, boss. Something has happened. Lu Qichao exclaimed on the other end of the line. Calm down. Take your time, I replied. This is urgent, boss. My father is in critical condition and is being treated at the hospital. Do you know any miraculous doctors? I cannot bear the thought of losing him. Is it truly that grave? I inquired. I don't know for certain. My elder brother called me and said that my father suddenly collapsed at his workstation, he explained. Which hospital? I will head there immediately. I'll send you the details via WeChat. I'll be waiting in the first-floor lobby. I quickly drove to a Han People's Hospital. Upon entering the lobby, I spotted Lu Qichao, pacing anxiously. What is going on, Qichao? I asked. Boss, I may lose my father, he said, tears streaming down his face. I gently placed a hand on his shoulder and reassured him. Everything will be all right, don't worry. Is your father in surgery or the ICU? I asked. Yes, in surgery. The doctors said the chances are slim, but they are doing their utmost, he responded. Let us wait outside the operating room. He'll pull through. I encouraged him. After what felt like an eternity, a middle-aged man was wheeled out from the operating room. Lu Qichao's father appeared exhausted. With a faint dark aura surrounding him, it was clear this was not a mere physiological decline, but rather something sinister at play. This is manageable. Where are your elder and younger brothers? I queried. My younger brother is on his way, but my elder brother is still at the office, he replied. Stay close to the doctors, I advised. Upon reaching his father's hospital room, Lu Qichao eagerly asked, How's my father? Are you the patient's son? The doctor inquired. Removing his mask. Yes. What is my father's condition? Lu Qichao pressed. The situation is dire. Despite our best efforts, we cannot reverse his condition. He may not survive the next few days, the doctor replied ambiguously. Though the doctor said little, his words were heavy with finality, essentially declaring his father's death sentence. Lu Qichao seemed to have lost all strength, slowly sinking to the floor, murmuring, This is impossible. He is only in his 50s. He can't die this soon. Desperately, Lu Qichao clung to the doctor's leg, pleading, Doctor, my father must have a chance. He is still so young. The doctor gently brushed Lu Qichao and Apos, his hand away, saying, Please accept my condolences. His tone was eerily calm, as if he had become numb to the pain of life and death. Boss, is the doctor lying to me? Is there still hope for my father? Lu Qichao looked at me, his eyes filled with desperation. I offered a slight smile. There is hope. Lu Qichao, thinking he misheard, immediately asked, There is hope? There is hope, I confirmed. Instantly, Lu Qichao stood up, grasping my hand, asking, There is hope? I continued to smile, reiterating, There is hope. Those 3 words seemed to revive Lu Qichao's spirit. Just then, a voice called from a distance, Qichao, how is Dad? A figure rushed towards us. It was Lu Qichao's younger brother. I exchanged glances with Lu Qichao, who understood my silent cue. He began to perform, displaying a level of acting worthy of an award. Through tears, he said, Brother, the doctor just said we should prepare for the worst. His younger brother froze, stunned by the news. What did you say? Please repeat that. The doctor said. Dad might not make it. He is still fighting inside. Lu Qichao gestured towards the ICU. His brother's face turned pale as he looked where Lu Qichao pointed. A frail figure lay quietly, receiving intravenous fluids. His younger brother was equally devastated, tears streaming down his face. This can't be. Just a few days ago, Dad was fine. We were discussing business together. Where is the elder brother? He must know what to do. I'll call him, Lu Qichao insisted, pulling out his phone. After several attempts, his elder brother did not answer. What is going on? Why isn't he picking up? Lu Qichao asked. I'll give it a try, I said, dialing the number myself. After several attempts, I too was met with silence. Why is he not answering? What could be more important than this? Lu Qichao's younger brother lamented, striking the wall in frustration. After a time, a man in his 30s approached us. Tianzong, Qichao, has Dad's condition improved? You finally made it, big brother. The doctor said we need to prepare for the worst in the coming days, Lu Tianzong replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Don't you feel any sorrow? Lu Qichao challenged. At that moment, Lu Tianzong erupted in anger. You think you're the only one who cares about our father? Where were you when I was working tirelessly for the family business? Where were you when I was handling the company's affairs for Dad? Lu Qichao bowed his head in silence, enduring the tirade. Enough of this. There is no point in prolonging the discussion. You all stay here. I have work to attend to, Lu Tianzong said, seeming exhausted from his outburst. The three of us exchanged glances, and Lu Qichao spoke first. You should go home. Second brother. I'll stay here with my friend to watch over Dad. Lu Tianzong shook his head. Don't take his words to heart. He is hurting too. Just bear with him. Understood, second brother, Lu Qichao replied. Once they had all departed, I turned to Lu Qichao. Do not worry. I am here with you. Lu Qichao still looked troubled, but can he really survive in this state? Rest assured, I have my methods. First, go to your father's office and take some photos of the setup for me. I'll keep watch here. Lu Qichao hesitated but ultimately agreed. All right. Once they left, I pushed open the door and stood before his father, murmuring, it must be a terrible feeling to be harmed by those closest to you. The plight of the wealthy is indeed lamentable. Qixiang bracelet. Go. The bracelet floated above Lu Qichao's father, nourishing him. I kept a vigilant eye on the surroundings, fearful of being caught in this act of superstition. Thankfully, during my treatment, no one interrupted, as the foredrip was quite large and had only completed half of its course. After retrieving the Qixiang bracelet, Lu Qichao's father stirred slightly and mumbled, Who are you? I smiled gently. I am your youngest son Lu Qichao's friend, here to assist in your recovery. My task is now complete. Is that so? I never imagined this boy would come through for me in a critical moment, he mused. Could I trouble you for a glass of water? Of course. But since we are of the same generation, there is no need for formalities. Uncle, I replied, knowing the importance of maintaining a good rapport with the head of such a colossal company. After handing him the water, I said, Uncle, I must take my leave now. I'll visit you again when time permits. Thank you. Thank you. Please take care, he said as I exited the room. I called Lu Qichao. Your father has awakened. Hurry back after taking those photos, but do not mention it to your elder or younger brother yet. Lu Qichao, clearly astonished, replied, Is that true, boss? My father is awake. I'm on my way back immediately. Chapter 54. Hide and seek. I encountered Lu Qichao in the hall, and after examining the photos sent to my phone, I finally discerned something amiss. How could the writing desk face the door? Moreover, why was there a large chandelier looming above? Was this mere folly? A company of such stature surely could not lack a feng shui master. There was also a statue of Guangong in the room, which is not something just anyone can venerate. For instance, individuals born under the signs of the rat, rabbit, tiger, rooster, and snake are not permitted to worship Guangong. Surrounding the window stood a small eucalyptus tree, which, according to feng shui, is considered ill-omened. A large tree typically signifies the demise of the elder who planted it. What is your father's zodiac sign? I inquired after a moment of contemplation over the photographs. My father is apparently born in the year of the rooster, Lu Qichao responded thoughtfully. That aligns perfectly. Roosters worshipping Guangong may adversely affect their health, leading to frequent ailments and pains. You should have a chat with your father and promptly dispose of all those useless items. The statue of Guangong should be relocated, and that tree should be burned. For now, that's all I can say. There may be other underlying issues, so ensure your father remains cautious. Understood, boss. I'll take my leave now. As I walked back, I pondered the matter further. My observations of Lu Qichao's father's visage suggested a more favorable countenance than that of Lu Qichao's elder brother. Yet, why did it exude a sense of impending doom? The clues at hand remained inconclusive. I found Lu Qichao's elder brother somewhat suspicious. He was the one who promptly informed Lu Qichao. Yet he failed to rush his father to the hospital, instead dispatching a driver who delayed their arrival at the hospital. His demeanor was unnaturally calm, while Lu Qichao's second brother appeared less suspicious. However, this was merely my preliminary assessment. Certainty eluded me. The world of the affluent is indeed fraught with complications. I inquired about the location of Lu Qichao's family company and ventured forth alone to investigate, armed with the invisibility talisman bestowed upon me by my grandfather. I brazenly infiltrated the premises. Upon gauging the energy field, I discovered only a handful of practitioners of modest skill, which emboldened me to wander further. The company was vast, and I merely conducted a cursory observation. Lu Qichao's father's office was situated on the rooftop, and the contents had yet to be relocated. The office's decor was peculiar. What appeared odd on my phone seemed even more so in person. I sensed something attempting to siphon my spiritual energy, yet I was able to resist. An ordinary person would have been completely drained without even realizing it. No wonder. It became apparent that a formation had been set up, though its power was not formidable. As the one who arranged it was weak and the setup crude. Its ineptitude led me to mistake it for mere decoration rather than a formation. Nevertheless, I was unable to dismantle the formation. That task was best suited for Lu Chichao. I also noticed a bizarre piece of calligraphy that, upon closer inspection, seemed to gaze back at me. Its enchanting allure was almost magnetic, perhaps underestimating my resolve. I unleashed my companion, Bai Mao, who lunged at the artwork. Bai Mao tore the painting down, resulting in the formation's collapse. Alarmed, I swiftly pulled Bai Mao away and made my escape from the company. However, I was a moment too late. As I reached the second floor, the building's lockdown was activated. I concealed myself in the stairwell, keeping quiet. Thankfully, the invisibility talisman had sufficient duration, and I possessed several more that I had personally crafted, immune to detection. However, my relief was short-lived, as several practitioners began scouring the area with unfamiliar magical artifacts, leaving no stone unturned. I was compelled to play a game of hide and seek with them. As I pressed forward, another group materialized ahead. The urgency of the situation escalated, and I broke into a cold sweat. Just as they closed in on me, an idea struck me. I flung open a window and leaped out, sensing that the group had noticed the window's opening and converged to investigate. Little did they know, I was scaling the wall directly to the rooftop. This technique, known as lizard climbing, required rigorous training of finger strength, allowing one to lift hundreds of pounds with a single finger. The training was exceptionally arduous, and most individuals could not endure it. However, my stay atop the roof was brief. It wasn't long before they arrived to search, but I had already fled. I lingered in the building until midnight before finally escaping. I powered on my phone, thinking that if I hadn't turned it off, an unexpected call could have compromised my safety. Upon checking, I found several missed calls, all from Lu Chichao. Noticing the hour was still early, I called him back. Hello, Chichao. What do you need? Boss, I'm relieved you finally answered. Today, a thief broke into the company and reached my father's office. Thankfully, not much was stolen. Otherwise, the task you assigned me would have been ruined. A wave of realization washed over me. So, I was the thief. I had merely gone to inspect your father's office, but inadvertently triggered the collapse of the formation. My apologies. I chuckled, trying to deflect. It truly was you. I had a hunch that your prolonged silence meant you were up to something mischievous. Lu Chichao chuckled on the line. Spare me your nonsense. Can this be considered mischief? I was merely trying to assist you. If I hadn't gone, I wouldn't have encountered your family's practitioners chasing me around. I only just managed to catch my breath. They wouldn't have interfered had they known it was you at the company, for my father announced that anyone in your company would be granted free passage. What did you discuss with your father? Are you so confident in allowing me to roam freely in your company? Of course, I mentioned some of your heroic deeds, like subduing 4 malevolent spirits in an afternoon. It was all just casual talk. Enough boasting. I'm off to eat. I've been chased all day and am famished. I ended the call, intending to find a street vendor to satisfy my appetite. As I scoured the map for a food stall, a motorcycle suddenly sped past me, and the young man atop it reached for my phone, attempting to snatch it away. To his astonishment, my reflexes were exceptionally swift. I seized him and pulled him closer. The motorcycle toppled, screeching against the pavement. How audacious of you to attempt to steal my phone, I exclaimed. Perhaps he had never encountered someone like me before. He stammered. Brother, had I known you were this quick, I wouldn't have attempted the theft. With a series of slaps, I left him reeling, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. Consider this a lesson learned. Let us take you to the station for a brief stay. I dragged him toward the nearest police station, and he followed like a discarded rag, showing no resistance. His face, swollen and bruised, resembled a ripe fruit, with a few teeth gone and air escaping his speech. Upon reaching the station, he looked at the officers like a drowning man seeing a lifeline, spilling everything before they even asked. He confessed to the chapter 55, the eccentric old man, as I strolled along the path, humming a tune. I felt a sense of satisfaction from having done a good deed. Once again, I had missed a day of class. I couldn't help but wonder what my advisor would berate me about upon my return to school. Oh well, I would deal with it later. Lin Tingyi, are you planning to attend classes this semester? Skipping without a word, how can you face your parents who pay your tuition? What about the living expenses they tirelessly provide? My advisor roared like a mother tiger. I covered my ears, and only after her tirade subsided did I respond leisurely. Oh, dear advisor, our tuition is in and oppos, exorbitant, and besides, I earn my own living expenses. Do you believe me? At your age, how much can you possibly earn with only a few days off each week? Before she could finish, I revealed my bank card balance. Is this a little less than tens, hundreds, thousands? Why are you shouting so loudly? Is this money you earned legally? You haven't committed any crimes, have you? We can't engage in illegal activities. Advisor, you're overthinking it. All this is earned through compliant and lawful means. You can rest assured. Are you still looking for people? Could you bring your advisor along for a chance to make some wealth? Suddenly, my advisor was flattering me. I preferred your previous defiant demeanor. I replied with a grin. Ah, that's not fair. I have worked hard for over 20 years, finally becoming an advisor at a prestigious school, yet I only earn around 8 to 9,000 yuan. I could never amass the wealth you have in your lifetime. Don't worry, advisor, with effort, you can succeed. I believe in you. Hey, wait. Another tedious weekend, Tingyi. Shall we go out this afternoon? After a moment of contemplation, I agreed since I had no plans for the day. On the way, Sun Yuning chattered excitedly, Tingyi. I just saw a video about an escape room haunted house. Shall we check it out? Sure, we haven't experienced one together yet. Great. I'll buy a pair of tickets. Upon arrival, Sun Yuning chose the scariest option. To me, no level could compare to the terrifying events that transpired in the cave. However, as long as Sun Yuning enjoyed herself, that was all that mattered. During the activity, Sun Yuning was startled repeatedly by the NPCs. I must admit, experiencing a haunted house escape room with a partner truly deepens one's bond. Throughout, she clung tightly to me, which I found amusing. Tingyi, why aren't you frightened? I have a brave heart and fear nothing, I replied, gently stroking her hair. You're lying. Just then, I sensed a faint, eerie presence, and my demeanor shifted to one of alertness. I discreetly summoned Fong San to guide me toward the source of the malevolent energy. I concealed my aura as I advanced. During my investigation, I discovered that the spirit's power was not particularly formidable. Fong San could handle it alone. Nevertheless, for caution's sake, I released all 5 spirits to scout the area. If it was a malevolent spirit, I would execute it on the spot. If it had harmed no one, it would be allowed to depart. However, Fong San reported that the spirit was evidently a malevolent one, but there was also a powerful presence nearby, causing them to refrain from acting recklessly. I instructed Sun Yuning to find a hiding place and have Shu Kan and Hu Tian guard her. If anything unusual occurred, she was to call out to me using the talisman, and I would arrive immediately. Sun Yuning appeared frightened. Is something wrong, Tingyi? Yuning, listen to me. Just find a place to hide and keep your head down. I will return to you once I resolve this. Okay. Sun Yuning obediently nodded and sought a concealed spot. I swiftly made my way to where Fong San and the others were. How are things, San? They haven't made any moves yet, but we cannot predict what might unfold. Come inside. I will speak with them first. What brings you here, young man? The old man inquired as I approached. Let us get straight to the point, old man. How did you come by this ghost? Ah, its origins are quite distant. It has accompanied me through many trials, facing numerous formidable foes together, though they all perished. The old man took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. In my youth, I traversed the vast lands of China. Now, in my advanced years, the younger generation often tells me they enjoy such ghostly tales, so I decided to open this escape room. When I was young, I shared your sense of justice. Had I encountered such spirits, I would have wanted to engage with them as well. However, the world is not black and white. It is merely a matter of differing perspectives. And you? The old man waved his hand, signaling me to hold my tongue. This spirit has helped me eliminate many enemies. I know you seek it, but you must not harm it. The old man was rambling, saying that it was not a random killer, but rather a misunderstood spirit. Senior Ming, I merely came to ascertain whether this spirit posed a threat. Since you are guarding it, I shall take my leave. I had no desire to converse with the old man further. He seemed fond of riddles, which I found utterly tedious. Wait, Ming Hao Chuan called after me. Is there something else, elder? You seem to have no urgent matters. Why not sit down with me for tea and conversation? After pondering for a moment, I used a communication talisman to inform Sun Yuning, everything is fine here. You may come over. Is it all right for me to call my partner? I turned to Ming Hao Chuan and asked. The old man beamed. The more, the merrier. Afterward, I sat before him and inquired, what piqued your interest in opening such an establishment? Out of boredom, my children seldom wished to converse with me. Perhaps because I was not present for them in their youth. You see, in our line of work, we inevitably attract enemies. And I rarely find time to be with my wife and children. I nodded. He spoke truthfully. These young people are different. Once they pass through here, they engage with me, and I relish that atmosphere. Yu Xian, the name of this ghost, was my fellow disciple. Shortly after we graduated, he perished while saving me from an enemy. After taking in his soul, I devoted myself to cultivation until I finally avenged him years later. Meanwhile, I accumulated many enemies. And only after settling them one by one did I gradually retreat from the world. I thought to myself, how long had it been since this old man had conversed with anyone? He seemed to share everything with me. Before long, Sun Yuning arrived, and upon seeing her, the old man beamed as though he were greeting a long-lost granddaughter. He immediately bombarded her with questions about her family's situation, and then about how I treated her. His inquiries puzzled me. Elder, what are you asking? Are you inquiring about a granddaughter? My apologies, my apologies. I got carried away. It has been ages since anyone has spoken with me. Sorry for taking up so much of your time. Ming Hao Chuan clasped his hands together. Next time you visit, just let this old man know in advance, and I will treat you to a complimentary experience. Once outside, I turned to Sun Yuning and asked, did you find that old man peculiar? Not really. I think he is quite friendly, she replied, her response leaving me somewhat bewildered. Even if he hadn't spoken to anyone in a long time, he shouldn't reveal everything about himself so readily. His strange remarks and eccentricity were utterly perplexing. Chapter 56, The Timo. I almost forgot to ask that old man if he knows about the ghost market. It would save me the trouble of searching for it. On Sunday night, as I prepared to pull down the rolling shutter and turn off the lights to retire for the night, I sensed several powerful presences approaching slowly. I readied myself for battle, anticipating their arrival when a luxury sedan halted at my doorstep. Four middle-aged men clad in Zhongshan suits emerged from the vehicle. One of them stepped forward and inquired, "Are you Lin Tingyi, young brother?" "Yes. What brings you here?" I responded, gauging their strength. Two of them were roughly on par with me, while the other two were weaker. If a confrontation were to ensue, my chances of victory seemed slim, as I had yet to ascertain their capabilities. In combat, one must never underestimate an opponent, for their techniques remain a mystery. It is like this. One of the men in Zhongshan attire spoke. "Our intelligence organization has detected a powerful practitioner in Han City recently, and we are here for a routine check. Please understand." "What sort of check do you require?" I asked, puzzled. I haven't encountered such organizations elsewhere. "Just to be cautious, here are our credentials." I took the documents they offered and examined them. Indeed, they appeared to be official. They introduced themselves as He Qifeng, Tian Jiling, Xing Ming, and Zheng Chenao. I pondered why I had been discovered. Perhaps it was due to my growing notoriety, as many prominent figures were familiar with me. News travels fast. And even the authorities had come to investigate my background. The questions posed were rather straightforward. My age, place of origin, and even inquiries about my master. Naturally, my answers were rather vague. There were no lie detectors present, so I could easily muddle through. Finally, He Qifeng, the one who had first spoken to me, asked, "With such remarkable cultivation at your young age, would you be interested in joining our Qianguan team?" "The Qianguan team? What kind of organization is that? Why has my grandfather never mentioned it?" "We are an official organization that investigates supernatural phenomena, specifically those that defy scientific explanation across Huaxia. Is the compensation worthwhile?" I suddenly blurted out. Xing Ming, sensing an opportunity, exchanged glances with Zheng Chenao, their eyes darting about as if in silent conversation. He Qifeng quickly responded, "The salaries in our Qianguan team are quite competitive. For someone of your caliber, you would earn no less than 10,000 a month. And considering your abilities are akin to our Captain Zheng's, it could very well be more. Furthermore, if you join us, we will ensure your family's information remains confidential, making it virtually undetectable by the system." After contemplating for a moment, I decided to make a phone call. "Grandfather, do you know what the Qianguan team is?" It was late, and I suspected he was still awake, engrossed in videos. "Oh, the Qianguan team is an official organization. Have you had a confrontation with them?" "Not at all. Their members have invited me to join, and I'm just checking with you if you would like to as well." I relayed all the conditions they had mentioned. "That's for you to decide. Your family has me to protect them. Honestly, there are very few in Huaxia who could match me at this point, so rest assured. That assurance is all I need, grandfather. Consultation fee is 1 million. Are you robbing me?" "No way." I promptly hung up the phone. My grandfather was quite the trickster, using all his cunning on his own grandson. I considered that the opportunity was too good to pass up. A monthly salary of over 10,000 was enticing. I turned to the men and asked, "If I join you, what position would I hold? My cultivation may not be particularly high, but surely I won't be relegated to a menial role?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, Xing Ming spoke first. "Young brother, at just 18 years old with cultivation comparable to mine, your position will certainly not be low. However, the responsibilities will increase accordingly. Are you prepared for that?" "I want to be able to accept. I still have school to finish. The weekends are barely enough. And you want me to toil as a laborer?" I turned and began to close the shutter. "Hey, young brother, we can negotiate," Zheng Chenao interjected. Casting a reproachful glance at Xing Ming, I halted my actions, asking, "Negotiate what? If you can allow me to take leave from school at will, I might consider it." Zheng Chenao seemed to realize I was waiting for them. "Is that such a big deal?" "I approve. Can I be a part-time member, receiving a salary without full commitment?" Don't underestimate my cunning just because of my youth. They fell silent, exchanging glances, murmuring softly, "This young man is not easily deceived. With his level of cultivation, he cannot be lacking in discernment. Our usual tactics are ineffective against someone like him." Indeed, we were too hasty in our approach. They nodded in agreement, recognizing that my identity was not to be trifled with. Why have we never heard of a figure like Lin in our Qianguan team? Does such a prominent individual even exist? Seems not. Our predecessors didn't mention anyone by the surname Lin. Forget it. This recruitment seems to have failed. Let us leave. They all concurred, and He Qifeng turned to me, saying, "Young brother, your demands are too high. If you decide to join us in the future, we will adhere to the terms we discussed." I nodded in acknowledgement. "Isn't it obvious you're trying to take advantage of me? Even a simple task could net me a few 100,000. This isn't some community charity event. Besides, I'm not that altruistic. Whoever pays more, I'll follow. Yet, it must align with my moral standards. While I am no saint, I am not a villain either." Finally, I managed to draw down the shutter and return to my bed for some much-needed rest. Meanwhile, the leader of the Qianguan team in Han City was seething with anger. "How can you all be of similar cultivation at your ages of 40 or 50? Did you think you could match an 18-year-old in true Qi? Speak." The leader himself, though appearing to be in his 40s, was actually over 80 years old and barely reached the purple chi stage. Zhang Chintao, being the one responsible for this matter, bore the brunt of the reprimand. However, Captain, his demands are somewhat excessive. Is an 18-year-old's true chi excessive? Is it? Is it? Is it? Is it? The captain repeated, addressing each individual pointedly. Do you know what my cultivation was at 18? I had just entered the true person stage. And now, at over 80, I'm still at purple chi. Do you know what level a true chi master at 18 is now? The crowd shook their heads, clueless. At the lowest, they are at the peak of purple chi. Just a step away from golden chi. The highest among them is at the second stage of golden chi. Of my generation, only 3 at 18 achieved true chi. Do you understand the significance? The crowd was now visibly shaken, realizing they had missed out on a future master. Go now. Tomorrow, if you haven't secured his participation, you will all be demoted. The captain was clearly exasperated, taking deep breaths. These fools have no concept of the situation. It drives me mad. As the 4 men left, their whispers filled the air. Do you think that young man is truly that formidable? He Chi Feng pondered aloud. Didn't you hear the captain? At his level, he is among the elite. Establishing a good rapport now could yield significant benefits later, Tian Jilling chimed in. Enough of that. Wasn't he at your brilliant idea to send us back? Otherwise, he might have been willing to join us. Xing Ming retorted, feeling the sting of criticism. Chapter 57. Recruitment. How can you blame me? You 3 agreed to go along, and now you're pinning it on me, Zhang Chenhao said, trying to mediate. We can't just go there and wake him up, can we? Come on, what kind of ridiculous idea is that? Our attitude today is already rather lackluster. And you still want to disturb his sleep tonight. Would you be willing to come if someone interrupted your rest? If anyone dared to disrupt my slumber, I'd fight back fiercely. Exactly. Let's take a break for the night and head over early tomorrow to keep watch. As I opened the roll-up door to leave, I discovered 4 sentinels standing outside. Are you 4 the guardians of the door? I already have Generals Qin Shubao and Wei Qigong at my entrance. Could you please step aside? Zhang Chintao quickly stepped forward to apologize. Apologies, Brother Lin. Our attitude was poor yesterday. We are here to make amends. I cast a glance at them. Is an apology meant to come empty-handed? Who are Tingyi and the others? Sun Yuning asked, puzzled. Yuning. Can't you see they're standing at our shop's entrance? They are, of course, the door guardians. Sun Yuning struggled to suppress a laugh. Is this for real? They felt utterly humiliated, wishing they could vanish into the ground. If it weren't for Zhang leading them, insisting they must bring me back, they would have been ready to brawl. Enough standing around. I have class to attend, I said, pulling out my car keys to remotely unlock my vehicle. The 4 of them were visibly astonished. Though not particularly knowledgeable about cars, they knew this one was worth several million. No wonder they earn over 10,000 a month. It turns out they have plenty of money. With no other choice, they had to leave empty-handed. Zhang, it's not that we don't want to bring him back. It's just that he is quite wealthy and wouldn't deign to consider our meager offer. They recounted the morning's events. Zhang was incensed, cursing. If only you had been a bit more cordial yesterday. Now, look what you've done. He has no intention of coming back. Well, we didn't. Enough. Zhang interrupted. I refuse to believe it can be this difficult to recruit someone. You lot are useless. In this digital age, any information disseminated online is easily traceable. Zhang, with a slight effort, uncovered my recent activities in Han City over the past few months. On my very first day, I had assisted a young girl in reuniting with her mother and subsequently resolved several supernatural disturbances at a household. Moreover, the payments were directly from these employers. There were no extraneous transactions. From this, Zhang concluded that my impressive standing was entirely self-made. As my family had not provided me with a single penny, he couldn't help but admire this young man, growing more intrigued the more he discovered. He even managed to uncover my school and class details. Lin Tingyi, what a splendid name. What kind of cement should be mixed with spaghetti? I surmised that if cockroaches consumed a laxative, sealing their behinds with adhesive, they would proliferate wildly. No. You're all mistaken. One need not consume much food. A mere gram of uranium would suffice for nourishment. As the 3 of us delved into a discussion about the intricate principles governing the growth of the universe's myriad forms, a middle-aged man entered the classroom. He walked straight towards me, and the room fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixed upon him. Upon reaching me, he spoke. You are Lin Tingyi, correct? I was bewildered. I had never seen this man before. May I inquire as to why you're looking for me? Have I committed some offense? Please accompany me outside. I pondered for a moment. Since I had nothing pressing to attend to, I followed him outside. Waving my hands playfully to Hua Jiaza and the others, don't worry, brothers, I am off to handle some important matters for the state and will return shortly. They both rolled their eyes and flashed me the international friendship gesture, to which I reciprocated for the sake of politeness. The middle-aged man led me to the rooftop before speaking again. Greetings, I am Zhang Shudi, the chief of the Han City Qian Guan team. He extended his right hand. Since you know me, I shall forego a self-introduction, I replied, extending my hand in return. Beneath his calm demeanor lay a tempest of intensity. The moment our hands clasped, Zhang Shuyi gripped my hand tightly, and I responded with equal force. To my astonishment, he was much stronger than I anticipated. I quickly activated my Qi Xiang bracelet. While it appeared we were evenly matched, I could feel my face flush like a ripe tomato, whereas Zhang maintained an expression of composure. After a brief moment, he released my hand, his face betraying a hint of surprise. He had not expected me to endure so long. Not bad, he nodded. At such a young age, your cultivation is remarkably profound. You possess great potential. I rubbed my right hand. You, sir, are quite lacking in martial decorum. Is it customary to squeeze hands upon introduction? Zhang chuckled. I am not merely a middle-aged man. I am 82 years old this year. I was taken aback. He looked remarkably youthful. What is your secret? I am here to apologize for the actions of those youngsters yesterday. And this is your way of apologizing? I gestured toward my hand. This is for you. Zhang produced a box containing several finely crafted elixirs. What are these elixirs? Life-preserving ones. They can enhance your cultivation by 3 to 4 levels within 15 minutes. I was taken aback. These are far too precious. I cannot accept them. Old Bai must have buried a deep pit for me to fall into. Please accept them. They are my sincere apology for the impudence of those 4 yesterday, Zhang insisted with a smile. Still skeptical, I hesitated to take them. Zhang, noticing my reluctance, continued. Rest assured, I am not placing any conditions upon you. I retracted my hand and inquired, truly no conditions? Indeed. And as the highest-ranking leader of the Han City Qianguan team, I invite you to join us. This is entirely your choice. And what would my compensation be? I shall be frank. Upon joining the Qianguan team, you will immediately be granted a position equivalent to a department head. And your credentials will be issued within a week. I had heard of the conditions mentioned previously, essentially a nominal position. I approve. A monthly salary of 30,000. How does that sound? Why hesitate? With such favorable terms, it is only right to undertake some duties. Feigning deep thought, I occasionally furrowed my brows. Zhang, unable to contain himself, was determined to secure my agreement today. I can provide you with talismans and elixirs within my capacity. This is my utmost concession. I was nearly ready to agree, and with the added benefits, I decided to be unreserved. I promptly grasped Zhang's hand, declaring deal. Just don't go back on your word, old man. Zhang, recognizing my obsequious demeanor, realized he had perhaps spoken too soon. He could only pat his forehead in resignation. You are quite the clever lad with many tricks up your sleeve. Isn't there a saying that goes, those who know how to adapt are the true heroes? Now, let us head to the team to record your information. You may skip class. Upon hearing that I didn't have to attend class, I eagerly followed him. However, once seated in the car, I felt utterly uncomfortable. Why is the vehicle of the old leader so hard to sit in? Although the driver is at the wheel, it still can't compare to the comfort of my own car. Zhang observed my restlessness and inquired, what seems to be troubling you? The ride is quite uncomfortable. This ISN and Oppos, T comfortable? This is an administrative vehicle, I and Oppos, V been riding in it for over 10 years. No. How about you take my car for a more pleasant experience? The engine hasn't even started yet. Chapter 58. Minor conflicts. Zhang Shui pondered for a moment and replied, well, you never mentioned that this luxurious vehicle belongs to you. You didn't even inquire if I was comfortable sitting in the back, did you? It's certainly far more pleasant than your old relic. As I continued to jest, I drove on. What old relic? It hasn't been many years since I've driven it. It's nearly as old as I am. Shaolin, how much did you pay for this car? Let me see if I should get one too. It should be around 700,000 or 800,000, right? 4 to 5 million. That amount is hardly sufficient. What? Why is it so expensive? Zhang Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Did you spend most of your earnings on this extravagant purchase? What a waste. As he spoke, he began to examine the car closely. Who said I bought this? It was a gift from a client. You're quite impressive, aren't you? During our casual conversation, we arrived at the Han City Qianguan team base. True to its reputation as an official institution, the feng shui here can be described as exceptional. The arrangement of objects and the orientation of the buildings were visually pleasing. While registering, Zhang Shui engaged me in small talk, inquiring about how I acquired my skills, where I trained, and our ancestral roots. I recounted that I had learned my prowess after being pursued by enemies and falling off a cliff, leading to a tumultuous life. Zhang Shui laughed and chided me. Keep dreaming. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Shaolin, you must be aware that the number of practitioners in our country is dwindling. Talents like you are exceedingly rare. Since the liberation, internal and external troubles have been severe, and supernatural events have surged across the nation, with various cults emerging. You must be vigilant. We do not wish to see someone of your potential perish at a young age. Rest assured, if trouble arises, I will be the first to flee, leaving you without any burden. Get lost, you sly brat. Are you familiar with dying? Shaolin asked. I have heard a bit. This organization has infiltrated every sector of our country. You're right, there might even be leaders among them. In recent years, Dying has committed numerous offenses nationwide. Yet we struggle to capture the masterminds. We only manage to apprehend insignificant minions, and although we have undercover agents within Dying, their impact is minimal. Recalling the horrific events that transpired in the cave not long ago ignited a surge of anger within me, and I clenched my fists tightly. Noticing my agitation, Zhang Shui asked, have you encountered Dying? Considering there was no point in withholding the truth, I recounted my experiences with Feng Kuan. Upon hearing my tale, Zhang Shui broke into a cold sweat. If so many monsters were to emerge, panic would ensue in Han City. Moreover, should word leak out, the entire Qian Guan team would face dismissal. If it weren't for you, Shaolin, we might have been enjoying our retirement at home. I thank you on behalf of the entire Han City Qian Guan team. It's nothing. I burned it all down, and the situation was resolved swiftly. No. This is quite serious. Very few in the Han City area possess fire-based spells. According to your account, even if they were shattered, they would still reassemble. We must report this to our superiors and request reinforcements. Otherwise, we would be overwhelmed. Is that so? Then I suppose I am quite the hero in Han City. Undoubtedly. A paragon amongst us. I must report this to my superiors. Feel free to explore in the meantime. With that, Zhang Shui hurried off to a room to make a call. I began to observe the feng shui layout before wandering towards several buildings to familiarize myself. There were numerous departments, including the feng shui department, dragon slaying department, and exorcism department, among others. Eventually, I entered a nameless building, which felt rather cold. I had barely taken a few steps when I was stopped by a guard. Who are you? I don't recall seeing you before, the guard inquired. I'm a newly recruited member. My superior told me to explore. Where's your identification? It hasn't been issued yet, I replied, shrugging my shoulders. Who is your superior? I have no idea. How can you not know anything, claiming to be newly recruited? We all receive identification badges upon entry. What are you doing here? Having deliberately concealed my aura to avoid attracting attention, I unexpectedly fell into a trap set by the guard. Believe me, I'm truly just wandering around. You've trespassed into the Qian Guan team's restricted area. Apprehend him. From the shadows, 3 individuals emerged, each brandishing a gleaming silver sword aimed at me. I swiftly dodged, exclaiming, honestly, why don't you believe me? Still daring to resist? Give it your all. With no other option, I drew my thunderbolt gun. As one lunged at me, I parried with the gun, while the other 2 feigned attacks, their swords shifting unpredictably. However, to me, their movements appeared as though in slow motion. I swiftly dispatched the first assailant, then executed a wide sweep. Both swords flew from their grips, and the 2 assailants staggered back, bloodied. The last one, who had yet to attack, suddenly appeared before me, thrusting his sword towards my head. With a clang, the sword shattered upon contact with a faint golden light surrounding me. Golden light spell. Chi explosion. I unleashed a powerful explosion around me, sending all 4 assailants flying. They landed with a thud, each coughing up blood. Why resort to violence? I told you I came to visit, I remarked. Suddenly, alarms blared around us, and one of the assailants wiped blood from his lips, threatening, "You're finished. Reinforcements will be here shortly." Enough with the chatter, I retorted, slapping him. He staggered, dazed. The remaining 3 trembled before me. Do you have anything to say? Their heads shook like bobbleheads. Before long, a crowd gathered around me, and one individual with a higher cultivation stepped forward, asking, "Who are you? And why did you injure these 4?" I had no desire to explain. They wouldn't believe me anyway. Let us get this over with. How arrogant. You dare act recklessly here? Brothers, get him. Are you all novices? How could you hope to defeat me? I mocked loudly. In an instant, a flying sword landed at my feet. Whoever left this rubbish, take it away. I continued to fend off the approaching attackers while kicking the sword aside. Soon, only the previously dominant figure remained before me. I beckoned, "Come on, let us fight." He swung his sword at my hand, then glanced at my arm, bewildered. Are you human or ghost? A slight smile crept across my face. 5 elements golden decision. Dull gold. I flicked my wrist, sending the sword flying, and then I struck him with a punch, sending him hurtling 5 to 6 meters away. In the end, all 20 to 30 attackers lay on the ground, moaning, with none able to rise. Just as I prepared to turn and leave, Zhang Shui arrived, looking bewildered as he surveyed the scene of fallen comrades. Did you come here to practice? Zhang Shui was clearly about to explode with anger. I shrugged. They insisted on fighting. What could I do? I displayed my action camera to him. After viewing it, his fury escalated. You little rascals. Incapable of handling anything but causing trouble. The one I had slapped earlier stood up. Team leader Zhang, why are you scolding us when we're in this state? Zhang Shui seized his ear. Do you know who he is? Chapter 59. Solo venture. I only knew that he was adept at trespassing into forbidden territories. The man seemed quite aggrieved. Am I blind? He had shown me the video, clearly indicating that it was you who initially intended to take action against him and even set off the alarm. So many people had not laid a finger on him. Have you all been training in vain? A bunch of useless fools. The crowd dared not utter a word, only bracing themselves for the scolding. I chuckled and spoke up. Old Zhang, let it go. After all, they are diligently maintaining their posts. Let us calm down. I handed him a piece of dried tangerine peel candy. Zhang Shui took it, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. The taste was satisfactory. You really are audacious. Injuring so many of my men right off the bat. What shall we do when a mission arises? He said, just give me the tasks. That is better. You all should go back and focus on your training. The one with true essence cultivation spoke first. Who is this kid? And why is he so chummy with team leader Zhang? I have no idea. Yang Huiyan, no matter how high your cultivation, you couldn't possibly match him. The one with a flushed face replied. Hold on, Chao Hongying, how can you even say that? Is the slap mark on your face my doing? Yang Huyan retorted weakly. How old do you think that kid is? Probably around 20. Too strong. We simply can't compete. Focus on your training and aim to reach true essence soon. With our current skills, we wouldn't even be enough to fill his gaps. The crowd felt a deep sense of defeat. Not expecting that the Qian Guan team had recruited another prodigy. Old Zhang, why are the members of the Qian Guan team in Han City so weak? I asked, puzzled. Not at all, my friend. This is actually the highest level in the entire province. Is that true? How can it be even more challenging than dealing with evil spirits? Just step aside. You love to show off. Zhang Shi laughed and scolded. Your position is vice captain, currently a temporary appointment. How does a salary of 35,000 a month sound? I nodded. It was quite decent. From now on, attend any classes you wish and skip those you don't. I've already discussed this with the school, but you'll have no access to scholarships or grants. All your grades will just be pass marks. But I suppose you wouldn't care for those meager sums. You're reliable. From that moment on, no ordinary member of the Qian Guan team dared to provoke me. Fearing another brutal beating, after classes, I devoted my time to handling Lu Qichao's family matters. The complexities of a wealthy family exceeded my imagination. In fact, Lu Qichao and his two brothers did not share the same mother. Each had a different mother, which shocked me. It was no wonder they bore little resemblance to one another. Moreover, after healing his father, I closely observed the expressions of Lu Jingfeng and Lu Tianzong. Lu Jingfeng's demeanor remained unchanged, while Lu Tianzong was notably suspicious, frequently roaming about the company. He hardly spent more than an hour at his post, either on the phone or en route to make a call. Thus, I focused my investigation on Lu Tianzong, and to my surprise, I uncovered some secrets. During my leisure time, I had Mouse participate in building his own influence, and the situation escalated. Most of the little mice in Han City now obeyed Mouse, who had become the Mouse King of Han City. We now possessed a vast network of informants throughout the city, eliminating any concerns about locating individuals. During my investigation, I noticed Lu Tianzong frequently ventured into a sparsely populated alley. I inquired with Mouse about why the little mice did not continue their investigation, to which Mouse replied that they sensed danger inside and were too afraid to proceed. Upon hearing this, everything clicked into place. Because of this issue, I spent the entire National Day holiday away from Sun Yuning, which greatly upset her. She insisted I must make it up to her next time. The thought of the laborious task ahead sent shivers down my spine. How many times would I have to compensate her? I shook my head, trying to dismiss the thought. It was an existence more terrifying than the butterfly shadow. Recently, my cultivation had soared, all thanks to Zhang Shi continuously supplying me with medicinal pills. As if they were free, my cultivation had now reached 6 portions of true essence, and I felt that the Qi bracelet might be on the verge of awakening some hidden abilities. The sensation had become increasingly pronounced. The cultivation I gained during battles was significantly enhanced by the Qi bracelet. At this point, with the Qi bracelet and the medicinal pills, I could nearly match the strength of those in the purple essence realm. Without further ado, I instructed Mouse to send commands for the little mice to follow Lu Tianzong in batches, no matter how secretive he tried to be. He could not evade the countless mouse soldiers. Finally, I sent the little mice to relay information, and I approached the alley they had mentioned, peering into the darkness. A faint chill emanated from within. The little mice were quite astute. While the cold might have little effect on me, it was a lethal threat to their fragile lives. In recent days, I had also crafted some invisibility talismans specifically prepared for Lu Tianzong. Concealed and suppressing my aura, I ventured deeper into the alley. But after more than 10 minutes of walking, I still saw no end in sight. It was as if I were treading in place. Was there a formation at play? I sensed no presence of cultivators around. If there were, they must have been several levels above me for me not to detect them. Taking a gamble, I invoked the spell, Breaking the City, which I had learned from Brother Zhao's family teachings. However, its power seemed excessive. The alley was suddenly illuminated, revealing rows of small tiled houses, many occupied by individuals clad in black and purple attire. Upon hearing the noise, they all turned to look at me. Who goes there? I apologize. I must have taken a wrong turn. Do you believe me? I scratched my head, feigning innocence. Eliminate him. In no time, over 10 individuals in black and purple garb surrounded me, ensuring I could not escape. Their weapons were dual curved blades, one of which bore a butterfly motif, instantly reminding me of the butterfly shadow. The group charged at me, and I drew my lightning gun, parrying their attacks. During the fray, I called out, "Are you members of the butterfly shadow?" Their expressions changed drastically, and they intensified their assault. Their silence confirmed my suspicions, and I could no longer contain my murderous intent. As Zhang Shi had instructed, I was free to eliminate members of the butterfly shadow. You lot, I shall no longer entertain you. Third brother, Sister Gua, Brother Yin, Brother He, Brother Lu, Tian, Little Mouse, come out for dinner. As I called, 5 ghosts, a fox, and a mouse appeared beside me. An evil cultivator. He is an evil cultivator. Evil, you say? With that, I shot my gun, piercing through one's heart, absorbing their energy. His face paled gradually, his muscles withering away until he resembled a desiccated corpse in less than 10 seconds, a surge of white energy flowing from my hand throughout my body. Is this the method of an evil cultivator? I muttered to myself. Brothers, run. A great E chapter 60. The Thunder God's spell. As I ventured further in, I discovered that this place was unlike the world outside. It was shrouded in darkness, with only a few early rural single-story tile-roofed houses dotting the landscape. We gradually approached a two-story building from which several powerful auras emanated. I could not discern Lu Tianzong's cultivation level, likely due to some treasure that concealed his aura. Among the auras that wafted through the air, I sensed 3 emanating from individuals at the true Qi realm, leaving me uncertain if others were present within. Given that we had not concealed our own auras, it was likely they would soon make an appearance. Sure enough, Lu Tianzong, alongside an elderly man and an old woman, suddenly appeared, standing about 10 meters away from us. We exchanged glances. You are the one beside my third brother? Lu Tianzong spoke first. It seems we meet again. Old man, I replied with a slight smile. Regrettably, young friend, I had no intention of being your adversary, but since you have intruded here, I must send you on your way, Meng Haochuan said, his eyes brimming with a chilling intensity. Lu Tianzong, was it you who caused your father's demise? I questioned. What does that have to do with you? He is my father, not yours. He retorted. So you admit it? Kill him. The old woman urged, taking the lead. I remained still, while Fong San engaged with her, accompanied by Guanana and Shu Shun. Are you also a sinister cultivator, young friend? Meng Haochuan inquired with a smile. The only sinister cultivators here are you from the butterfly shadow, Hu Tian declared, joining forces with the 3 ghosts to confront Meng Haochuan. Lu Tianzong. What are you staring at? Your opponent is me. I swiftly moved to Lu Tianzong's side. He immediately drew his sword, exclaiming, Do you really think that mingling with my useless third brother allows you to dictate to me? Clang. The thunder gun clashed heavily against the sword. My strength proved greater, forcing Lu Tianzong to retreat 2 steps. I pressed the attack relentlessly, quickly gaining the upper hand due to the disparity in our cultivation levels. Simultaneously, the old woman was being pushed back. You are no match for me, old hag. Fong Sen taunted, unleashing a wave of ghostly energy. The old woman remained silent, muttering incantations. Butterfly immortal, I, Huojieshua, beseech you to possess me and eliminate my troubles. As her words finished, her body trembled violently. Moments later, her gaze transformed, as if she had become someone entirely different, casting spells with precision and ferocity. Observing this, Fong San and Shu Shin immediately attacked in concert, while Guanana provided occasional distractions. Yu Xian, kill that fox and obtain its demon essence to replenish my strength. Until now, Meng Haochuan had not intervened, as Yu Xian alone could contend with the 3 ghosts alongside Hu Tian, leading him to observe the unfolding scene. This fellow is quite formidable, Meng Haochuan mused, stroking his chin. Deputy Hall Master Lu, I shall assist you. A chain suddenly struck from behind me, and I kicked it away before turning to counter with the thunder gun. Not bad. Old man, I sensed something amiss with you from the start. My instincts proved correct. Meng Haochuan spread his hands. What a pity that you encountered me just as I resumed my old practices. 5 elements thunder method, fire thunder blast. 2 fiery bolts of lightning shot towards the 2 of them. Meng Haochuan was merely knocked back a few meters, but Lu Tianzong was propelled through the air, crashing down and spitting a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, I glanced over at Hu Tian and Fong San. While Hu Tian fared reasonably well, Fong San was being overwhelmed, even Shu Shen sustaining injuries. I immediately activated the Qishang bracelet, urging the ghostly elder to unleash all his techniques before he met his end. You are still too young. Yu Xian, who had been engaged in battle with Hu Tian, suddenly appeared beside Meng Haochuan. Their forms began to merge, and even their voices became twofold. Meng Haochuan recited incantations, and Huojieshua rushed to his side. Suddenly, he seized her neck. Old woman, today you shall sacrifice yourself for the butterfly shadow. His mouth twisted grotesquely, expanding to an enormous size, and in an instant, Huojieshua was swallowed whole. Meng Haochuan's aura surged, and fearing he might also consume Lu Tianzong, I hastily set up a rudimentary formation with the black flag. To be cautious, I employed the lightning binding technique, concerned I might lose track of him later. After observing for a moment, I determined that Meng Haochuan's cultivation had stabilized at around the level of the purple Qi realm. I withdrew all my ghosts, as they could not withstand a single blow from Meng Haochuan. Even a glancing strike would leave them gravely injured. You are overly confident, young man, Meng Haochuan remarked, his tone laced with disdain. In the blink of an eye, he was before me, delivering a kick before I could react, sending me flying over 10 meters. Rising to my feet, I wiped the blood from my lips and retaliated with a punch. As I was struck away, I activated the Qishang bracelet, and upon landing, swallowed a pill provided by Zhang Shui to enhance my cultivation. I sensed my cultivation had reached the level of the purple Qi realm, my awareness of the world intensifying. When Meng Haochuan lashed out with his whip, I narrowly evaded. Oh, still have strength left? Blood blade technique, unite. Black-purple blood erupted from Meng Haochuan's body, crawling up his whip. In an instant, his whip transformed into a nearly 10-meter-long blood spear. As he grasped it, a blood blade hurtled toward me. Thunderstorm. A bolt of lightning clashed against the blood blade, causing it to explode and the lightning to surge toward Meng Haochuan. Blood blade technique, shield. A massive shield of purple-black blood formed, blocking my lightning storm. The confrontation resembled a battle of skills, each of us vying for supremacy. Turning away, we resumed our physical combat, and I struck Meng Haochuan at an awkward angle. Blood ceased to flow from him, leaving only gaping wounds. I was uncertain how much longer he could endure. The effects of my medicine were about to wear off, compelling me to seek a swift resolution. I resolved to unleash my most formidable technique, the Chapter 61, eradication of Han City's hideouts. Though prostrate on the ground, Lu Tianzong was gripped by terror. Feeling the oppressive might of the celestial thunder, fearing it would strike him. After a brief respite, I rose and approached Lu Tianzong. Do you have anything to confess? I inquired. Overwhelmed by fear, Lu Tianzong preemptively divulged everything in meticulous detail, even before I could specify the subject of my inquiry. He revealed that he had been taken as a disciple by the former leader, and upon the latter's ascension 2 years prior, he had assumed the mantle of leadership, overseeing the Han City branch ever since. He explained that the reason I had infiltrated the hideout with relative ease was that a significant portion of their forces were away on missions, leaving the defenses undermanned. When will those members return? I pressed. Perhaps momentarily, perhaps in a few days, Lu Tianzong answered truthfully. I inwardly lamented the situation. The deployment of the Thunder God incantation had nearly depleted the energy reserves of the Kylan bracelet, leaving me with only 2 pills given by Zhang Shui. I strategically placed several spirit dispersion needles into Lu Tianzong's acupoints to maximize the efficacy of the medication, ensuring its effects would last for at least 12 hours. I swiftly transported Lu Tianzong back to the Qianguan team. Moments after my departure, the majority of the Butterfly Shadow's forces returned, only to find a scene of utter devastation. Only one individual remained alive, the guide, clinging to life. Yabai, what transpired here? Yin Zian demanded. Yin Zian, a young man, no older than 20, slaughtered everyone here. You, he gasped, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Flee quickly, he is formidable. A heretical cultivator. Yabai seemed to want to say more, but his remaining strength failed him. They watched helplessly as he breathed his last. Yin Zian buried their remains on the spot, vowing, I will avenge you. The two had formed a close bond since their recruitment, finding solace and friendship in each other's company. Thus, Yin Zian was consumed by rage, determined to exact retribution. Meanwhile, I arrived at the Qianguan team. Zhang Shui, surprised by my captive, questioned, why have you brought someone here? The leader of the Han City Butterfly Shadow Branch, Lu Tianzong. I declared. What? This is truly the leader of the Han City branch? He exclaimed. The genuine article, I affirmed. Overjoyed, Zhang Shui embraced me tightly, then released me, continuing. You've accomplished a great feat right away. I'm going to apply for a bonus for you with the higher-ups. As Zhang Shui released me, I collapsed. My previously top body could no longer sustain itself, and I fell heavily to the ground. Noticing my condition, Zhang Shui swiftly caught me. Qi? Why is there no qi within your body? I regained consciousness in the early hours of the morning. Assessing my body, I felt less exhausted than before. I surveyed my surroundings, noting the resemblance to a hospital, albeit without the strong scent of alcohol. As I prepared to venture outside, an elderly man in Tang attire entered. He expressed surprise upon seeing me awake. How are you awake already? I estimated you wouldn't wake up until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. I scratched my head. Perhaps my constitution is slightly better, I replied. The old man fiddled with something before retrieving a phone from his pocket and dialing. Come quickly, he's awake. Don't stand there. Young Lin, sit on the bed so I can take your pulse and examine you, he instructed. I complied, sitting on the bed and extending my right hand. Not bad. Your recovery is truly rapid. Old sir, do you know my name? I inquired. Old Zhang has already told me about you. Calling you an unparalleled prodigy recruited by the Qianguan team this year, with a boundless future, he replied. Old Zhang really praised me like that? I asked, shamelessly. Of course, he did. Old Zhang cherishes talent above all else, he affirmed. Is he really awake? A head peeked through the doorway. The old man, still examining my pulse, responded without turning around. Why are you so anxious? He's perfectly fine. Zhang Shui entered with a grin. I was just worried about him. Why do you say such things? He turned to me. Young Lin, you were truly valiant this time. I learned from Lu Tianzong that you single-handedly eliminated over 20 ordinary members of the Butterfly Shadow, along with a captain, a branch leader, and a deputy branch leader. None of the younger generation would dare to imagine such a feat. I confess, I overdid it. I admitted. Even the memory of those 10 or more bolts of celestial thunder fills me with apprehension. Regardless of whether you overdid it, you've accomplished a great feat. Zhang Shui asserted. That said, how did the qi in your body vanish when you recovered? He inquired, puzzled. I used techniques that depleted a great deal of qi. I explained. I lost control and used too much. They nodded. It's normal for young people to experience this. Just be more careful in the future, Zhang Shui advised. All right. Since there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. It's late, and I should go back to sleep. Yuan Hurue, you old codger. Why do I always have to travel so far to find you? Why can't you stay here and play chess with me? No way. I'd rather go home and spend time with my grandson, he retorted. through some means. Zhang Shi had compelled Lu Tianzong to divulge every detail of the crimes he had committed in Han City. However, the mountain cave incident from some time ago was not orchestrated by Lu Tianzong but by a special envoy. Lu Tianzong explained that the butterfly shadow had numerous ranks, starting with the Grand Master, followed by the left and right protectors, special envoys, commanders, branch leaders, captains, group leaders, and finally, the regular members. The suffix leader indicates both a leader and a deputy leader, such as commander and deputy commander. A city typically had at least 3 butterfly shadow hideouts, with no upper limit, illustrating the organization's vastness. The butterfly shadow had once been morally ambiguous, but now, they were primarily engaged in heinous activities. Lu Tianzong's misdeeds alone included organ trafficking, human smuggling, extracting mountain spirits, and harvesting spiritual herbs. The subsequent task involved dismantling the remaining 4 hideouts in Han City. Over the following month, all members of those hideouts were eliminated. The highest-ranking members of the remaining butterfly shadow forces were only at the initial stage of true qi, with no one of higher cultivation. Due to my swift actions, I personally eradicated 2 of the hideouts, while Xu Shenfang and the others had fully recovered from their injuries during this time. They had absorbed the essence of souls and bodies. And since humans were the pinnacle of creation, their cultivation would increase significantly if they absorbed it. This explained why there were so many man-eating ghouls. In contrast, I rarely used the essence extraction and qi assimilation technique, as its absorption rate was low. I mainly used it to intimidate people. Because of my undeniable contributions, my position rose accordingly. The superiors directly appointed me as a deputy leader, and no one in the Han City Qianguan team dared to object. Anyone who did would be challenged to single-handedly infiltrate a butterfly shadow hideout and slaughter everyone. This effectively silenced any dissent, as no one would be foolish enough to risk their job at the Qianguan team to argue. Later, I discovered why Lu Tianzong had murdered his father. Lu Tianzong had used a sinister technique to control his father and force him to write a will, making him the heir. This would allow him to better control Han City's commercial system, enabling him to recruit more people into the butterfly shadow and strengthen their financial chain. I also visited Du Binhong to inquire why he had been possessed. He explained, I was simply admiring the beautiful moonlight that day. So I took a few photos by the pond. I glanced at my reflection in the pond, and my eyes glazed over for a moment. I believe that's when I was possessed.